Hello and welcome to beautiful South Norwalk for the 2024 edition of the National Havoc Robot League's Teams Tournament. It's a special one-off event. We've got all kinds of surprises ready for you guys today. My name is Kyle Crow. Sitting with me at the desk is Ricky Willems.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here today. As Kyle mentioned, this is going to be an incredible event. This is an all-new teams event. This is a completely new experience for the builders, for the spectators, and the staff here at NHRL, and we are going to have an amazing day with some amazing fights. We
are so excited to have you with us today. Let's go ahead and get into some tournament basics. We'll talk about what we're going to be doing today. All right, so first up is going to be fight basics. So these are the rules of play, essentially, for everybody today. So first of all, 3-minute fights. You can win them by knocking out or tapping out your opponent. Or if you can't do either of those things, it'll go to a judge's decision. And then you also have these house bots that are there to unstick you one time per fight. And that hopefully you don't need them throughout the day.
Yeah, it's never a good place to be when you're stuck in the arena and have to cowl on a house bot for an unstick. But it does happen. We will see it today. We see it every time.
Every single time, absolutely.
And, you know, honestly, it makes for some great fights when you can just keep going and keep the hits coming.
Yep.
So.
Now, this is a team tournament, so we're going to walk you through what that means. Today's special event rules. Ricky, go ahead.
So we have 3 weight classes, as usual here. We have the 3-pound class, the 12-pound class, and the 30-pound class. This is a 2-round play-in, so you are getting 2 chances to strut your stuff, knock out your opponent, and hopefully you come out as well as you possibly can. There are 16 robots in each of those 3 weight classes. The top 2 robots in each group make the knockout bracket. And again, this is all new. These robots are going to come together then for a knockout bracket where they work through a general normal tournament structure to see who the ultimate victor is.
So there are 16 teams. Each team is made up of 1 bot from each weight class. The teams get 4 points for winning by knockout, 3 for a judge's decision. The team with the most points at the end of the tournament wins a special teams championship.
It's going to be an exciting day, Kyle. This is an all-new experience for the builders here. They have worked very hard. These are some of the best builders we have here at NHRL.
Absolutely.
But putting them together, having them join forces to build incredible robot fighting teams to fight one another is going to be a new, exciting challenge that we've just never seen before.
What I love about today is that we have some teams that make perfect sense. These are people that we've known to be allies in the pits for years, and that we also have some really strange combinations of people that we've brought together to see how they work as a unit. But right now, we're going to go to our very first fight in Cage 1. Let's go. So this is Colossal Avian over there in the pink square, going up against Beeforce.
4,
Beeforce,
3,
you can see, is a multi-bot. These are 2 relatively equally weighted robots. Both robots need to be knocked out for a true knockout to occur.
We are launching wood off of the arena already, but the weapon is now off. That is a specialized weapon on one half of Beeforce that is gone.
It was a specialized weapon, Kyle. It is now a very expensive piece of steel.
Just lying in the middle of the arena somewhere. Now, as you can see, Colossal Avian is an overhead attack bot. Its job is to basically pin its opponents and launch that spinning blade into their top plates.
Ooh, big hit from Beeforce on Colossal Avian.
Yeah, nice shot.
You can see Colossal Avian's weapon was spun down there. A huge amount of damage on the top of Beeforce. Folks, those hits can be absolutely devastating. You can see that the half of Beeforce stuck up. Oh, another big hit. This gets really tricky for Beeforce. They're going to want to reserve that unstick for when it's absolutely necessary, even though they could be using it to get the half of the robot off the wall right now. They're hanging back a little bit.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Just save it for when you're both trapped up on the wall. Look at the weapon hanging off the side there. It's completely disconnected. These are specialized hub motor weapons. It's a new design that they've been working with on the Honeycrack team.
There you can go. You can see the tracks on the second half of Beeforce are still moving. They're still functional.
Just stuck up on the wall. Colossal Avian not really allowing them to unstick themselves, which seems to be the plan of Beeforce
But
right now.
Colossal Avian now smoking pretty darn good. That is not a good sign, Kyle.
No, not a good sign. Colossal Avian brought to you by Matthew Zhang. Really amazing driver and builder.
You can see Fluffy, the house bot, is trying for that unstick. It is doing its best to free half of Beeforce from the arena wall. Oh, look at that, Kyle.
That's
Beeforce is also smoking.
Yeah, coming out of the Beeforce team. Now the unstick has been called. Fluffy is trying to get the other half of Beeforce off the wall so that this fight can continue.
We've never seen this sort of situation. Those tracks, the geometry of that robot has it hung up on this wall pretty good, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be hard even for our big heavy house bot to get them down.
Remember that unsticks are not guaranteed. You are only guaranteed that the house bot will attempt to free you.
Yes.
It is not a guaranteed thing. Oh, you can hear the countdown has begun. We are, yes.
And that is your first knockout of the day by Matthew Zhang and Colossal Avian. So this is the first win for his team.
You can see a lot of excitement there. They are rightfully very proud of themselves.
Checking out the data as it goes through. This is the Just Longbird team bringing home the first victory. Extremely proud of them. Nice work. The Beeforce team is honeycracked. They are one of the, I guess you could say, prominent teams here at most of our events.
I think the best word to describe Honeycracked at this point is prolific.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They have bots in every weight class. They bring so many competitors to every single event, and they are at every single event. I mean, they are always here grinding, putting out really amazing work.
Yeah, and they have gotten to this point, and then you can see Cody Graham, Zoe Lambert coming around the corner. These folks have gotten here not just because they're talented engineers, not just because they're talented robot drivers, but because they have such a sense of community. They have worked so hard to bring so many people into this sport and develop just a plethora of robots. It's really incredible what this group has done.
Now, this is a new design for them. These are hub motor spinners. That means the motor of the weapon is actually inside of the weapon housing itself. Really fascinating design that they've been putting a lot of work into. I know the team has been very pleased with the outcomes that they've had thus far, but I don't think they anticipated that weapon completely shearing off of the mount.
No, it's one of those things you get very focused. I almost guarantee you, Kyle, that weapon that was completely removed from the robot still works. It's just not attached anymore.
Yeah.
And sometimes you focus so hard on a particular little bit of engineering, like making the hub motor work as best it possibly can, it takes away from other areas of development, like making sure the part that supports the motor is sturdy enough.
Yeah, I mean, keeping it on the robot is half the battle, really.
Yeah. But, you know, they'll get there. It takes time. All of these robots, I shouldn't say all of them, some of them are pretty darn dialed in, but even the most experienced builder here is still developing, still honing their skills, still trying new things, because otherwise you get left in the dust.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, that's the way it goes.
So this is kind of based off of a design from their 12-pound robot, and they've now kind of upgraded it. But apparently what they've been telling me is these upgrades are going to be brought down to that lower weight class with that other robot.
Yeah.
As their time is going on. So it's really interesting to see this team utilizing all of their resources to really build up every aspect of their game, every weight class, every piece working together. They're another team that's come to the same conclusions of, if we all share motors, if we all share parts, we'll always have enough spares because everybody's using the same stuff.
Listen, if I show up to a robot competition, I want 3 spares of everything, right? But I don't need 3 spares across, you know, just for one robot necessarily. The likelihood of me using all of them is almost nil, but 3 spares across 20 robots
makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And I want to touch too, you made an incredible point. The fact that we have now robots not only doing what you normally do, and you test something on a smaller robot and work your way up, but instead try something on a bigger robot and work its way down.
Yeah.
That's kind of a new phenomenon here.
Yeah, it's been within the past couple of years you've seen the really good builders start to do that, right? I think famously it was Jameson Go who first said, you know, I don't think about any difference between my heavyweight robot or my 30-pound robot. They're both test beds for each other.
Yes.
And it makes so much sense to think about it that way because sometimes you do want to test it out on a larger scale and see if you can miniaturize it later on.
Utilizing every opportunity is what combat robotics is all about. It's kind of the make or break point where you say, okay, I'm going to take every learning I can at every turn I can and put it into making a better, faster, stronger robot.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Speaking of which, we have an incredible lineup of better, faster, stronger robots here. These are some of the best in the best, and also some of the most entertaining and beloved robots. Kyle, who would you say is your, I won't say your prime pick, but let's say your peak entertainment value robot for today?
So my peak entertainment value robot is definitely Mr. Roper. It is an angry robot that just won't die, and it is made out of a toolbox. I love this thing. It's such a simple design, and it goes against all of the conventions of what we know of an unbeatable robot. But the simple fact that its weapon can also move it along, even if the drive goes out, it makes it almost unkillable. Like, it goes 3 minutes in almost every single fight that it does, and it's working by the end, and it looks so angry the entire time.
It's unnerving, Kyle.
It
love haunts my dreams.
I love that it has so much personality. I love that it looks like somebody that you wouldn't want to mess with if you met them on the street, you know?
I don't mess with anyone who has wrenches as arms.
Yeah, and it's just charming. The team behind it is charming, although we have, you know, changed drivers and team captains on it several times as the time has gone on. But it's a really amazing team and group of people that put this robot together.
I think of Mr. Roper a lot like I think of Excalibur. You know, it selects its owner, I think. In the meantime, we're going to go to Gauge 1. We have another big robot fight up for you. We've got Smack-A-Lantern going up against Crack.
These are two of the best competitors in this weight class. What I love about Smack-O-Lantern is it has this old school feel to it. You can see these welds. You can see just all of the grade 8 bolts sticking out of it. This is a very much so like late 90s, early 2000s machine. And then Crack is a hammer bot, or an axe bot, if you will, but it is very similar to a bot that is called Knockoff White. It's like an homage to Knockoff White in many ways.
I can see some relation.
4,
what the big difference
3,
here is it's one of the
2,
few wheeled
1.
hammer bots that we have in this competition,
Robots
and I'm excited to see what it does.
Hammerbot's one of the hardest bots to really be successful with. It's like choosing hard mode.
It takes a ton of driver skill, but this is the matchup to do it. This is very much an old school matchup. These are two robot designs that, although dialed in, would look at home, you know, in some of the days of yore. Look at that, big hits from Crack.
Beautiful shots. Oh, just missed off the edge.
Now, folks, this is what this robot needs to do. Crack needs to line up and do a ton of hits, because the individual hits, not that damaging, but any one good hit can do exactly what you're seeing here.
Ouch.
One really perfectly, like, placed smack can knock a battery, it can knock electronics, and that's what we've seen here today. Smack-A-Lantern's weapon is now down. Either the motor or the electronics driving that weapon have been damaged by the hammer on Crack. Crack's self-righting. Smack-A-Lantern now just a push bot.
Nice shot.
But I see a little bit of smoke coming off of Crack as well, Kyle.
I believe, yes, there was a little wisp of it coming off of there. Could have been just a smoked out belt. Could be something more serious. We're not sure. But you got to give this Crack team a lot of credit. They are driving this bot really well. Ooh, they just got caught on the side there by Smack-O-Lantern. Nice job.
Yeah, Smack-A-Lantern, to its credit, not giving up an inch more than it has to. Oh, that is an unfortunate spot for Smack-A-Lantern. We're going to see if an unstick can help it out, but I don't have good feelings about this.
No, this is in a tough position to self-right, kind of jammed up in the corner there. Not a whole lot for Fluffy to grab onto.
Oh, Fluffy!
Why is Crack going after Fluffy?
I'll tell you why, Kyle. For those that might not know, if you turn off that big red switch on the back of Fluffy, we give you $1,000.
Absolutely. And we have a tap out. Paul Tortorici
That is
says
the end
no
of the match.
more hitting my Smack-O-Lantern, please.
Yeah, I can see that the smoke has continued to come out of Smack-A-Lantern. that is a good time to tap out. Remember, these robots have to continue to fight for the rest of the day.
Yes.
So if something's on fire inside your robot, you're going to want to make it not on fire in short order to make sure that you're not doing excess work later.
Paul Tortorici, part of the Skeleton Crew, a bunch of Halloween-themed robots. I talked to Paul this morning. He told me that he had to put this... Oh, look at them go. He had to put this bot together so fast because of the amount of damage it took at the last event that he was a little bit worried about some of the components, some things working out. So perhaps that smoke was just him figuring out some of the issues that he has with this relatively new build.
Yeah, I mean, we call it magic smoke for a reason. Something is coming out of your robot that is supposed to be inside of your robot. But sometimes that something coming out of your robot is knowledge, learning. We're going to go to cage 2 now. This is our first 3-pound fight of the day. It never ceases to amaze me, Kyle, the size disparity that you can have.
Yeah.
Remember, folks, these robots are in the same weight class.
Absolutely.
Nominally, these are both 3-pound robots, but you can see sometimes the competitors can be 2 or 3 times the size of one another, and it depends on the materials, the design philosophy that goes into it, all sorts of things.
Now, speaking of design philosophy, this is a tri-bar spinner from the Brazilian team here. This is a quintessential Brazilian design. It's tiny and it's compact. It uses a special kind of drive and a very unique kind of weapon. However, this is a quintessential American design. Trick or Beater is a standard 4-wheel drive beater bar.
Robots fight.
And here we go.
Nice shot.
Very effective couple of shots, but you can see the tri-bar beta on Sombra has just went down for a moment. Oh, huge hit. A roof shot trick or beater hitting the ceiling there in that exchange.
Yeah, the geometry on Tomas's weapon for Sombra 3 is just so smart. It's getting the upper hand every single one of these engagements, even weapon to weapon against Trick or Beater.
Yeah, and the geometry on that weapon as it is spinning, you can see how much bite it's getting. It's tearing huge pieces off of Trick or Beater. That is high tensile strength plastic. That is durable stuff, and it is being torn through like it's not even there, Kyle.
Oh, the wheel's off of Trick or Beater now, and there's the tap out from the Barrios team.
Match, a knockout. Sombra taking home its first win of the day, almost assuredly not its last.
No, definitely not. Tomas is definitely one of the people that we are all looking at to bring home some gold today. This team is dialed in. He told me the last couple of times he brought the Sombra here, he had some weird issues. Literally worked in Brazil, brought it to America, just things didn't work out right. And so he was coming in kind of at 40% power into every single one of those matches. He said today he's dialed in, it's 100%, and everyone should be afraid of Sombra.
I agree. That is one of the most dialed in robots that we've seen in recent memory here at NHRL. The fact that it just every time it went in for a hit, it hit the way it was designed to hit.
Yep.
And I don't think we can expect anything less throughout the day than that kind of performance.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Andrew Barrios' weapon guard here, which is a 3D printed skeleton hand. Really committing to the theme. Nice job by that team. It looks great.
You know, we have artists, we have engineers, we have competitors here, but that little flair for the extra special something,
yes,
it kind of carries across all of our competitors.
Now, the Barrios family is well known in their community for creating beautiful Halloween displays, award-winning Halloween displays, so it's cool to see them bringing that aesthetic here and really incorporating it into the safety of their robot. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sometimes it's the spirit just can't help but come through in the robot.
Amen. Now, they have a ton of work to do up in the pits. That is a very damaged robot. The wheels came off, the armor came off, the weapon wasn't working by the end.
Highly atypical. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do in a short period of time. We do not give them that long for a turnaround.
No.
You are only guaranteed 20 minutes here. I mean, sometimes you get longer if the schedule allows it, but you kind of have to be able to turn a robot around in record time.
Yeah, if you're not able to do it in 20 minutes, you're going to get in trouble as the tournament rolls on because that time frame gets shorter and shorter. Maybe throughout the day, if there's some delays with fights, you'll have a little extra time at the beginning of the day, but you better have that process dialed in by the time we get to that prime time.
Yeah, and don't forget, as the day goes on, as these robots gets more beat up, as you have more bent pieces, the amount of time it takes to fix these things just goes up and up and up.
Absolutely.
The amount of time you're cursing at a piece of metal for not being where it's supposed to be, the
trying to get your holes to line up when you screw the top plate back in. It gets impossible by the end of the day.
Sometimes the thing that you were screwing into the metal is just not there anymore.
Yeah.
So
there's only so many times you can patch together just goo when you get to the end of the day, and a lot of the goo comes because you're facing off against flamethrower robots.
Yeah, which, boy, am I excited. We do have a crowd favorite of NHRL here. We have Dutch Oven, one of the most potent flamethrower robots. They're going to be fighting a little later. In the meantime, we are going to go to Cage 2. We have another 3-pound match for you right now.
Oh, this is a matchup I am looking forward to. This is Kamino versus Honeyspark from the Honeycrack team. Kamino is an absolutely devastating 4-wheel drive vertical spinner. It is brought to you by the team of old men, I guess you could say, the old farts team. And check this out. This is a new bot from Team Honeycracked. It is long, it is vicious, and it is very much Thagomizer-esque in its design.
Yeah, for the folks at home that might be just joining us, Thagomizer is an archetypical robot we have here. This kind of long aspect ratio, horizontal spinning disc at one end and wheels towards the center with a little bit of a booty off to the side.
Yeah, a little armor.
And the idea is that this is a robot that can both deliver huge punches right to your face or lead in with its back end and whip itself around and do huge damage to the sides of your robot. As you can see, they are lining up in the blue corner here.
And they're lined up weapon facing towards Kamino.
Exactly. So that's not what they would always do.
Definitely not.
It's a strategic choice, and we're going to see how that works out for them.
You can see that custom beater bar in Kamino there, and then look at these wheels, the thick tread on them. That becomes more necessary throughout the day as the floor gets more damaged throughout these fights.
Yeah, I gotta say, for being exactly one fight in, that 3-pound cage is already looking pretty torn up. They get a nice paint job at the beginning of every day, and by the end, there are just huge pieces of wood missing from the floor.
3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away we go.
Wow, a little bit of a jump start with Kamino there. Some torque issues maybe with the drive. We'll have to see how that plays out throughout the event.
Oh, Honeyspark almost immobilized for a moment. And then a huge hit from Kamino on Honeyspark. Kyle, I gotta say, the weapon on Honeyspark, I don't think it's got the guts to go face-to-face with the wedge on the front of Kamino. My goodness, look at that hit.
No, definitely not. These weapon-to-weapon impacts are all going Aaron Taggart and Kamino's way. Aaron is a really good driver, just super focused and really, really well done, well thought out in how he makes his moves.
Absolutely. And you can see Honeyspark's weapon is now down entirely. Huge, massive hits, and then Kamino smacking itself into the wall and pausing its drive for a moment. I think it suffered a little bit of damage in that self-inflicted wound there.
Yeah, you got to remember, a lot of the kinetic energy from these hits goes right back into the robot that actually caused the hit. The weapon does appear to be completely down on Honeyspark after that exchange, but yeah, Kamino's not looking 100% either right now.
No, this is probably the ultimate display of every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Ooh, they're stuck up on their side. That's not good.
That is a bad place for Honeyspark. They are going to get their unstick, but it is it is going to be a tough battle to win without a working weapon.
All right, they are off,
we go.
And we are back at it. And Kamino spinning up the weapon while in the face of the other bot. That's a unique idea.
Yeah, that was, I think, a little bit of a mistake, but it doesn't seem to have hurt him too badly. However, the drive is just not working on Kamino right now.
No, it seems to be really struggling. There we go. We got a little bit of kind of twitching motion coming out of Kamino.
Yeah, it's hard to say what's causing that, since it is both sides of the robot.
Yeah, this has got to be frustrating for Aaron. He's been just doing so well. There you see some of the...
This robot was primed to take home a really easy victory here, and now it is just barely moving. Honeyspark doing its best to capitalize on this opportunity it has. These count as pins, folks. So Honeyspark is able to take 10 seconds to immobilize its opponent.
That smoke, I just saw a little wisp coming out of the bottom of Honeyspark. Not sure what's causing that.
No, I think, remember, Honeyspark is never meant to be a pushing robot. That puts a lot of stress on the inside of a robot like Honeyspark. You can see they're suffering for it now. The left side drive on Honeyspark not functioning as well as it was 2 minutes ago, or even 10 seconds ago. This is going to go to a judge's decision, but against all odds, in my personal opinion, I think Honeyspark may have pulled this out.
Yeah, how frustrating for the hip replacement team. Aaron really struggling at the end of that matchup.
I think, Kamino was saved by the bell, so to speak, here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to go to cage 1 while we wait on the judge's decision from that last fight. But we'll be sure to loop back. We've got King Martin now going up against King Size.
Fight, robots,
Blue Marlin, King Size. Blue Marlin is a vertical spinner, very wide body. King Size is...
Oh my God, Kyle!
What the...
Tap out.
Blue Marlin has been entirely bifurcated by King Size. That robot simply does not exist anymore. It is spare parts. It is only a twinkle in its builder's eye.
Wow.
Oh, look at the disappointment there. And rightfully so. That is not how you want to come out of a match like this. That is an extreme amount of damage.
I mean, I spoke with the Dorfler brothers who are, in charge of this robot King Size, and they told me they're dialed in, they're ready to go. They are completely set for the day. The bot's been working for weeks. That shot is just incredible. I mean, look at the just refuse of robot.
Yeah, I am gobsmacked. That is absolutely incredible. And yes, the Dorflers have gone incredibly hard to get this robot dialed in, and they're already great competitors. We're gonna go to the replay. Look, it is all over in exactly one hit. It takes a moment. There it is.
Oh, the Leatherbacks team really has a lot of work to do on this. Look at this shot.
One more time, folks. Here we go. Bits and pieces. You can see the electronics, the motor, and the wheel laying there a little farther from the camera, and everything else stacked up neatly in the corner. And I think a pile of batteries in the center of the arena. That was exactly 9 seconds. There wasn't even time for a count out in that fight.
No, that was the fastest fight of the day for sure. I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah, sometimes we talk a lot here at NHRL about the rock, paper, scissors of robots. That wasn't one that was obvious beforehand that it was going to be a rock, paper, scissors situation.
Yeah.
But seeing now the damage that King Size was able to inflict on Blue Martin, excuse me, I keep saying Blue Martin, Blue Marlin, seeing that damage, you can see any big, big impact cutting blade to the center of Blue Marlin is going to be critical.
Yeah.
So the rest of the day, we're going to be looking for those matchups, not the place that Blue Marlin wants to be.
Against most opponents in that weight class, you want to be small, you want to be compact, and you want your weapon to pack a lot of punch in a very small radius. That does you no favors when you're going up against a big-wheeled robot like King Size. That shot was just textbook, right down the center. Absolutely beautiful hit. And their spin-up time on that was, what, less than a second?
Yeah, they have the power dialed in on that weapon so well. And remember, the Dorflers, along with Jonathan Schultz and the rest of their team, they're some of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to that style of robot.
Absolutely.
The big-wheeled robots, we've got a whole smattering of them today for you folks, but it's a whole subgenre. Definitely encourage you to go look at them. Some of the most entertaining robots and unusual robots, but boy, when they go in a good match that's in their favor, they can do devastating damage.
And this is the specialty team on it. I mean, they're the ones that have really innovated this design and taken it to that next level that everybody was like, oh, that's viable. That's something that we can actually work with. And you've seen a lot of people copy their work and really build upon their work, but there's nothing quite like the original when it comes to that team.
You know, going with the king size theme, I would love to see a sticker like nothing quite like the original. King size.
I like it, yeah.
Because we've got what, king size and fun size.
Yep.
And then there's a third one that's escaping me at this moment.
I'd have to look up what they changed the name to.
We will
but
see.
yes.
It is. I love the theming that they're bringing to it.
Absolutely, yes. Now, I will say that their two smaller robots are working beautifully. They have been really struggling with their 30-pound robot today, just getting it through safety, getting it working. They've had a lot of electronics gremlins, so we will have to see how that works out for them. If that bot gets working, it's one of the most devastating bots in the 30-pound weight class. It has won multiple competitions, not just this one. We'll have to see how that works out for them today.
Yeah, I checked in with them a little bit earlier. They were, I won't call them standard issues, but things that they should be able to address. It's just a question of time. Again, only so much time in between fights, and if you're not ready when your card comes up, you're out of luck. So let's hope that that's not the issue that they see today. In the meantime, we are going to go to Cage 1 for another big robot fight.
This is, speaking of big-wheeled robots, this is Pigeon versus MilkTank. Pigeon is a unique take on the big-wheeled robot. They have big foamy wheels, and they have a horizontal spinner. MilkTank is one of the favorites here at NHRL. It brings charm, durability, balloons, often glitter.
And frankly, so much joy.
And so much joy to this competition. There's Tamara. She is the captain of the team. And this bot has been iterated upon and built upon so often. The cool thing about Tamara is she was a fan of this sport. She was a fan of this competition. And she decided to just try it out one day. And she has been here every single competition since. Trying new things, grinding away, improving her bot. It's so nice to have her at this competition.
And I just noticed there's a balloon in her hair.
Oh, these are the new wheels on Pigeon. This is nylon brushed wheels.
Yeah, this is a interesting approach. It's something that that my teams have played with just a little bit. When you have a brush-like material as armor or as a wheel or any other structural part, it is really hard to damage them because the brush just moves out of the way when you go to hit it. It's like trying to punch a piece of bamboo or something, you know, like you're gonna have a bad time.
Right, and if you have a big-wheeled robot, horizontals can be a real problem because they chop through those wheels. Well, if you're just, you know, kind of passing through the brushes, there's not a lot you can do there.
I just want to take a moment. Pigeon is adorable.
Yes, Pigeon is adorable. Very cute.
I don't know if folks at home can make it out. There's a tiny pink cowboy hat on the top of Pigeon, and I'm in love.
Jonathan Clark is not only one of the best builders at this weight class, he is also just a delightfully whimsical individual who always brings really great style to his robots, really great theming. One of the things I love about Pigeon is that it is unkillable. Once that weapon gets going, it's just unstoppable.
And we'll see how that goes in just a moment.
Ooh, that is a
Now, this is a horizontal-on-horizontal matchup. Don't let the cow spots and the cute beak fool you. Both of these robots pack a big punch. However, MilkTank's weapon struggling to stay going through these exchanges.
Oh, that is a lot of exposed electronics on the back of MilkTank there. That tape armor is getting peeled away with these shots from Pigeon.
Oh, that is just a delectable target for a robot like Pigeon. One good hit on that cluster of wires, and that thing is going to go up in a fireball.
Jonathan told me one of his favorite parts about these new brushed wheels is that he gets a little bit of drift out of them when he's driving around. It looks like he's playing with that right now almost. Trying to strafe around the side of MilkTank.
With MilkTank on the the ropes, so to speak. Now's the time for Pigeon to get a little more drive time, play around a bit, prepare yourself for your next fight.
Tap out.
There is your tap out. That is the end of the match. Pigeon taking home a victory there.
Nice job, Jonathan Clark, bringing home a knockout victory. That's 4 points for the team. Beautifully done.
You know, loss aside, you can see a lot of excitement there still.
Oh.
This is a team that loves destruction no matter where it comes from, no matter where it happens.
Absolutely. I mean, come on. She's got a balloon on her hair.
I think half of the aesthetic of the robot is what would look the coolest if this robot was completely destroyed.
Absolutely.
And I kind of love just that pure joy for something that could be so violent and destructive, and instead here is just wholesome and pure and enjoyable for all of us.
All right, so it looks like they've got a few pieces to pull out of the arena right now, but Jonathan Clark did secure 4 points for a knockout for his team. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
It's cool to see this version of the robot. We've seen other versions of his robot before, but quite frankly, the design aesthetic was a little bit more disturbing. Pigeon's just cute.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. I think some of the other ones had the, we'll call it the Jaws effect, you know, the cold, dead doll's eyes. And this is just adorable.
Yeah, so cute. The googly eyes look so nice.
I don't know how you cross over that uncanny valley to cross into cute, but he's done it.
Yeah, Jonathan did a great job on this one. Very impressed.
Kudos
and yeah,
to you,
this is a championship winning bot. It has done a lot of damage in the past. He's ran it at multiple weight classes before, and I'm really impressed at this this showing today.
It is amazing how scalable it is, and I think this new brushed wheel design, I don't know if he's going to use it in all his fights today, but for horizontals like MilkTank, like some of our other big competitors here, that is a huge ace in the hole that they can pull out. Because those big wheels have been historically the thing that takes the most damage.
Yes, absolutely. If you want to feel what the kind of the density of the brushes is, they're selling these things at Home Depot now that are grill wire brushes made out of the same material.
Yeah.
And it's really smart because, you know, you don't want to get metal flakes into your food as you're grilling. So they've now replaced this with a nylon brush version that doesn't shed so much. And he was able to find a source for the raw material, and he's turned that into the wheels. Really smart.
Yeah, beautiful. Fantastic. Whew, it is going to be a long day of fights, and I'm excited for it. I'm really interested to know there are underdogs like MilkTank.
Sure.
There are underdogs, frankly, like Pigeon. I don't know that we've ranked them especially high, but at the same time, huge potential to really go deep into the tournament, earn its way into the actual tournament bracket, and really have a shot at the championship. There's very few robots here that we would ever count out. Speaking of counting out, it sounds like we have an exciting update. The judge's decision is in. This judge's decision is in favor of, if I can get... Kamino has won.
Wow. I cannot believe.
Honeyspark has been dealt a loss. Kamino is moving on.
Kamino did dominate the early half of that fight. It's just by the end, they looked so much worse for the wear. Wow, I am really impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Now, granted, that was a close matchup even for me sitting here. And again, we, as hosts here, we are sitting, watching the fights with you. The judges have a much better indication of how things went, but I am still surprised at that.
Absolutely. So bringing home the judge's decision win for his team. The hip replacements now 3 points up. Now, this is one of my favorite matchups today. This is Vorion, brought to you by Brandon Bennett Young, going up against Pepe, Silvia, quite frankly, the most terrifying robot in the competition today. Not because it has the scariest weapon, not for any other reason other than watching it move just freaks me out. It's weird.
It is, but you say that, it also, I believe, Kyle, does have the scariest weapon here today. Pepe Silva, oh my, you're right, just watching it move.
It's weird.
It's kind of unnerving. It's a skittering menace. But yes, the thing with Pepe Silva is that's 22 pounds
of weapon. In a 30-pound weight class.
This is a 30-pound weight class, and again, as a non-traditional locomotion robot, because it can walk,
yes,
it is allowed to have a little extra weight behind it. But still, 22 and a half pounds of spinning mass is absolutely devastating.
And we see shufflers. All right, we're about to start this matchup. We see shufflers all the time, but never this large of a scale. It looks like a creature moving around the arena. Look at it chasing down after Vorion. Vorion normally wins the intimidation game, but right now, I mean, come on, look at that thing.
It is staring into the eyes of the beast.
Ooh, nice job getting around to the side there by Brandon Bennett-Young.
Now, Brandon is an exquisite driver, and he is going to need every bit of skill he can muster. Oh! And that is on display here today. Listen, one good front hit from Pepe Silva will smash Vorion to pieces. Oh, and that was a bad exchange for Vorion. It's still going, but goodness, just barely. That is a huge... Our arena walls took a battering. They are safe, they are contained, but I've never seen that much damage that high on our arena walls before.
Oh, Luke Quintal is the designer and driver of Pepe Silvia. Luke is such a talented engineer. He just has to work a little bit on hard mode, doing something unique, like a full-bodied drum spinner like this. Vorion, however, it is the pinnacle of Brandon Bennett-Young's design at creating a really, really optimized machine.
Yeah, that is a practiced approach. It is dialed in. It is calculated at every turn. And you can see it, just the fact that this robot is still going after such a big exchange with Pepe is incredible.
Pepe is still terrifyingly creeping around the arena. I mean, it is just slow-moving death at this point.
I mean, oh my God, Kyle!
Nasty shot. You can see the weapon is off.
Completely removed from Vorion.
The weapon motor is off. Some other electronics component is sitting at the other side of the arena. The belts are gone. This is a just dismantling of Vorion at this point.
This is an incredible showing for Pepe Silva. It is slowed down, but it's like watching a zombie movie happening. It's just lurking and following and relentlessly stalking its prey.
To Brandon's credit, he is not giving up, trying to get control points, but he tried to get control points coming into the back of that drum. That is so terrifying.
Yeah, the only way for Vorion to bring this back is to deliver a few big hits to the back of Pepe Silva and hope that it does major damage. But that is looking less and less likely as time goes on.
One of the unique aspects of that design, he hit the back of the drum, which actually just flipped Pepe Silvia around and made him face the right direction to get a optimized hit on the front of Vorion. Impressive.
Vorion's driving here. Brandon Bennett-Young is doing an incredible job, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, look at that. He's no longer moving as the time runs out. This will be going to a judge's decision, but ladies and gentlemen,
see the judges. Look at the serious look on the face of Luke. Luke builds weird robots, but he takes this sport so seriously, and this is a work of art in Pepe Silvia. It debuted at an NHRL event last year. It has improved exponentially since then, competing all over the country. We are now seeing the pinnacle version of it. I mean, it's a sculpture piece that can deal, look at that damage. It's just flopping in the center.
Yeah, that is held together with hopes and dreams at this point.
The fact that it's still moving at all is just such a testament to Brandon's building abilities, his engineering skills.
I am so glad to know that Brandon has brought a spare robot to this event. I think very little from this chassis is going to be reusable going forward in future matches.
You want to know the scariest part? Oh, look at this shot.
The scariest part is right there, where that immense robot with a 22.5-pound spinning drum was launched at yours truly. Folks at home can't see, but
there's
the giant,
huge, just rubbed away gash on the glass. It has not gone through, but it is clearly marred up.
Yeah, it is, and it is directly in line with us at the announcers
table. It would have hit the desk if that glass wasn't there.
What an incredible set of hits. And even, let's be honest here, Brandon did an incredible job for the most part, making sure that none of those hits were, dead center. None of them where he took the brunt, and still his robot barely held on by a thread.
He tried to get as much engagement on those shuffler pods as possible, but all Pepe Silvia has to do, all Luke has to do is pivot a little bit to get those side blades right into the path of your robot.
It's the beauty of these wide chassis designs, is it's almost impossible.
There's that shot of the damage up on. Look how high up that is. That is like almost 6 feet in the air.
Well, yeah, no, it is literally 6 feet up in the air. That is incredible. Again, for the folks at home, these are double thickness, double paned, bulletproof glass arenas. We go to a lot of trouble to make sure that they are able to contain these robots, but the fact that it can do that kind of damage, not just 6 inches off the ground, but 6 feet off the ground,
after tumbling through the air,
is stunning.
Now, for the first time ever, Luke Quintal has designed and built a second Pepe Silvia to bring to this event. Normally, he shows up with just one and some spare parts. For the first time ever, he's come with an entire spare robot. And it's built, it's past safety, it's ready to go.
Right. And so, talking to him, frankly, he needs it.
Yeah.
It is a complicated design. It is a robot that takes too long to repair in between matches if you take big damage. So you need to have a spare so that while one is fighting, the other is being prepped.
The way that thing is put together, it's like a clock. I mean, everything just really interconnects and intertwines in such a specific way. You have to take apart like 200 screws to get the whole thing apart.
Yeah, which, I mean, sometimes you have to do that, but obviously you want to avoid it as much as possible. The big problem isn't when it all, takes forever to put together. The big problem is when it gets a little tweaked, and maybe that one screw takes you 10 minutes of your 20 minutes
to just get off.
Just to remove it.
Yeah.
So, a lot of extra work can go into that, and hence that second robot becomes really critical at a time like this. You can see here our safety crew is sitting cage side, prepping to remove this robot from the arena. It sounds like there was a level of battery fire or some smoke coming off this robot. So it goes into the sand bucket. It is whisked out of the building as quickly as possible by people in proper protective equipment. It's a whole process, but we're thankful it's here. We're going to go. Oh, yeah, you can see that little bit of smoke coming off the robot there in the center bottom. Our house robots are equipped with fire suppression equipment. You can see Flo just lining up its shot. Any moment now, it will
now, keep in mind, when you see smoke coming off the robot, we don't know what that's from, right? Yes. It could be a burnout motor, it could be a burnout ESC, it could be a burnout battery, and that is where we have to be the most careful. So that's why we try to do our best to suppress the flame before we put it into the box. But even when we put it into the sandbox, they're wearing welding gloves, they're wearing respirator equipment to make sure they don't inhale anything that might be nauseous or bad for them. And then we get that thing outside as quickly as possible to just let it burn out. Yeah,
that is really the safest approach 99% of the time. Is if you can remove the battery, great, but the big thing is to get the battery outside, whether it's in the robot or not, and you let it do its thing. You put it in a safe condition where it can burn through.
Yes.
Generally speaking, you can't put these batteries out once they really get going. And then the robot competitor, the builder, is left with a smoldering heap to try and get back in the arena for our pleasure and enjoyment to watch it burn.
You get a lot of benefits from these lithium polymer batteries, but unfortunately, once they catch fire, and all you need to do to catch them on fire is really cut them open and expose the interior to air.
Yeah.
And then they just burst into flames, and you can't do anything about it. I mean, there's no flame suppression system in the world that can really put that out, and you just have to let it burn.
We do try. If you catch it early, it works out. It's one of the reasons we use CO2 fire extinguishers here, is they cool down the item. It's not just that it puts out the fire. It gets cold.
It adds cold to it.
And heat is really the enemy here. Once it gets into a state called thermal runaway, once it starts getting hot, all bets are off.
Yep, then you just have to let it go.
Anyhow, let's get back to the robots. We got a lot more great fights coming up for you here. Yes, this just in. Breaking news. Judge's decision. I don't know that it'll be a surprise to many people, but it is going in favor of Pepe Silvia, as we expected. But still, now it is official. They can take that win home.
No surprise. If you look at the end of the fight and one guy is missing a lot of their body parts, the other guy won the fight. It's just...
Well, you say that. Sometimes both guys are missing a lot of body parts here at NHRL.
Right. Yes.
But
absolutely.
yes, if only one is missing body parts, it's the one missing.
Not to take anything away from Brandon Bennett Young, he drove a phenomenal match. That was just a really tough geometry setup for him, and the weapon on Pepe Silvia is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is the best version of Pepe Silvia we have seen at this event. It's been a bit of a novelty in the past. It could very well walk away with a championship today.
Yeah, it's interesting. I talked with Luke a little bit earlier. Some of the tweaks that he made seem like such simple things, you know, expanding this flange by this much, or using a different material here and a different material there. Small things, the kind of optimization curve that might not make a huge difference on paper. I think it's going to make a huge difference over the course of the event.
Absolutely.
And it's that consistency that can really take you all the way, get you over the finish line, and bring you home.
Once you get to a certain level of this, it really is about those tiny little, like, how do you manage your wires inside of the bot? How do you connect the weapon to the actual body of the bot? Those little tweaks are what make the entire difference, right? You see two bots that look relatively identical. Somebody's got another 2-3 years of experience on their belt. They know how to make things work a little bit better. That bot's going to win.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things. We go earlier in the day, we saw Smack-A-Lantern, right? That is a competently built robot. It's a reasonable person with a good understanding of everything. There's still little things all over the robot. You go, I might not have done that. That's a little different. Okay, let's see how it works out. It's something that's early in its development stages versus something like Pepe Silvia, and that's incredible too because it's still a new robot.
It's relatively new,
and he's followed that curve so quickly.
Well, Luke's an extremely experienced builder, but congratulations to Luke and Team Pepe Kitty Miser. That is a mouthful of a name.
It is.
He brought home 3 points by winning a judge's decision for his team. You get 3 points for winning a judge's decision. You get 4 points for a knockout today. So you do get that little extra bump for disabling your opponent, and everybody's going to be shooting for that today, I think.
Yeah, I like that we've kind of lit a fire under the competitors today to push them that little bit extra to go for the kill, go for the knockout. Go big or go home. And speaking of go big, go home, we are going to go to Cage 1 for some big bot action.
Boy, did we go big into Cage 1. Check this out. We are looking at... This is super-sized, this big-wheeled robot up against Floor Letter Word. Floor Letter Word is... Normally, you would call this the kryptonite to the big-wheeled robot. It is a heavy horizontal spinner. But in recent years, this team, the Brutus team, has figured out a new material that has really improved their standing up against horizontal spinners. You can see these black wheels made out of a material, I believe, called Tegris.
Yeah, Tegris has proliferated in the combat robotics world. They've done some amazing things. It is incredibly durable, and not only is it durable, Kyle, but it is, we'll call it resilient to these kind of somewhere in between cut and impact blows that so many weapons do.
Yeah.
So you can see you've got a big spinning disc here on the front of Floor. I gotta get this right. Floor Letter Word.
It is a mouthful.
It is a mouthful. Yeah, that is not a sharpened blade. Think of that as a bludgeon. I mean, this is being hit with a small sledgehammer.
Yeah, it's spinning it over 200 miles per hour over and over and over again into your bot.
Over and over again. And what this can do is it simultaneously impacts and cuts a surface. And it just so happens that Tegris is absolutely incredible at absorbing those kind of hits.
5, 4,
Floor Letter Word, part
3,
of the Brett Breakers
2,
team. A bunch of bots that pride themselves at being able to take out a house bot if they want to. But right now, he's got a much bigger challenge in super size. And look at the spin up on both of these weapons, so fast.
Oh, I can see a wheel is already down on Supersize, but the weapon.
Oh yeah, look at that. The belt.
That's
a
belt
weapon belt.
That's a weapon belt. So the weapon is powered by 2 motors on Supersize, and each wheel is powered by its own motor as well.
And with 1 belt down, that means the weapon is at half power at best.
Right, and it seems as though it may be at. Oh no, it is running again. So it is weapon half power, wheel. Oh my!
No!
That is the one working wheel.
Woo, Jonathan Schultz and Supersize tapping out after that exchange. The Bread Breakers taking home a quick and easy 4 points.
My goodness, listen. When we talk about that rock, paper, scissors, as you said, the kryptonite to any big wheel is a big horizontal spinner. Tegris is a durable material, but it wasn't the Tegris that failed.
No.
Well, it was the Tegris that failed. It wasn't the edges of the wheel that failed. It was the point where it was mounted onto the center of the robot.
Yeah, some stress point there broke just because of this impact. And you got to give it to Alex Curtis of Floor Letter Word. His driving on this was exactly what he needed to do. He avoided the weapon. He was able to get those shots on the wheels. And when he did hit the weapon, he hit it at just the right angle to knock that belt out of place and into the path of the weapon, too. Look at those shots. Beautifully done.
Yeah, tearing big pieces off of those wheels. Oh, look at, yeah, the entire wheel sheared the material right in the center. I'm really eager to take a look a little closer later and see in the pits just what failed there. I don't know if that is an addressable issue.
No, that
going
was rough.
up against horizontal robots today at the competition. That is something that needs a design reset, frankly.
Yeah, that was a really rough spot for Jonathan Schultz and his team. Brutus Robotics, one of the best teams here in so many ways, but the rock, paper, scissors did not work in their favor. This is Cage 2. We are now going to 3-pound action. There's some very
5,
interesting
4,
physics going on in this
3,
arena. This is Eruption
2, 1.
versus Franklin.
Robots fight.
Nice box rush from Eruption. Brian Boxall, the driver of Eruption, just a devastatingly aggressive driver. You can see that on full display here. Not giving any motion available to Franklin. Now, Franklin is a shuffler, or a, what would you call that? It is a friction drive robot.
Yeah, my goodness, these hits are unrelenting. Eruption is such an aggressive robot driven by such an aggressive driver. I don't know that Franklin is going to have the durability to stand up to this kind of punishment, Kyle.
Absolutely not. Franklin moves by the motivation of its weapons, and half the weapon is down. The idea is if you take Eruption and jam it into the face of that robot before it gets up to full speed, which is what Brian's been able to successfully do, you can stop that weapon before it gets going.
Kyle, I don't think it matters right now. Eruption is just going full violence. Face-to-face hits over and over again and winning every single one of these exchanges.
Amazing. We saw this the last time Brian brought Eruption. He is not messing around with this robot. He was here to dominate. He is here to show that it is still a threat.
Man alive, that is the most aggressive match I have seen here at NHRL in a very long time.
Absolutely. Brian won dumpsters with this robot back in 2022, and it's had somewhat of a less extreme or lackluster showing since then. And then all of a sudden this year, he's made some design changes, he's made some tweaks, and he's come in with a completely different attitude on this bot. And it is, I mean, right up there with the best of the best. Look at those shots, just taking Franklin apart in that matchup. And Brian was all business.
Yeah, taking home an easy, and making it look easy, 4 points for Too Hot to Handle.
Great name for a team, by the way.
Absolutely. And I do love that design. Franklin is really unique, really interesting.
Yes.
I think if it's dialed in, it can do some serious damage. But when you're going up against a competitor like Eruption that is just, I mean, what do you do?
No, that is the thing, right? You can bring something unique, something really interesting like Franklin, and test it out, see how it works. And I feel like in our community in this part of the country, we do that a lot. People really want to experiment, try new things. But if you go up against a just meta, well-designed robot like Eruption and a driver like Brian Boxall, you're going to struggle with those new designs almost every time.
Well, it's tough, too, because as interesting as Franklin is, it is not a robot that is designed as what we call a meta breaker. Right? That robot is not designed to go up against Eruption. It's designed to go up against the average robot. And it probably would do a great job at that. And then you go up against something that is as dialed in and as tuned as Eruption and aggressive as Eruption. It's a much harder road to hoe.
Absolutely. Yeah, Eruption is, it's really changed a lot over the years. It was one of the best hub motor designs as we saw it originally. Now it is just perfectly belt-driven, perfectly balanced, and it hits like a tank.
All right, folks, we have some of my favorite robots here. We have Pinevictus going up against Pawsitively Hissterical.
Pinevictus is one of the best robots on the Leatherbacks team in their 3-pound weight class. It is absolutely vicious. Now, Pawsitively Hysterical, I would never call this bot vicious. I would call it adorable, charming, sweet, and resilient. And also kind of iconic.
No, it is amazing how many adorable things come out of Connecticut when you've got a situation like this. This is the cutest murderous cat in the building, by
Absolutely.
far.
Absolutely. Tom Farkas, the builder and designer of this robot. Great driver, really good builder, still relatively new to the sport. I mean, he hasn't been doing this for all that long. He has built some just iconic machines that we absolutely love. Look at this walking mechanism. Look at these paws.
Those paws are just going to slap someone silly.
This is the most engineered version of these paws, too. Look, the sandwich of the 3 different materials on there. It looks like he can actually take some horizontal hits with them.
No, and the amazing thing about Pawsitively Hysterical is that, like other robots on this team, it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It tends to last a lot longer, despite what seems like a weakness on its face.
So he's not going to get a knockout, but Tom is looking to get 3 points for a judge's decision for his team by outlasting Pinevictus in this matchup. He's taken on this kind of robot before. He knows what he's doing.
This is impressive, Kyle. Pawsitively Hysterical is deflecting a lot of these hits pretty well. Look at that terrifying paw action. Pinevictus getting slapped in the face and returning the favor with a somersaulting kitty in the corner of the arena. Pawz continues to run, relatively uninhibited. It is not stuck in this position, but not where it wants to be either.
Oof. You can see one half of the drive on Pawz. Looks like it's struggling a little bit there.
Yeah, it seems to be pushed into that right-hand paw situation pretty good. So it's having a hard time. It's just a little lazy paw.
Pinevictus really dominating the early part of this matchup. But now, yes, you can see that arm is off and both sides of the drive are working. Pawsitively Hysterical, extremely durable robot.
Yeah, it really is. And as much as we call the paws, let's be honest, they are terrifyingly fatal hammers.
I don't know. I wouldn't even want that to give me a back massage.
A little shiatsu?
Little shiatsu, yeah. Oosh, nice shot there. Pawz is really well designed in the sense that it can work in any position that you get it into. It's always going to be able to move. And when you're building a robot, you've got to think about the attrition. You've got to think about the fact that you're going to be knocked into a bunch of different positions, dropped from great heights, launched across the arena, and you have to still be able to move after each one of those engagements.
Oh, the servo motor for the right-hand hammer paw on the side.
It's just hanging out.
It's just hanging out. Look at that little guy. He's just hanging out.
We're now getting down to the last 30 seconds of this matchup. It does look like this is going to be going to the judges. Pinevictus just getting shot after shot after shot, and Paws just won't die.
Yeah, this is using every one of that cat's 9 lives. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a judge's decision here, which is absolutely incredible. Pinevictus is a serious, deadly robot, and Pawsitively Hysterical is a cute little kitty. And the cute little kitty made it 3 minutes in a, all-out cage match.
I mean, Alex Wang is the design and build officer for the UMD Leatherbacks team. He is the guy in charge of just quality control for the team, and this is his robot. It is an amazing machine. And still not able to take Paws out that matchup.
No, it's... And Kyle, there's a little bit of a superpower here. We don't talk about this a lot, but when you go up against a robot that is that cute, that is that beloved, one, there's no winning that match. If you win against Paws, did you really win? Like,
right.
You took something from us.
You beat up on Paws.
You beat up on Paws. Yeah. And if you lose, you lost to Paws.
Oh, man, you're right.
Not only that, but as you're a driver, you're sitting there, you're a minute in, you're 2 minutes in, you're 2.5 minutes into this match, and you're sitting thinking, I haven't won yet.
Yeah.
You're getting desperate. If you're not cool as a cucumber, you can really get lost in this, I need to prove myself. That's where you start making mistakes. That's when you start doing dumb things that can get you in trouble. We have an announcement coming through. In Cage 1, okay, the next 2 fights, yes. Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we were going to have the next few fights in Cage 1, but because of damage sustained in the last couple of matches, we are going to repair the cage. Everything is safe, but we want to head off at the pass before anything gets questionable. We're going to move to another one of our large cages here, cage number 4, to resume fighting in just a few minutes while Cage 1 gets patched up, prettied up, and ready for prime time.
I think, that Pepe fight really caused a little bit more damage that we're comfortable with this early in the competition.
Well, and also, Kyle, remember, we need good sight lines. We need to make sure the folks at home are able to see everything crystal clear in sparkling 4K. That's another consideration here.
So this is a fight we have been really looking forward to today. This is Maximizer, who's already broken one of our test cages earlier today, believe it or not, with this powerful weapon, going up against Sweep.
You can see Aaron Hill looking very excited there.
Aaron Hill is one of the most just creative designers and builders in this sport. We love having him around when he's able to make it out for these competitions, and he always brings something unique and weird and interesting, usually with a drive system that makes no sense to normal people.
4,
you know what's nice,
3,
Kyle?
2,
we get to experience another clean
robots
fight. Oh, right off the bat, a piece coming off of Sweep. You don't expect that.
No.
Big pieces.
Now, the armor on Sweep is 100% flexible, able to just absorb impacts, but I will say the blade on Maximizer is sharp enough to possibly cut through it instead of bounce off of it.
Oh, that robot is in a bad spot. Sweep is upside down.
Tap out.
Wow.
It dead bugged.
Yeah, normally it would be able to self-right in that position, but it looks like those hits on the weapon made Aaron unable to use the lifter and self-right.
Yeah, that was quick. Now, Aaron Hill is someone who does this with an eye on creativity and engineering experimentation. So This is a robot that was designed not just to put on a good show, not just to be a good competitor, but also to try something new.
Aaron rolled out here with several robots. One of the robots he actually rolled out here with is a Frisbee golf robot?
He loves Frisbee golf.
And he designed a robot that can toss discs, and so he's going to be filming some content while he's out here on the East Coast with that robot. So he brought this robot to just kind of play around, experiment with some new design ideas, and then he also brought that one. He's just such a cool guy, I mean, all the way around. Unfortunately, he had to go up against Maximizer, a robot made to eat other robots.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about how a lot of these weapons are bludgeoning robots to death, basically. It's not just a question of getting hit with a sharp blade, it's actually getting hit with something that has a big impact behind it. Maximizer, you can see it's this relatively thin disc, right? That gives it a little more cut. That gives it an ability to like get in there, go a little deeper, go a little harder, and you know, that damage adds up really fast.
Especially when you're going up against flexible style armor like he had on this robot. That kind of cuts through that a little bit more than bounces it off like you'd hope.
Yeah, it's a interesting strategy. It's still kind of early in people figuring out that particular back and forth, but there's a balance to be had. If you have a sharper blade, sometimes you can cut deeper, but you cut deeper, you have a higher chance of getting stuck, you have a higher chance of putting a big load on your motor as it has to cut a deeper gash. So that's a balancing act.
Yeah.
And not only is it something you got to figure out over time for your robot, you got to figure it out as you go from opponent to opponent. It's not always the same depending on who you're fighting.
All right, this just in. We have a judge's decision. It's in favor of Pinevictus. No surprise there. Wonderful job to the Leatherbacks team. That is 3 points awarded to them. Similarly, we just had 4 points awarded to the Pepe Kitty Miser team because of that beautiful knockout from Maximizer. Jake Hoffman bringing home the bacon, as it were, to his team.
And the Pepe Kitty Miser team, yes.
Yeah.
They are going to be a team that is bringing home knockouts all day.
Yeah.
All of the robots on that team are set up as a little bit of glass cannon. They might get destroyed, but when they win, they're usually sending their opponent home in pieces.
Absolutely. Every single one of those bots is a hard-hitting machine. I got to tell you, some of the innovation that Jake Hoffman has done specifically on that weapon mount of his robot is terrifying.
Yes.
It is able to dish out so much more damage with a slightly lighter weapon, and yet so much more kinetic energy behind it because he's just added these little design tweaks, these little design changes that are going to make it so it doesn't fly off. We've seen that happen in so many competitions where throughout the day that metal just gets weaker and weaker, and then you see the weapon just pop off. That shouldn't be a problem with him today with all this work that he's put in.
Yeah, and I'll also say this. Jake has made my job. So in addition to hosting here, I work as a safety director here at NHRL. When we're not sitting behind the desk, we're figuring out how to make things safe here. And thanks, Jake, because he keeps me busy. We have to keep upgrading our cages. Every time he comes up with a new idea, we have to say, okay, well, is this safe? And what can we do here at NHRL to make sure that this is safe? We've had to go through several revisions just because he and his team keep showing up with more intense robots.
Absolutely. He did break one of our test boxes earlier today.
Yeah.
Which is why you actually had to run upstairs just before we were ready to go on air. Everybody was like, where'd Ricky go? We were like, well, he's got to deal with a bit of a safety issue.
And just to be clear, we say break. He caused damage that needed to be repaired. The test box functioned. Everything did what it was supposed to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's not a foregone conclusion, especially as some of there's other competitions out in the world. Robots have gotten so much more powerful over the last few years. Everyone's kind of hitting their limits. And so we've had to put more time and energy into making sure that we're, keeping up with the Joneses.
Absolutely. All right, so speaking of which, Cage 1 has been repaired, which means that we will be able to continue fights in that cage, and our next fight will be in Cage 1. But yeah, we do have to keep up with the improvements on these bots year over year over year, because these things are outpacing the cages. If you have a cage that's, 7, 8, 10 years old, it might not even be close to up to snuff to handle these modern robots.
Yeah. And thankfully, the communities that fight these robots across the country, across the world, really, have done a really wonderful job either upgrading their arenas or, putting some considerations on the robots to make sure that they're within the safe limits of the arena. Either one is a valid approach.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, we are going to go to Cage 1, ladies and gentlemen. That freshly rebuilt cage is now housing a couple of our favorite competitors. We've got Xupa-Cabra going up against BattleTots.
I love this matchup for so many reasons. Xupa-Cabra is a Brazilian-designed robot. It is a vicious little machine. It takes a lot of damage while dishing out massive hits, and BattleTots is a multi-bot configuration by two of the best drivers and designers in our league. They are absolutely brilliant guys. It is so cool to see them working together with this collaborative project. And these bots hit so hard for their size. Now, what's cool to me about this is Brazilians are so used to building these compact, tight machines. These all look like they're roughly the same size in the box.
Yeah.
But truthfully, Xupa-Cabra is bigger and heavier than the other two.
Yeah, it's almost double. It's amazing what gets packed into such an area. I think if the Brazilian teams could bring just a solid block of steel and put it in the arena, they would. Meanwhile, BattleTots, I'm very excited to see this because they have really leaned into the multi-bot style. There's a lot of ways to build multi-bots, but these two robots, how should we put this? They're homages to larger robots.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they took some design inspiration from some heavier weight robots. And they're really true to form to those heavier weight robots, which I think is cool. Not just in their aesthetics, but also really in their functionality. These things hit like crazy power.
Yeah.
There's Matt Lantry, Kevin Biagini, two of the best drivers in the league. And I got to tell you, I love the aesthetic of their team. They look great.
5.
Yeah, the
4,
jerseys here
3,
today have really
2,
stepped up the appearance of so many folks.
Robots,
and it just fits them. Away we go. You can see those long, flexible forks on the green half of BattleTots.
And
doing exactly the job they're supposed to do.
No forks at all on Xupa-Cabra. It is going full in, just weapon in your face.
Kyle, I think that might be a tactical error because the forks on both of the BattleTots are working incredibly well against Xupa-Cabra.
That long fork on our green froggy version of the BattleTots is doing the work right now. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. It is just manhandling. Both of the BattleTots are just manhandling the Xupa-Cabra.
Keep in mind, these things weigh almost half of what Xupa-Cabra weighs, and they are just dominating it just based on geometry alone.
Yeah, the weapon had spun down on Xupa-Cabra. It is now back up to speed. And folks, what we're going to see is a real driving challenge for BattleTots. If they can keep doing what they're doing, great. They make one mistake, and their robot is going to get blown in half.
Wow. That was a beautiful shot, end over end hit against Xupa-Cabra.
Well, Xupa-Cabra is now starting to... Yes!
Oh,
that's the hit they want to avoid. Xupa-Cabra has now gotten on the offensive. I think they were shaken up at the beginning of this match. They didn't expect these halflings to bring such, force to their hits.
Does look like half the drive on the white and blue side of BattleTots is really struggling. But nope, he's got it back up and running now. Shook loose whatever was wrong with it.
Kyle, this is multi-botting done right. Both of these robots are a threat. Both of these robots are serious business.
And they're just trading, taking turns to come in and take these hits. So there's really no downtime for Xupa-Cabra to reallocate themselves. There they go. They're able to get some engagement there now that they got that half of BattleTots upside down. Where is the Beeforce half of BattleTots? It's gone.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that is a big hit.
And that is the new rainbow base plates they put on their BattleTots. They told me earlier today, if you see those, that means we're probably in big trouble at that point in the matchup.
Yeah, that is not a very... It can drive inverted, but it is not a robot that works well when inverted.
Look at those flexible forks working beautifully when they're on the ground, but up in the air really gives the weapon on Xupa-Cabra a lot of engagement.
Now, folks, the way these fights work, this is going to be going to a judge's decision, but if you want to knock out a multi-bot, you need to knock out both halves.
Yep. Yeah, they are considered a full robot in and of themselves, so it's like only knocking out half the drive on a normal robot when you knock out half of this multi-bot configuration.
This will be going to the judges. BattleTots really dominated the first half of that match, but boy, did Xupa-Cabra make up for that in spades.
Absolutely. Xupa-Cabra is a just quintessential Brazilian design. Small, compact, a drum that hits like a ton of bricks.
Well, and it's funny, too, because it's such a small drum. It is a physically small drum, but as with everything on these robots, it's very dense.
Yes.
It's got a lot of weight behind it. Not only does it hit hard, but it can just kind of keep spinning. It has a lot of power behind it. You'll have hit after hit after hit, and that's a lot of what makes it so dangerous.
They also really forego a lot of the issues we have here with belts and pulleys by doing a tangential drive system, which is just a direct drive from the motor to the wheel in so many ways, where you have just a stem coming off of the motor that's driving the exterior of the wheel itself, using the wheel as its own pulley. It adds a lot of direct power to the motor that you don't really see with some of the other drive systems, and it gives you a lot less space to work with. BattleTots having to be drugged to the door before the judge's decision by the broom. That's not a good look, guys.
It certainly is not.
Team Pandemonium. They're just a wholesome bunch of folks. Like I love going to their portion of the pits because it's a family atmosphere. They just absolutely adore each other, you could tell, and they're like so good at working together. I was talking to Ariel from that team earlier today. She was telling me they've really started to consolidate their weapon motor types. Oh yeah, here's a nice shot of the pits. And consolidate their gear so that they can all share parts across all of their robots, even across weight classes, which I think is so smart. So the pits are set up very differently today in these kind of U shapes so that the teams can all work together very closely.
Yeah, it is a very different approach here. Normally, I'd say it's about twice this packed.
Yes.
But you can see now we have these little nodes of activity in the U-shaped benches. This is something new. It seems to be working really well, as you touched on earlier, having teams that are sharing more parts, sharing more tools, sharing more expertise seems to be really leading to some dialed-in designs today. It's very impressive.
And I have noticed they've been taking a triage approach to their robots. If they get two of them up and working and through safety, everybody really kind of piles onto the one robot they still have to get through.
Correct.
You saw that earlier today with the Brutus team really trying to get their 30-pound robot passed through safety after they got their other two just dialed in and working.
Yeah.
Pits are looking not so stressful right now, actually.
No,
it's kind of calm there.
It's a testament to the talent that we have brought here today. I am stunned with the level of preparedness that we have going.
Absolutely.
We've got folks that are really excited to be here. I mean, this is a fun event. This is the first teams event we've had. It's an invitational. So we've got not just the best of the best, but some of the most passionate people in the sport here in the house today.
Absolutely, yes. And we're excited to have them here. I mean, one of the best parts about doing an invitational is you can not just bring the top-notch murder machines in the sport. You can also bring the crowd favorites, the people that everybody just loves to see out there every single time.
Yeah, and don't forget, folks, you can tune in for any other event to see the whole range of people, because it really is what makes NHRL the special place that it is the fact that you also have, you know, the little father-son team, the mother-daughter team, whatever it is, going up against some of these veterans of the sport. Speaking of veterans of the sport,
oh my!
This is a fight I have been excited for. This is Knockoff White going up against Synthesis 30.
Synthesis 30, also brought to you by Team Pandemonium. It is an homage to another bot from this same team, from Knockoff White's team. Synthesis 30 is a brand new robot, but it has so much DNA from past designs from Corey Nason. It is a massive vertical weapon. The design of the armor package is modular, so we can really customize it for who he has to go up against. And this thing looks incredible. I cannot wait to see how this works. Corey's very good at designing this style of robot at this point. Now, Knockoff White is something completely different. This is a shuffler hammer bot. One of the heaviest robots in the competition today, quite frankly.
Yeah, because of that shuffler bonus, it is allowed to be 50% heavier than its opponent because it puts that effort into using not wheels to drive around, essentially. But that means that hammer is hitting just, that little bit harder, or more than a little bit harder. I talked to Adam Wrigley earlier. He'll be driving Knockoff White in this match. Adam is very much a veteran competitor. And he goes, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about Synthesis. He goes, oh, wait, I do. Go hit him with the hammer. I'm going to go right in his face, and I'm going to hit him with the hammer.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a very similar bot on their team, like normally on their team, called Emulsifier. So he is used to seeing and working with this style of robot with the giant vertical weapon. It's going to be interesting to see them face off against each other. And there's a little bit of Adam's normal strategy that he's not able to implement today due to some rule changes that we have. There is not the plethora of multi-bots you normally see in there with Knockoff White today. It is just Knockoff White all by themselves. Has to rely 100% on the main bot for their strategy.
3,
and again,
2,
they are going to go,
fight.
I presume,
Robots
full,
fight.
Right, face to face, fist to fist. And the big smack, here it comes. Get him in the wall.
Bam, right into the side of the weapon motor, trying to snipe a belt off of that weapon pulley. They've got him pinned right off the bat. Because of the weight and those forks on Knockoff White, they really can be a bully in this arena. Shoving these bots around.
Oh,
no!
Huge
Shots!
hits! And that's what Emulsifier needs to do. If they've got a robot stuck, take advantage of it. Deal out those big hits. Do the damage while you have the opportunity. They are allowing this unstick to happen. I don't think it matters, Kyle.
No.
I think that hammer hit was all it took to disable Synthesis.
Yeah, that is a tap out. Knockoff White bringing home a 4-point knockout victory for their team. Beautiful job, Adam Wrigley. That driving was impeccable. Those shots were amazing.
Listen, I was over here on the edge of my seat. I'm nervous for Adam as he's facing this down. That takes some serious willpower, some serious nerve to look down one of the biggest diameter weapons, the fastest, most powerful weapons in this sport, and say, you know what, I'm just going to punch it right in the face.
Absolutely, yes. Reasonable Fight Club, one of the scariest kind of dream team collaborations that we have here today. Two of the best teams kind of coming together to put out an amazing show for us. Able to take out a relatively new bot from Corey Nason and Team Pandemonium. I think once Corey gets this bot dialed in, it is going to be a world beater. But as of today, it's still going to have those new bot issues, and boy, did those new bot issues get shook out by a giant axe in this fight against Knockoff White.
I got to say, I am so excited for Adam. Look at that. You can see it did Synthesis did a substantial amount of damage to itself in that exchange. And then these subsequent hits, that's all it took. Synthesis was just a pile of parts up against the arena wall by the end of that match.
So the Wrigley brothers operate this robot together, and they have no fear of launching that weapon full bore into any spinning mass. They don't care. They're just going to hit you no matter what.
And it's worth noting, I mean, that's a big, scary-looking hammer. That's made essentially of the same armor that all of these other robots are bringing.
That's exactly right.
They are launching I don't know what it weighs off the top of my head, maybe a 10-pound piece of armor steel plating directly at an opponent's weapon.
With a specialized weapon motor, by the way, that is specifically designed and torqued to cause the most damage with a hammer. I mean, they have put so much engineering prowess into the hammerbot design. And like we said earlier today, that's not easy mode at these competitions. You have to be an incredibly talented driver and competitor to not only design a hammerbot effectively, but drive one effectively as well. The Wrigleys are experts.
And boy, the feeling of essentially bragging rights that you get coming out of a fight like that, saying, you know, I took the hard way around and I still just slapped my opponent silly in a literal sense in this case with a big hammer, it feels great. So I can only imagine the walking on air feeling that Adam has returning to the pits right now, because he didn't take a lot of damage in that fight either.
No, he's fine. He's got a little bit of paint to fix, basically. All right, so we do have an update for you guys. We do have a judge's decision win for Xupa-Cabra. Congratulations to them.
I think no surprise there, but really impressive showing from BattleTots nonetheless.
Absolutely, BattleTots looking great, but Pandemonium 2 losses in a row right there. Not great for their team standings.
No, it is not where they want to be at this point in the competition. They've got a little more time to try and work their way back. It's going to shake down to what happens with other teams at that point to see whether or not it's even possible. We won't count them out yet, but not a good place to be.
No, that's a pretty rough spot to be. They lost out on a lot of points. Meanwhile, Reasonable Fight Club bringing home the victory right there for them. That is a really great shot and 4 points for the team. Not bad.
Yeah.
If you're getting knockouts with a hammer bot,
it's something else.
It's something else.
And that's the way to do it, too, is remember, again, this is a every action has an equal opposite reaction. If you've got a giant weapon on your robot, that weapon can become a target for the opponent. All that needs to happen is for that robot to get set askew just a little.
Yep.
And it can do a tremendous amount of damage back to everything else that's attached to it. And that's what we saw in this fight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so right now we're going to go to Cage 1. Oh, I'm so excited about this matchup. This is Mulsie from the Dream Team going up against Goose. Look at the cape. I appreciate that. Goose is a drum spinner. You can see it's got kind of a goosey theme to it. But they have to go up against Mulsie, which is a multi-time world champion at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we talk here about big, scary, vertical spinning discs. This is the big, scary, vertical spinning disc of this competition, and maybe even this league.
Yes.
It is a little toned back, I think, today compared, from what I understand. It's slightly toned back in that it has a long day ahead of it. You don't necessarily want to go full bore right from the beginning. But I promise you, looking at this robot, it is going to seem terrifying from square one.
Absolutely. And the thing about Matt Boras, I mean, he's normally part of Bots FC. They just have beautiful quality control in their robots. The joke is he always shows up with a bot he just took off the shelf. He hasn't touched it since the last competition. Why would he fix something that isn't broken? But he has made one improvement for today, and that's specifically on the back wheels. He's added some spikes to those back wheels so that if those... Oh, no!
Smoke immediately coming off. Oh, smoke, a little bit of smoke from both robots there, but an absolutely massive hit on Goose.
Goose attempted that box rush right off the bat. It was a bad move to box rush into that weapon on Mulsie.
Oh, that robot is getting chewed to bits.
Oh, no! The weapon of Goose launched into that side plate. Wood just getting tossed all over the arena. The unstick has been called for. Flo trying to get in there, but they're not able to move Mulsie out of the way. Mulsie chewing away at the side armor of Goose. The force is gone!
Kyle.
This is such a scary robot. Ah, no! Oh, the underplate just getting wrecked.
There are pieces everywhere. Chunks of robot litter the arena.
Credit to the Birds Aren't Real team. Goose is still driving, and the weapon is still going after all of those hits and all of that damage.
Yeah, Goose is no less scary, but goodness gracious. And look, this could be the weapon-to-weapon hit.
Especially when the weapon's spinning upside down like that. You've got the forces going against each other, and those hits are massive. Big tap out win. The Dream Team takes home 4 points and a knockout victory against Birds Aren't Real.
The pieces that are missing from Goose right now are... I have no words. The pieces that are missing from that robot and the intensity with which they were ejected was stunning. Look at that. The entire left-hand side of that robot is just no longer there.
Whew. I mean, that was intense.
The Birds Aren't Real team looking surprisingly cool and collected there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you go up against Mulsie and you
just hope you survive.
You hope that you've prepared yourself enough. And granted, it's a robot that it can be beaten. We've seen it be beaten. But you need to have all your gooses in a row to get there.
And quite frankly, the bot that's had the most success against Mulsie isn't here today.
Yes, that's a good point as well. These hits are immense. This is 30 pounds of robot just being thrown up in the air like it's almost nothing. And folks, look at the fact that that weapon isn't even slowing down on Mulsie. It's just continuing to spin, ready to deck out another hit.
There's Matt Boras. You can see him operating the controller over there. He is just an amazingly talented designer and a very good driver. That bot, so what I was saying before, that incredibly devastating matchup, those back pulleys that are operating those treads now have spikes on them. They now have cleats on them. So if the tread gets removed, the bot can still move around.
Yeah.
Just adding one more layer of durability to a bot that's already almost impossible to kill.
So Kyle, I'm really interested to see, because that could also introduce a vulnerability. We'll get into it a little later, but I'm interested to see if the robot holds up as well as it usually does. In the meantime, we are going to go to Cage 2. We've got Chainsaw Kitty going up against Subtraction. Chainsaw Kitty, a huge crowd favorite here. Designer, builder, driver, Keziah Sky. Going up against Subtraction. I like the cone edition. I know that's not new
smart.
for today, but it's looking a little extra traffic cone, and I appreciate it.
Yes, me too.
Robots,
Subtraction brought to you by Seth Schaefer, YouTube star and prolific bot designer. This is a tough matchup for Seth, though. Keziah drives a mean machine, and that weapon is absolutely devastating.
The entire weapon assembly has been removed from the top of Subtraction.
So now Subtraction has to do what Seth is very good at, and that's being a control bot.
Honestly, I think Subtraction will drive dramatically better now. This may improve the chances of Subtraction getting through the match.
Nope, that's a tap out.
Oh,
So that means Team Pepe Kitty Miser getting yet another knockout victory for the day. Keziah coming home with 4 more points for the team.
Listen, we talked earlier about how this is a robot that is going to bring home KO after KO after KO.
Amen.
And Keziah's out for blood.
I mean, she always is, but the improvements she's made on this bot just over the last month are terrifying. There is a special new weapon material. She won't tell me what it is for the actual weapon itself. She's like, nope, top secret, can't tell you. And the actual bot itself, just little tweaks, little improvements to make it more reliable and specifically more manageable throughout the day so that the attrition doesn't get to her like it normally does.
And here's the thing. This robot is showing up. This is the first time that I'm aware of that Chainsaw Kitty is showing up without its mini-bot.
That is correct.
Normally it comes in a multi-bot configuration with another smaller robot. It has put everything into this larger robot today, really honed down the thing to focus on. And I'm wondering if that might actually be a bit of a boon, because it's only one thing to concentrate on, one thing to get working, one thing to hone in.
Similarly, though, I mean, she has really been saved by her partner's driving of that mini-bot in the past, Knife Cat. It's one of the hardest working mini-bots in the game, for sure.
Yes.
And it's changed the outcome of a lot of fights for them. I mean, but that's a resource that's gone today. That's also something less that they have to focus on today. Look at the forks missing.
Yeah, there's a good bit missing. It looks like all the pieces are there. I bet you could build a robot out of that, Kyle.
You know, I would not be surprised if you could. So Seth Schaefer not able to bring it home for his team today, the Just Longbird team. Seth is kind of, I guess, the unofficial captain of that team in several ways. He's definitely got a lot of experience in the sport. But he is going to be struggling to get that bot back together and working for their next matchup after that.
He is. There's a lot to do, and I think that is a robot that you notice. Well, what happened there is that weapon is essentially attached to the top of the motor, which is mounted in the center of that robot. So it should be easy to repair. You pull the motor out, you put a new motor in, you bolt the weapon onto the new motor, and you're done. But if it continues to perform like that for the rest of the day, it's going to have big problems. That was unstable throughout the entirety of the match.
Yep.
It wasn't able to line up good hits. There's something amiss with its driving or its configuration or both. And even if they get it back together, he's really going to have to step it up to continue to have a chance in this competition.
And that is atypical for Seth. Normally he shows up at these competitions all the way dialed in. And quite frankly, you have like 6 YouTube videos of his process leading up to the competition. So I don't know what happened there.
It's why I feel comfortable pointing it out, is the fact that Seth is usually so dialed in about these things. It's notable that that is not the case right now. I hope he gets it together, because his creations really can put on an amazing show. And,
absolutely.
And be very competitive.
Normally he would not only have a chance against Kitty, he would probably go for the full 3 minutes, probably get a judge's decision. That was a just dominant performance by Keziah, and a lot of it was because Seth's bot wasn't doing what it normally does.
Yeah. You can see early in the match, I don't know if we can go to a replay or not, but the robot is just destabilized. And that's something that we see a lot with vertical spinners, but with horizontals, you don't normally see that as bad, but it just kind of tilted up, and that's a gyroscopic issue with its weapon.
All right, so
unusual.
We just got an unusual announcement from the control booth, and you might know something about this. For safety reasons, we are asking that everyone stay 15 feet back from the box for the next matchup.
Yes, that is an implementation. Excuse me, an implementation of the Norwalk County Fire Code, which means, ladies and gentlemen, I am extremely excited to bring to you Dutch Oven going up against Fun Size. Dutch Oven is today's only fire-based robot, but boy, is it fire-based. It is an absolutely devastating flamethrower that comes out of this robot. They've added, I'm going to say, space satellite-esque wings to the side of this robot.
This is obviously a strategy to help fight against a big-wheeled robot, which to my knowledge, I don't think that this robot has fought a big-wheeled robot to date. So this is an interesting strategy. This is the most technologically advanced flamethrower in combat robotics, period, the end, in any weight class. It is an absolute engineering marvel brought to you by this team. I mean, the way that they compress the air and include the air into the propane mix in this causes such a hot flame. They actually have a lot of issues that they have to work out within the bot to make it actually function.
Kyle, we allow competitors to bring a lot of fuel in their robots. It's actually a stunning amount of fuel is allowed to be in these robots. Dutch Oven can burn through it if it wants to in 40 seconds. 40 seconds of flamethrower can dump 8 ounces of fuel onto your opponent. That's horrifying.
Now, Fun Size, being a big-wheel robot, does not get any kind of a weight bonus despite how large it is. It is operating on wheels, essentially, custom wheels, and cool wheels with these neat little cleats that are cut into them, actually into the profile of the design. Super smart innovation by the Dorflers. But I am very curious to see how a mostly plastic robot is going to hold up to this onslaught by Dutch Oven.
I'm also amazed. My understanding, putting my eyes over his shoulder at the safety meeting, was that Dutch Oven is relatively close to our weight limit.
Yes, it is.
It's very close. I want to know how it got all this weight to run these immense wings. I mean, clearly it's not a very heavy material, but still, those...
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of wing, yeah. I mean, it's clearly an add-on to their normal, capture mechanism. So what this bot normally does is it can pin you inside of those jaws and really hold you in place to apply the flame to you. That's not super useful with a bot the diameter of Fun Size. So they really kind of shrunk that down. Perhaps that's where they got the weight from, but yeah, that's tight.
I also got to wonder, if it is that lightweight, are these wings just going to get absolutely torn to pieces?
Yeah, the weapon on Fun Size is no joke. Now, I will say, Fun Size also, right up to the weight limit, they had to cut these chunks out of the wheels just so they could apply the flame-resistant tape.
You say that, Kyle, but also, those chunks, if it needs to run over top of Dutch Oven, it can do so now.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more engagement. Good point.
Look at that flame. You can see with our infrared camera the intensity that Dutch Oven can bring, although that flame is not running the way it usually does.
No, that was very bright, but not as concentrated and hot as we're used to.
Not at all. It seems to struggle to light up today. I don't know what's going on.
I know that Alex, the team captain for Dutch Oven, is really... Oh, no.
Dutch Oven has a wing torn off. There's the fire, but it's going to have a hard time delivering it now.
Oh,
there it goes.
Beautiful shot from the fire. Finally got that up and running, but so much damage to the kind of exterior of the bot, the self-righting mechanisms, the wings, everything that it was using to protect itself from this very situation, from being inverted.
Yeah, you can see the drive pod's still working great, but oh man, Fun Size taking home a win.
Don Dorfler driving this bot beautifully, bringing home 4 points for his team. Brutus Robotics, beautiful job.
Man, what a fight.
Alex Grant from Team Reasonable Fight Club bringing home their second loss of the day.
I do really hope that that robot gets its flamethrower dialed in. They're clearly struggling a little more than usual. I wonder, normally they have a mini bot that helps them light their main robot's flame system. It carries a separate ignition system. I don't think they brought that today. So they might need to do a little bit more fine tuning to get this robot to ignite properly. We're going to have to see.
Now, I just heard from Control, this is Fun Size's first fight since 2020 with this robot, with this weight class and this size. Now, the Dorflers do bring a lot of big-wheeled robots to these competitions. This is no design, this is not a very different design from what they normally do. But it's cool that they were able to bring this thing out after 4 years and get a win against a massively talented team.
Yeah, you can see, you know, pretty good corralling there at the beginning of the fight. But that wing, again, not that sturdy, gets torn off in rapid succession, and I think that's what really cost them the match.
Yeah, the Dorfler's really able to take advantage of that and just, oh, look at the flames just lingering on the capture mechanism there too.
Yeah, frankly, I think they would have been better served by having that big jaw capture a wheel, hold on to the robot, and then just see how they could do with the fire.
I think you're right. Take advantage of some of the flexibility of the wheel on Fun Size.
It's interesting. It's a mantra of the robot that they just lost to of don't change anything.
Yeah, we could speculate all we want to. That might have been their best chance.
Yeah, it's hard to say. But you'll always wonder now. So in cage one, we have Nightcrawler going up against RoboCat.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
away
fight.
We go.
Nightcrawler, just one of the most successful robots in this weight class. RoboCat, relatively newer robot. You can see...
Big hit there.
Yeah, that's what Nightcrawler does. I mean, that drum is just able to dish out these massive, punishing hits over and over again.
And it's another one of these robots that is set up to deliver hit after hit while staying stable, while staying reliable. Sure, the individual hits might not cleave a robot in half. Oh, speaking of reliability, we've got smoke coming out of Nightcrawler. That appears to be...
Yeah, that's the weapon of some sort that's not working anymore.
Yeah, I think that is a motor controller fire. It's hard to say for sure, though.
But RoboCat looking pretty worse for the wear. I mean, RoboCat is a senior design project for the University of Cincinnati in Ohio. It's a great robot. It's very well put together, but man, those shots early in the matchup from Nightcrawler have disabled a lot of this robot. So we are now down to the battle of attrition with 1 minute and 49 seconds left in this matchup. I don't think the weapon's going to come back on Nightcrawler today.
No, well, today, hopefully, but not in this match. However, RoboCat has done the thing, ladies and gentlemen. It is upside down. It is going to require an unstick.
They only get one.
It needs to be very careful not to put itself in that position again. Just a driving mistake, and you can end up inverted in a situation like that. But this is a pushing match. At this point, it is all going to be about endurance and control. Neither of these robots is set up primarily as a control robot, but of the two, Nightcrawler with those little orange forks you can kind of see at the bottom has a huge advantage in being able to push around its opponent. And you can see that in the Nightcrawler so far, very much on the aggressive side of things. RoboCat very much on the, not exactly retreat, but we'll say it's trying to find its moment.
They need a more optimized angle to really push on Nightcrawler. Something from the side, something perpendicular. Because, yeah, direct head-to-head like this, Nightcrawler's going to win every time. Larger wheel diameter, a lot more grip with those wheels, too.
And these little orange forks.
Gets them right up and underneath.
Trifecta bringing Nightcrawler to, pushing supremacy.
And Pete Covert, I mean, he's just got so much experience in this game. He has been doing this for years. He knows what to do when the match comes down to no weapons. He's been here before dozens and dozens of times. So we are going to a judge's decision. Wonderful job to both teams. We'll have to see what the judges say.
So it's interesting. That motor that seems to have burned out, or the electronics driving it, that is relatively new change to Nightcrawler. Oh, interesting. So that is an addition that has not proved out before. They've had previous problems with motors just not being powerful enough.
Yeah.
I gotta wonder, did they go to a bigger motor and now their electronics didn't support it, their battery wasn't enough, whatever it may be. Clearly that is a point for an improvement, and we're gonna have to see if they're able to bring that to the table here today, or if it's gonna continue to be a problem throughout the rest of this competition.
Whoa.
Oh, we gotta be careful.
Closing the door. Not sure what just happened there, but that was a little bit disconcerting.
Yeah.
These are incredibly powerful machines. You do not want to have your hands around them when they're in any way operational.
Yeah, we have a very specific process for how robots are allowed to be addressed and handled when the arena door opens, how the safety mechanisms must be installed, how the robots must be deactivated before they're handled. It's easy in the moment to slip up, but it's absolutely intolerable here at NHRL. We do not allow competitors to take even a small level of anything less than the most care possible. Yeah. Yep. So when a competitor is approaching these robots, the refs, the cage managers, they will jump right in there and make sure that they're doing it right immediately.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I will say, I know Pete, and he doesn't normally look this gray and white. I don't know what's going on. He must be under a lot of stress right now.
Yeah, it adds up, It's a lot to it.
Pete Carver, part of the hip replacements team. Mm-hmm. They're joking about the fact that they've all been in this sport for a very long time. They've all been involved for a very long time. Yeah. But they're not that old.
Well, it's amazing, right? Because this is a sport that really started to come into the public's mind late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I don't know, I'm not that much into other sports, but there are sports that are thousands of years old,
for
right?
Sure.
So some of the old hands at this sport are still in, their 30s.
Yeah.
Because people got engaged as kids in the 90s.
Yep.
And even the people who were the old pros back in the 90s are generally still doing this.
Yeah, a lot of them are, yeah.
And we have competitors. It's one of the amazing things to see people going up against childhood heroes, seeing people going up against different generations. How many times can you have, like, a great-grandfather going up, like, against a great-granddaughter? Like, it's happened.
We've definitely had matches with people in their 70s and 80s going up against 7- and 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's a normal thing in this sport, and it's not a sport you age out of very easily.
No, I mean, certainly there are some upper limits The robots are heavy. Let's be honest. Some of these are a lot just to come up and down the stairs. But as long as you're passionate about it, as long as you're still with it, you can keep competing.
And what I love is age doesn't necessarily connotate your experience level, right? One of the best competitors here, and one of the more longer the two competitors here, is relatively new to the sport. That being Glenn Boxall. He's only been doing this for a few years. He got into this, as an adult because his son was into it, and he's become an incredibly talented performer, an incredibly talented competitor here. But yeah, when you really look at his record, he's only been doing this for like 4 years.
Yeah. But there's something to be said too for like a lifetime experience on other things. We have so many competitors here that are talented and able to really bring their teams to the next level, primarily because they bring experience from other fields.
Yeah.
I mean, we have race car folks. We've got competitive, obviously there's other robot competitions, but even just sports teams or band, enthusiasts or, drama club. Those sort of things transfer really to this weird tapestry of interesting team dynamics that we have here at NHRL and reflect so much in teams' approaches to how they compete.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, anyhow.
Right. So we'll find out what the judge's decision was for that matchup shortly. That's going to be an interesting one for sure. In the meantime,
Cage 1.
Yeah, let's go to Cage 1. Speaking of Glenn Boxall, so we have Saiko of Jameson Go and the Dream Team going up against Glenn Boxall and Caldera 12. Jameson has added some unique armor packages to Saiko specifically for this matchup, and he applied it with a heat gun. He did some bending of some of the 3D printed material to create these kind of like, I guess you could call them kinetic energy absorbers, right? They're gonna like impact the side of that and hopefully bounce off, hopefully absorb some of the energy.
5,
Exactly.
4, 3, 2.
And he did this
1.
because he has so much respect for Glenn's robot. Caldera 12 hits you so hard. Woo! Nice shot there. And this is just where the experience of Jameson Go comes into effect. He has been doing this since he was, what, 12, 13?
I assume 12 or 13 minutes old.
Yeah.
Jameson had picked up a controller at that point.
Instant tap out. I mean, absolutely amazing. Glenn says, no, thank you. I don't want any more of that. Glenn from Team Too Hot to Handle. I don't know if there was something going on with the robot there. Normally, you would expect this matchup to go on for like the full 3 minutes. I mean, these are two of the best competitors at this weight class.
Saiko is a robot that can do a lot of damage in a very short period of time, being pinned up against a wall. Oh, there's your answer right there, Kyle. You can see top right of the screen. That is the belt.
Oh, yeah, the weapon belt.
From Caldera, and you do not want to be going up against a robot as destructive as Saiko unarmed.
So that is another knockout victory for the Dream Team. Mulsie bringing home the first one today, so that's another 4 points for the Dream Team and Jameson Go. I mean, Saiko could very easily pull home the 12-pound division.
Oh, absolutely. Jameson himself, ton of talent, but also being supported by a very impressive team. I am not surprised at all to see that robot continue on a tear.
Absolutely. Super talented guy, and that robot's absolutely amazing. Normally, Jameson does something unique with his robots. That's just the meta design. I mean, he brought that thing here to win. Now, we do have an update, by the way. We do have a win for Nightcrawler. Judge's decision just came through, so congratulations to Pete and Nightcrawler. No surprise there, really, in my opinion, but yeah, good job.
It's one of the nice things when we get to this level of competition, when you get such big hits and the damage that happens. Yeah, you might have more robots last to the end of the match sometimes because they're built so well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we have a lot of dominant matchups. You have a lot of matchups that have a ton of damage, and it becomes pretty clear a lot of the time who deserves to take home the gold.
Absolutely.
And we have a pretty impressive rubric at this point that guides our judges through the process to make sure it's fair, consistent, and obviously a lot of judging experience that they bring to the table to be able to make these calls.
If you see a split decision nowadays, it is A, very rare, and B, it makes a lot of sense why it got split.
Absolutely.
It's so down to the wire that you could really see it going both ways.
Yeah, and we don't generally go into it here, but there, you know, since it is a point-based decision, it's usually not, you know, split decision there. One person says, "Oh, it's totally this person." The other says,
you're
totally that
off
person.
by 1 or 2 points.
Right.
Total.
Everybody's kind of on the fence.
Yep, absolutely. Now, Jamison Go bringing home 4 extra points for his team there just because of that knockout victory, not having to deal with the judge's decision. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that from that team today, the Dream Team. You have Jamison Go and Saiko. You have Lynx in the 3-pound weight class. And
we have not seen yet.
We haven't seen Lynx yet. Lynx is also a multi-time world champion. So that team really is, in so many ways, the Dream Team. Really funny quote I heard from JMO yesterday. He was talking about how he put this team together. And he said, in order to be on my team, you have to have beaten me at least once.
Oh.
Which both of these competitors have.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Interesting approach. Okay.
Right? I mean, that's a great way to build up a group. Like, hey, you know, if you want to work with me, you have to beat me.
Well, when you get to a certain level of competition here, Kyle, the idea in building a team, especially when you can only have so many hands on the robot at a time, is you build a team that brings skills you don't have.
Yeah.
That brings different insights, whatever it is. And what a great way to demonstrate that, to say, hey, if you beat me, obviously there's something you know that I don't.
Clearly.
Or at least you know as well as I do. So, you know.
And it's no surprise, like, when you get to that level, preparedness is often the difference.
Yes.
Those are 3 people that you know when they show up, everything's ready to go. Getting through safety is not going to be an issue. They essentially have to get the bot out of their boxes, put it together, and it's ready. Lynx, from what I talked to Calvin, he said that Lynx has, like, not been changed at all since the World Championships.
Incredible.
He hasn't touched it. He hasn't thought about it because he knew putting it back into the box, it was ready to go.
Yeah.
It's the right way to do it.
It is.
There's Jamison. You can see him like in his classic fight stance. He gets just dialed in. He gets in the zone. Locked in, I think they call it. That's what the kids say.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He's such a talented competitor. It's so nice to have him here for this competition today. I also appreciate that his shoes match the jersey.
Yeah, no, there's a certain sense of style there.
For sure.
I like to, Jamison can get very intense sometimes.
He can.
When he comes to NHRL, not always. Sometimes he's really, going for blood. But a lot of times he's like, today's not for fun, but it's for the experience.
And I love that Jamison's that guy who brings, the best overhead attack bot that we've ever seen at this competition. That guy who brings like a world championship level 3-pounder that has like made it into the Combat Robotics Hall of Fame. He's also that guy who shows up with a tail of 3 hams. Like something ridiculous where he's just here to play with his friends, have a good time.
Gotta keep it silly.
Just keep it a little bit silly. That is the nice part about this sport. You can be both things. You can be just the absolute pinnacle, and you can also just, I don't know, what happens if we bolt 3 of these things together and see what happens?
And what I have a soft spot in my heart, right, for sports, for hobbies, whatever it is, where there's still that room for whimsy.
Yeah.
And what I love about it is, yeah, it's fun to show up with a bunch of weird robots bolted together to make one, strange monstrosity. But you learn doing that.
Yeah.
It's not just doing it for fun. Like, I guarantee you are going to walk away from building a robot like that saying, I got an idea for my other robot. Or, maybe I'll try this next time, whatever it is. You don't get that in a lot of other places.
No, you really don't.
You don't go into a football game and, like, put 2 people at the corner of the field and, like, have them dance around and say, I'm going to try that, just incorporate a little of that capoeira that I put into that play into the regular fights.
No, it's not typical.
It's atypical at the very least. I'm not a football expert, but.
Wow, look at these 2 bots ready to go. Okay, so this is the hip replacements team coming back out here with their 30-pound robot. Check out that drum, by the way. It is tight, compact, and just heavy piece of machinery.
Yeah, that can do some serious damage, especially when coupled with the wedge that you have on the front of that robot. We see so many robots now that have moved towards wedgelets or forks or other long pointy bits on the front of the robot. That is very in vogue now. For good reason. It works out really well. But when you have a wedge like this, a wide plow that can direct a robot not just up a little bit, but really on top of your entire machine, you can make the weapon hits from your weapon so much more dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're going to need every bit of that armor to go up against Jubileu. This is a devastating horizontal spinner from our Brazilian team. It has done amazingly well at this competition in the past.
The weapon on the Brazilian bot here almost looks rubber. Like that kind of yellow color to it, the fact that it's a little dark around the edges. But that is, I believe, a 4340, so a very strong and heat-treatable piece of steel, machined to do a tremendous amount of damage. I mean, don't let it look like a toy. Or I should say, don't let it fool you, even though it looks nice, like soft and squishy in the middle there. That is a serious piece of kit.
Now, the original design for Jubileu was from 2009, so this team's been iterating on this thing for years now, and it has just been getting better and better. We've seen it at this competition before. Phenomenal horizontal spinner robot. The Brazilian teams don't do a lot of what we would call whimsy and experimentation here. They don't build a lot of novel designs. They build tried, true, tested death machines.
It's this kind of Brazilian sense of competitiveness. They are so passionate and so excited, and I believe there's a Brazilian phrase for it that I'm blanking on at the moment, but this kind of like sense of competitive, maybe masculinity or this
Machismo?
Well, yes, this machismo that comes along with some of these robots. And yeah, sometimes that's not exactly the whimsy that there's a different kind of whimsy that goes along with it.
For sure.
Maybe consider it the difference between I don't know, watching a fun, silly TV show and watching Spanish language wrestling.
Oh yeah. I'm a big fan of Lucha Libre. Now, here's what I'll say about this. It seems to be something going on in Yahoo's internals. The team's now going back stage. I don't know what's happening, but we're not getting... Maybe they're allowing them more time or a forfeit, but it did seem like they were having some issues getting the bot up and running.
Yeah, this is going to be right down to the wire. Yahoo... doing their best here. Yep, that top plate is going to come off, it looks like.
That's never a good sign.
No, it truly is not. Any moment.
There you see some hip replacement fans out there in the audience.
I mean, that is an impressive beard, though.
It is really impressive. That takes some time and dedication.
We need to get these competitors a power tool, I think. There's no way they should have to do all these by hand.
Yeah, I agree.
No, we do have a little more room for leniency here today with a smaller crowd and a smaller crowd in terms of competitors.
Yep.
We have a little bit of time to allow people, as long as there's no backup of matches, but not a lot. So, every moment is counting here. And if I were the hip replacements, I would be pushing very, very hard. Oh, there's a happy little camper ready to be on screen.
Slowly but surely getting all of these screws off of the top plate. Don't know what's going on inside the robot. I know he tried to turn it on. Ended up doing some tapping on that little, the Yahoo symbol there on the top, hoping that would shake whatever needed to be shook loose on.
That clears the bubbles out so that when you open up the top of the robot, it doesn't fizz everywhere.
Oh, I wasn't aware. See, this is why we have Ricky around. He tells us all these special bot design and building details. Like, I didn't know about magic smoke until I talked to Ricky. Apparently, you have to keep it in the robot.
Preferably. Oh, there you go. So we have a specific amount of time that they have been allotted. And Henchman Jim is sitting here watching like a hawk. I mean, I'm almost unnerved looking at his level of concentration on his watch.
Jim's had a lot of roles at this organization in the past. I believe today he's operating as head of referees.
Maybe it's just because it's lunchtime. He said Jim's had a lot of roles. It's like, where were the roles?
Oh no!
I missed.
Yeah, he's he's had a lot of jobs at this organization, all falling under the realm of henchmen. But he is very worried about the time for Yahoo here. And you're right. Maybe they do need a power tool, because I think that plate would have been off by now if they had a drill.
Yeah, it's one of those things that. Of course, we also are stringent about people going back up to the pits. So.
Right. He was only really able to go back behind the bleachers to grab this tool.
Right. So he might not have been able to go fetch that in a reasonable period of time.
All right.
My goodness.
So we just heard from Control. There is exactly 1 minute left until a technical knockout, a forfeit, if you will.
And I'm going to be honest with you. This has taken over a minute for them to get to this point of removing bolts.
Yeah, they might have to go into this matchup with no top plate or just a partially applied top plate if they really get down to the wire here.
We will see. There's the tool they need.
Aaron just came down with the tool. Aaron Taggart from the team has just come down with the right tool. Just got to remove those screws as quickly as possible. There you see one of our producers talking to Jim about what's going on and what needs to happen. So what has happened here? Looks like he's pulling out the battery pack, if that looks right. Yeah, that's what that is. Did they put in uncharged batteries, I wonder?
I'm sure they're wondering the same thing. I didn't see anything directly amiss there. Of course, we probably wouldn't be able to see that from the
hard to tell from here, yeah.
There's, didn't pop up with the little surprise sign that says, sorry, you forgot, blah, blah, blah. But,
whoops, all cheese.
Oh, you put a block of cheese in the robot instead of a battery in the robot? We're making this all food. It's clearly getting to be lunchtime.
Yeah, clearly.
But we'll get there. I hope they're able to get there, because we've got to be down to now the final seconds.
Yeah, really getting down to it. Jim's looking a little bit frantic. He's tapping people on the shoulder. He's telling people what's going on next.
You hate to see a TKO.
Oh, wow. So he got approval from the Brazilian team. They've got 1 extra minute to get this bot up and running. Now, I got to tell you, most people are not going to want to win by a forfeit or a technical knockout like that, especially the Brazilians. They want to fight. They want to get in there and see what their bot can do, especially up against a top-notch competitor like Yahoo.
Yeah, Yahoo is no joke. I mean, this isn't some, Joe Schmo off the street.
No, they want to be able to go home and show footage of this fight.
All right, it's official.
official.
They are going with a TKO for this robot. They were not able to get it going within the time period allotted. This is a robot that passed safety. I mean, all of these robots have been tested before they came down, so something strange has happened.
So much experience, collective experience on that team, too. It just goes to show you the smallest thing can mess you up. Chad New he's been doing this for years and years and years.
Yeah.
I don't know what was missed there or what happened, but yeah, he didn't show up with a working bot and unfortunately had to be disqualified. So
now, I am unsure. We're going to have to get a clarification on this as to whether or not that counts as 3 points or 4 points for the Brazilians. I assume it's 4.
Yeah.
The robot, their robot was not, their opponent was not functional at the end of the arena.
Officially, just heard from Control, it is 4 points for a technical knockout for the Brazilian team. So that is a victory for them. 4 points brought home to Brazil. Congratulations to them.
Not the way they want to win it. I mean, kudos to the Brazilian team. They absolutely want to earn their points.
And now we are in Cage 2 with 2 of the best competitors in the 3-pound division. This is the Casmers and Project Liftoff versus Calvin Iba and Lynx.
Away we go. Oh! That is a death frisbee in Project Liftoff. That robot spins extremely fast. Its body is its weapon, but Lynx is a kind of a hard counter to a robot of this design. Lynx, a vertical spinner that can launch that frisbee up into the air. You can see it's so flat when it lifts off the ground because of the gyroscopic forces.
And Andrew Kasmer, who's driving the bot today, is an absolute expert at driving these melty brain style robots. One of the trickiest designs to really operate. But it is so hard to get your bearings when you're facing off against a relentless driver like Calvin, Eva, and Lynx.
Yeah, and for Project Liftoff to do the damage it needs to do, it really needs to stay up to speed the entire time.
I mean, Calvin's giving it no quarter, though. I mean, the instant that bot starts spinning again, it's back up in the air.
I see a bit of tire, I think, though, off of... yeah, Lynx has lost a little bit of tire.
Yes, it has.
So it has done some damage. Project Liftoff, rather, has done some damage. But boy, is it taking the damage as well.
Ow, nice shot there.
I think that is taking a bit too much to properly spin at this point. That's going to be hard to figure out. Oh, look,
that's a belt.
Ladies and gentlemen, Project Liftoff might be taking a beating. It's now smoking.
Yes, it is.
But it is doing damage in the process.
There's so much redundancy on Lynx. It seems to be all still functioning. And they've already had an unstick, as I recall.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to free themselves here.
Oh,
but
they do still have an unstick. Okay, got it. So Brett's coming in for the unstick. Everybody gets one. Ow.
And immediately Lynx takes advantage of that opening. It's flipping him like a pog.
This is the most, like, quintessential Calvin driving match. Calvin doesn't do anything fancy. He lines it up, he shoots it in every single time. He's consistent, he never overturns. And look, you can see there's some potato chipping going on Project Liftoff there. A little bit on that left-hand side, that blade is bent upwards.
It fits, Kyle. The strategy for Lynx so far has been once you pop, the fun don't stop.
Amen, yes, and that's why we've got a Pringle in the arena. Well done, well done. We are down to the last 15 seconds. I honestly feel like this would have been a tap out or a knockout.
I would be tapping
Calvin
at this point.
Just stopped being relentless for 5 seconds.
But remember, Kyle, a tap out is giving your opponent an extra point.
That's right.
We are actively encouraging people not to do this. I don't know if that did end up going to the judges or if it came to a tap out. It was right down to the wire.
Yeah,
Sorry,
a knockout.
A knockout, excuse me. We are going to have to find out, get some official reporting. It was very close.
Now, Andrew Kasmer has been serving in the armed forces. He hasn't been home for quite some time. In fact, hasn't even seen his dad since he had a promotion ceremony a couple of months back. So, you know, they're getting special family time together today to just kill other robots. I love that about this family.
Yeah, we are getting word that is actually officially going to the judges. So that was not a knockout.
Wow.
It was not a tap out. It was a judge's decision. It went the full 3 minutes.
Amazing. So that means if this judge's decision does go the way we think it will, then Calvin will be bringing home the first 3-point win, judge's decision win for his team on the Dream Team.
We're going to go to the replays now. You can see absolutely immense hit after immense hit. A lot of these hits, hard impacts against the roof or the upper walls of our arena.
Now, for a multi-brain spinner, that's not a shell spinning, that's not a weapon spinning. It is the entire body of the robot, the entire weight of the robot behind those blades when it spins. That's an extremely effective strategy if you can get it up to speed. And at no point did Calvin allow that in this matchup.
And for everyone watching at home, we call them melty brains because there's a lot of interesting math and computational energy that goes into these robots to allow them to move when they're spinning around. Because the same wheels that are causing them to spin are also causing them to move around the arena. It takes some complicated control systems, and it's something that the Kasmers have done a great job developing over the last few years here at NHRL.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, every other robot fan we might have here and elsewhere, This is the robot that haunts my nightmares, Mr. Roper with a hard hat in the corner, going up against Barbie and Ken.
4, 3,
Listen, it's a Barbie
2,
world.
1.
We're just living it.
We're just living in it.
Robots fight.
I can feel the energy from here. Mr. Roper is an angry, angry man. Look at the anger. Look at it. It's extreme anger.
Nice shot there from Ken and Barbie.
Oh, Kyle, I think this might be a strategic mistake on the point of Mr. Roper. Mr. Roper is stuck on its back in part because it has that hard hat.
I agree. Yeah, normally it's able to kind of roll over its top, but they've chosen some aesthetics that is making it very difficult for them to do so.
Oh, look at that as well.
Yeah, the back kind of keep-away stick is now underneath the robot as well.
That's not a good place to be for keep-away stick. Oh, wheel has been dislodged from
this
Mr.
is
Roper.
An absolute dismantling by Barbie and Ken.
Those wrenches are still smacking. This is the beauty of the Roper approach.
As long as half of the weapons are working, that bot's still mobile and therefore still in the game. He says, hit me again, hit me again.
Yeah, he's just goading his opponent. I gotta say, Ken and Barbie look stupendous.
Absolutely, yes.
Knockout.
Two aesthetically beautiful robots.
I'm feeling utterly grumpled.
Yes, utterly grumpled indeed. So Barbie and Ken is a collaborative design by James Wynn and Brian Boxall. It does work as a multi-bot configuration, and it does an incredibly good job.
I love the theming and how well they've done here. So often we get multi-bots, and you know, obviously they're brought by the same team. They're working together, but Barbie and Ken, can you have a more iconic duo?
No, and they've done so much work on just the details of the aesthetics of these bots. Even the wheels have little indentations of like special designs and sparkles and stars and hearts. It's just adorable. I mean, they did a great job.
Speaking of great jobs, we have word now from our last fight. Not surprisingly, Lynx has done a great job and has taken home the judge's decision going up against Project Liftoff.
That's 3 more points for the Dream Team. Congratulations to Calvin, Eba, and Lynx.
Yeah, they will be taking home 3 more points towards their ultimate goal of robot domination. We're going to see a little more robot domination, or at least struggle, with Beetlejuice taking on Chubby Unicorn in
5,
cage number
4,
2.
3, 2,
Chubby Unicorn,
1.
one of the top-notch
Fight,
competitors in the
robots,
3-pound
fight.
division. Beetlejuice is probably the best horizontal in the 3-pound division here today. Absolutely amazing driving by Ariel, and she's done a lot of improvements on this bot leading into this competition today. Tim Hebert, however, has done nothing to Chubby Unicorn. It's the same bot we saw last time it was here. And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, don't worry about fixing it. It's great. Oh, that is not a good place for Beetlejuice to be.
No, you don't want to be calling for an unstick less than 30 seconds into the matchup. That's rough.
I am surprised Chubby Unicorn didn't capitalize on that. Oh, that is a lot of smoke coming out of Beetlejuice. I think they smoked their motor trying to get themselves off the wall.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's the motor mount, and it looks like just a plume of smoke came out of that hole at the bottom of the motor mount.
These motors are essentially just big coils of wire and magnets either around them or inside of them, depending on the configuration. When those coils of wire get hot, they can just turn into a small fire in and of themselves.
Nice shot there from Chubby Unicorn. Now, Ariel is an amazing driver. She might be able to capitalize on that and get some control here, but there's nothing on her bot that can really get under Chubby Unicorn for those front-to-front engagements. Yeah, this is what we're going to see for the rest of this matchup. Just shot after shot from Tim Hebert and Chubby Unicorn.
This is a hard match from the beginning for Beetlejuice. Because of that front plow on Chubby Unicorn, a horizontal blade is going to have a really hard time digging in and doing damage. But once that weapon's gone, it's almost impossible for Beetlejuice to make up for it because it's not set up to push its opponent.
Tim is just... he's here to have fun. He's here to have a good time. And he's designed and built such an effective machine that he really doesn't have to stress much.
No, and what I like about Chubby Unicorn, in addition to many other things, part of the Chub feeling is it's overbuilt.
Yeah.
It is a sturdy robot. It can take a lot of damage. It kind of just keeps going most of the time. They were going to be coming. Oh, that robot is being counted out.
Yeah, Tim just letting it happen. He noticed there's about a minute left.
Oh, and just a cute little muzzle
Is he
there
gonna
at the
get him
end.
off? Burbs aren't real. I guess this is the unreal part of the Burbs team. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but
that is a knockout. I think this is probably the unreal part. Unicorns.
Yeah. Well, chubby
they
unicorns
exist.
are real, though. That's a real animal. That's what you call a rhinoceros.
I'm thinking about this, and I hate that you're kind of right.
It's true.
It's not completely wrong. I'll say that. I don't know if it's true, but in the spectrum and the pantheon of all the wrong things that have ever been said, it's not the most wrong.
No, the original, like, what we were calling rhinoceri when we first saw them, as, folks coming into that content, we were like, oh, that's a chubby unicorn. Tim is just a very charming, weird guy. I like him a lot. And I'm glad that he got that victory. Ariel's got a lot to work out with that bot, but she also has another copy or two lying around, so we'll be seeing her later.
One step at a time. We're headed to Cage 1 now. Prom Hedda is facing off against Yob Gnol.
These are two of the most prolific competitors here. You could have heard about this matchup 3 years ago, 4 years ago, even 5 years ago. They've both been here for so long.
Institutions.
5,
Exactly.
4, 3,
Chris Rummel
2,
and the long boy himself, Yob
Fight,
Gnol,
robots fight.
completely rebuilt for this competition. And Prom Hedda, without its typical pink weapon, which I find somewhat disturbing and disconcerting.
Well, keep it fresh. That said, wow, this is very back and forth. Yob Gnol won a few exchanges. Prom Hedda takes a few. Yob Gnol dishes them back. This is going to be very back and forth. You already have some drive issues on the side of Yob Gnol. Prom Hedda, meanwhile, has a fork that is bent up. Forks can be a huge strategic advantage, but once they're bent up, it is an immense handicap.
Yeah, big liability, especially when you're going up against a long weapon or wide weapon like Yob Gnol's. Oh, both forks now stuck up in the air on Prom Hedda. That is going to be a big problem for them in this matchup.
It's really giving me like stop, don't shoot vibes.
Yeah. Now, Yob Gnol not able to drive very well. That might give Zach the opportunities to find the right angle and come in and take his shots without those forks being a problem. But it does mean a lot more strategic thought put into it. Yeah, those forks really preventing the weapon on Prom Hedda from getting in there and getting any engagement.
Still, it is pinning its opponent right now. That's racking up a lot of control points with the judges. These are both durable robots. The chances of this match going all the way to the judges is relatively high, especially when neither of them is able to dish out the big hits at this point in the match.
Yeah, you can always rely on Zach Knight to really utilize every weapon possible on Prom Hedda. It is an amazing competitor. He is really dialed it in for this year, and you can see there's been an attitude change on Zach. He is not here to just be a gatekeeper anymore. He's here to win matches. He's here to take home championships.
This is another great pin from Prom Hedda on Yob Gnol. Showing a lot of control points. And I mean, it's easy to do when you have a drive side down on your opponent. That said, one small mistake and that weapon will rip Prom Hedda in half.
Able to get a little bit of engagement on the corner, but then he had to back off because his side of the robot was getting a little too close to that drum on Yob Gnol. The advantage of having a big wide drum like that is you really do have so many opportunities to get hits on your opponent.
Yeah, and you have a little more room for error with aim in most cases. All right, coming down the last 15 seconds of this match. Promhead is going to try and get one more pin. I
And a
think
nice
they're
little
going to be
hit
able
on
to
the
do it.
corner as well. Yep, and another pin, another hit on the corner.
To end this match on a pin, just as your pin time runs out, this is a really good look as we head to the judges. I have extremely high confidence Promhead will be taking home a judge's decision in this case, but both competitors did pretty well.
Now, Zach was a last-minute replacement on the Brett Breakers. He actually had to step in for another competitor that was supposed to be here. Did some quick design changes on his robot, did a quick paint change to kind of match in with the team aesthetic, and he's fitting in beautifully with them here today.
Yes, absolutely. And it's amazing to me that we do have a sort of community sorting hat of sorts here at NHRL. And it's not exclusive. I mean, a lot of people fit in a lot of different roles.
Yeah.
But Zach really it seems to mesh, at least from where we're sitting.
Absolutely, and if you gotta have a last-minute replacement and Zach Knight's name comes across your desk, I mean, that's gotta give you just a sigh of relief. He is just a professional through and through. His bots perform almost every single time, and like I said, that attitude change we've seen from him this year specifically, he's here to really show that this bot is a dominant performer in this weight class, and I don't think anybody's gonna stop him.
They're going to try.
Chris
We're
Rummel,
going to enjoy watching.
got to find out what happened to that drive side on the long boy, Yob Gnol.
One step at a time.
And we'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Chris Rummel. He's able to turn junk into death machines in so many ways.
It's one of the things I like about those builds. To be fair, I haven't gone into the background of how he designs his robots, but they look as though they could be at least prototyped and trialed using stuff that you find, around, maybe not any garage, but around a robot builder's garage. A lot of accessible parts, a lot of off-the-shelf parts, and then you can turn around and build the, pristine version that you want later. I don't know that that's what goes into it here, but I like that aesthetic. I like that feel, and it makes it a little more endearing to me.
And he's been in this sport for years. He has so many parts in his garage. You have seen him show up to these competitions with just like, oh, I threw this together, over the last week with just stuff I had lying around, and I'm trying some new things out. We'll see how it goes.
Which, that in and of itself, not that remarkable. But then to be able to be competitive.
Extremely competitive every time. He's qualified with those creations before.
Exactly. That's what's really impressive.
And that all culminates into this Yob Gnol kind of engine, right? This is where he puts all of the effort in. He really tries his best with that machine. This was a tough matchup for them, and still able to survive the entire time. He was moving the entire time.
Yeah.
The weapon was working furiously the entire time.
Yeah, that is a robot that he's going to be able to go back up to the pits. I'm sure there will be work, but I don't foresee any issue with him being able to take that robot, get it repaired, and back in the arena for its next matchup.
Amen. Amen. Chris Rummel's an all-around good guy, too.
Yeah, it's a true competitor and just kind of nice. At least every interaction I've had.
Absolutely.
Owes me $20.
Really?
Anyway, folks, thanks again for joining us here at the first ever NHRL Teams event. We are working our way through these wonderful matches. We have a lot of good matches to go. Still a lot of robots that have been yet to be seen. But I gotta say, I am very impressed with the robots so far. This is probably one of the most dialed-in groups of competitors we've ever had here at NHRL.
We do have some top-notch competitors loading into the arena right now. But first, let's look at our team standings. We haven't been keeping tally of these points, so let's check it out. Not a surprise there. So Carnio Pistola with 11 points after 3 fights. The Dream Team also with 11 points. And Pepe Kitty Miser also with 11 points. That means one of their teams only got 3 points because of a judge's decision, but the rest of them got 4 points for the win. Burbs Aren't Real and Brutus Robotics and Too Hot to Handle coming in with 8 points. The hip replacements have 6 points. Good. And then the Midwest Collegiate Crusaders coming in with 4 points after 3 matchups. Tough showing for them so far.
We're going to jump down to the bottom half of the bracket. seems reasonable. Brett Breakers and Just Longbird also sitting at rank 8 with 4 points each. Now, keep in mind, Just Longboard has only had 2 fights so far,
That's
just
correct.
like Brett
And the
Breakers.
Brett Breakers, yep.
So statistically, it's very likely that they will jump up in standings very soon. Leatherback, surprisingly, sitting at only 3 points despite 3 fights. That's a bit of a shakeup.
Now, in the arena, we have Bumble Blitz and we have Grim Ripper hoping to bring home some points for the Skeleton Crew today. Grim Ripper is the 12-pound offering from the Skeleton Crew. It is a rough machine to go up against because it has a very unique armor package.
Yeah, that is unusual to say the least. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here. My understanding is that this robot is invertible, but they do have some configuration changes that they do depending on which orientation they want to run it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. They are able to start the bot essentially upside down. So the armor configuration is able to be applied to the bottom plate as well as the top plate, giving them the ability to kind of go in with this inverted cone shape or kind of this upside down bowl shape, depending on how you want to look at it. And it all depends on which weapon type they have to face off against.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting approach when you go up against, especially drum spinners. If you go up against a drum spinner with this inverted bowl approach, usually it doesn't tend to hit very hard. It just doesn't get that bite. It doesn't have the angle to hook. But if you go up against something, say, like a Mulsie situation,
5, 4,
that's
3,
the exact opposite.
2,
It can tear huge
1.
pieces.
Fight,
out of this
robots,
armor
fight.
configuration.
Now, what's neat about this configuration is Grim Ripper's weapon, which is normally an undercutter, is right up on top. So if Bumble Blitz wants to throw their hammer saw, they're going to be throwing it right into that disc.
Yeah, I can definitely see why they chose this configuration for this fight.
Hammer saws are incredibly effective overhead attack weapons, but you do have to make the blades and the components a little bit smaller just so you can deliver them, just so they can actually be thrown into the opponent.
Yeah, in a sense, Kyle, you have a hammer and a vertical spinner on your robot. So you can't put as much weight into either of those two. So, ooh, that was a... Yeah, that was a hit. Goodness.
It doesn't look like the blade is spinning on Bumble Blitz anymore.
It is. It was a moment ago. I think they are having some trouble, to be sure.
Not sure if that was because they impacted it into the blade on Grim Ripper or not.
That was a great pin, though.
Yeah, it really was.
When you can do a pin like that is simultaneously forcing your opponent's weapon into the arena, that is about the best you can hope for in terms of control and doing some damage in the pursuit of that control.
And something to keep in mind about all of the Honeycracked team members, they get in more drive time than almost any other team combined. They really put a lot of effort and a lot of time into getting stick time for each one of their drivers. That's something that I feel like a lot of teams really neglect on, is just practice. And that is invaluable when you get into a situation like this where your weapon's not working and you have to become a control bot. Really smart getting to the back of Grim Ripper, but that unique armor design on Grim Ripper allowing them to get out from underneath them and get that weapon right back into the front plate of Bumble Blitz.
Yeah, now that the weapon at least is stumbling, if not completely disactivated, on Bumble Blitz, it's a great time for them to return to this normal configuration. They don't have to worry about being hit on the top, and they can start taking bits and pieces out of the underside of their opponent. That said, I'm surprised we haven't seen it. Bumble Blitz could be lining up points, aggression points, damage points by using their weapon as a hammer, and they're not doing so.
No, just a little bit of a twitch there before, but they might be having some issues with it. There we go.
I mean, they could be lining up hammer hit after hammer hit, and they're just simply not. So I think that might be a tactical mistake. Oh, some smoke coming off of Grim Ripper.
Oh, Nelson Barrios has got to be stressing on that. You don't want to see the smoke coming out of your robot at this point in the game.
No.
And, okay, the weapon does still seem to spin. This is the downside of that armor package. They are kind of caught up against the wall, but they vibrated themselves off and launched themselves back into Bumble Blitz there. But Liam King, amazing driver, able to get the pin. And that is the last image the judges are going to see is Liam King getting the pin and getting that one last kind of hammer swing off before the buzzer.
Man, I got to say both teams did bring it, but there were some real technical challenges there with Team Honeyspark and Nelson Virus really taking good advantage of them here.
I gotta say, like, of the records of the Skeleton Crew, Grim Reaper is probably the best of this team. And if they can pull home a 3-point win for them, that would be huge for this team right now in the competition.
Yeah, they are sitting teetering really where for the rest of the day that could really set them or could really set them back.
Yeah.
So we can see, yeah, these are the kind of moments where I'm just surprised.
Why aren't you throwing it? Yeah.
Why aren't you throwing it? And granted, they clearly want the pin, and perhaps you're concerned that by using the hammer saw, you are going to dislodge the pin. Maybe that's the logic. I don't know. We'll have to see. It could also be that that weapon system was just struggling along with the blade on the weapon system. It's very possible.
Yes, Liam King, amazingly talented driver. He's done great work with this bot. Just a quick correction, it's Nelson Byros, not Barrios. Sorry about that. But yeah, they are Halloween fanatics. And Grim Reaper is an amazing bot. Gonna have to see how the judges shake out on this one.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where I have my suspicions, but I also think that the judges are going to have to carefully look at the rubric that goes into these decisions. Generally, the rubric is set up so that the robot you think won. But in a technical matchup like this, there was a lot of pinning. There was a lot of aggression shown. We had a robot with different systems that were down for periods of time.
Yeah.
That can all kind of add up in a way that you need to take a step back, think about it, and get the decision down on paper.
Now, we do have a judge's decision from the previous fight. It does turn out that Prom Hedda wins against Yob Gnol.
I'm not surprised there. I think that was the correct decision.
Yeah.
They're going to move on and take home another 3 points.
And Zach's going to have to find out what happened with those forks and prevent that from happening throughout the rest of the day. Right. That could have been a huge issue for them if the drive side hadn't have gone down on Yob Gnol.
Yes, and I am interested to see, off the top of my head, I don't know, but their next couple of fights that may or may not be a big issue. Some of these fights, when your opponent doesn't have a lot of ground game, as we call it, the forks or the wedge, what have you, it might be fine. Right. But there's other robots where that's going to be absolutely critical, and they will have no chance if they can't figure that out. So it comes down to a luck of the draw for who they are facing next.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so that is possibly the first win for the Skeleton Crew today. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I believe so.
It all depends on what the judges come back and say, but that would be huge for that team to walk away with 3 points. Mm-hmm. Our team standings right now are looking pretty close to what we expected at this point in the day.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't think there's any big surprises. Perhaps the biggest surprise to me, as I was touching on earlier, was the Leatherbacks, sitting with only 1 win. They are a force to be reckoned with most days, but they've also gone up against some of the fiercest competitors.
Yeah, they really have had a tough job with the draw. Check out our pits today. Everybody is working feverishly to get their bots up for the next rounds of fights. It is nice to see just everybody a little bit more spread out. Everybody has a little bit more space today.
Yeah. There is some definite social distancing going on up there for a little bit different reason than usual, but I think everyone's taking full advantage of it. One of the things I like to see, Adam Wrigley there in the foreground, everyone is working on every aspect of these desks. So people in the front, they're the back, side to side, and these aren't big robots, right? So to be able to have 2, 3, 4 pairs of hands in something, for a 12-pound robot, usually the size of a shoebox, maybe 2 shoeboxes. To be able to do that, you want to be able to gather around. It's a family-style experience. NHRL, when you're here, you're family.
We do have a judge's decision. The winner of the last matchup was Grim Ripper, first win for the Skeleton Crew today. That's 3 points for them.
Okay.
There you see a nice shot of them in the pits. Congratulations to that team, bringing home their first 3 points.
And here's a great example. The two of them can go from both sides of this table, look over the robot, both get their heads in there, both work on the robot simultaneously. Compared to our usual setup where it's long strips of tables,
Yeah.
this is a major advantage when you have an emphasis on teams.
And it does look like they're getting everything ready for Smack-O-Lantern, which should be the next bot up for them. Paul has been really trying to dial this bot in and get it fully functional for today after a lot of damage at its last event. So it has been a struggle for him.
One step at a time. I'm sure they will get there, but it'll be a long road.
Paul is so new to not only this sport, but to fabrication. He's been learning something just really new and quintessential every single event. One of the things he learned before this event was he was showing pictures of like the wedges and stuff that he was putting together. And somebody made the comment that there's not a single fillet anywhere on the bot. And he then had to Google furiously what a fillet was.
Yep.
Because he had no idea. He was like, what? Well, of course there's none on my bot. I don't know what that is. And then he was like, oh, that's really smart. I should try adding that and implementing that next time. So every single time he comes here, you see these just like big generational changes, these big iterative changes in that robot. I mean, it is so different than what we saw when it first showed up a year ago.
And this is, to me, what also really makes it neat is he's drawing inspiration from so many generations of robot building. There are things on that robot that would look at home in 1998.
Yep.
And there's things that would look at home in 2008, and there's things that would look at home in 2018, and there's things that look at home today in 2024. And they're all mashed together so that he can bring the robot he wants to bring. And that's really neat to me because you don't often have these design styles all coalescing in one place. And it only happens when someone's building. Oh, look, this isn't the usual stance we see.
No, that's JMO doing a very club-style dance over at the pits for the Dream Team.
Well, we're downstairs. We can't hear the heavy Euro beat.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah, constantly.
Yeah, he's like full-on techno Viking over there for us. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this team, I mean, they're down one of the bot builders right now. It does look like Mulsie is loading in. But the rest of the Dream Team is just chilling. Oh, there's Adam. Adam Wrigley from the Reasonable Fight Club.
That seemed very reasonable to me.
Reasonable Fight Club is a conglomerate of two different teams, Reasonable Robotics and Bots FC. But part of Bots FC is now on the Dream Team today with Mulsie.
Yeah, it's
so weird how we've just kind of done
a lot
these
of blending,
mixing and matchings and everything out there.
But I'll say this, I think spiritually the names have lined up. Although we have someone on the Dream Team who's also led to these other things, I think it's the Seems Reasonable group has preserved the zeitgeist of what is Seems Reasonable on the Reasonable FC.
Agreed.
As it's pulled over, you know, they've stuck with the mission from God of like, let's do something unusual, let's do it really well.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. This is a matchup that I think a lot of people are going to be stopping everything they're doing in the pits to come watch. This is Mulsie going up against Supersize. If Supersize is functioning, this is actually a very good matchup for them. But if it's still dealing with these gremlins, these electrical gremlins, this is going to be a quick dismantling. So we will have to see how this goes.
It's all going to come down to how the work in the pits this morning went down. I know so many builders have leaned in with suggestions and help. It'll all show off in the next couple of months.
Robots, fight.
Mulsie doing exactly what you need to do to be a huge wheel-style robot. Come in and attack the wheels from the side, but Mulsie is stuck. They've asked for their unstick. Less than 15 seconds into the matchup, they asked for an unstick. That is not a good sign.
Mulsie is going flying, and although Supersize looks worse for wear, it's still running.
Oh, huge
pieces of the arena are being dismantled. The weapon is now down on Supersize. Not a good place to be.
Tap out.
The wheels go down shortly after. At least one of the wheels. That is a tap out. That was a violent match in not a long period of time.
That does put the Dream Team safely in the lead, 4 points ahead of the rest of the competitors right now. That is nice for them. Knockout victory brought to you by Mulsie and Matt Borez.
That is one of the worst matchups for Supersize here today.
Well, the weapon's actually tall enough to hit them.
Right. That the idea with Supersize is that it is hard to get up there, and it is also hard to hit kind of the interior parts of these big wheels. Look there on the screen right now. See the chop in the spoke that was there. That is because that weapon has such reach. It can do that almost effortlessly. So here's some of these big hits. This first hit that just sends Mulsie tumbling.
Yeah, and the wheel just got dismantled on Supersize after that. So you can see it just never was really back into any kind of shape.
Yeah, and unfortunately that was the missed opportunity here. If Supersize could have used that as an opportunity to go and deliver a killing blow immediately after that, I'm sure that they could have pulled out a victory. Their drive was too damaged to be able to reliably do that.
Absolutely, yeah. Look at those wheels. I mean, they used to be round. That is a rough position to be in. So that means Supersize now 0-2 for the day. Yikes. Hopefully the rest of that team able to carry it out with points, but man, that was a rough one. All right, so we are doing a little changeover here up at the desk. I've got Lindsay joining me, and then we will be getting Chris coming up here in a few minutes. Going in to collect pieces of Supersize from inside the box. Yikes. All right, Lindsay, welcome.
Hi, Kyle. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm glad that you've joined us. They're cleaning out the box. I'm going to switch out with Chris here, but I hope you guys have a nice day.
Kyle, I will see you shortly where we will share the desk once again.
Appreciate that. Have a good one.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of arena damage in that last fight. Our cage crew is really getting, I would say, their steps in today. Not just their work cut out for them, but that's a pretty big box. We love our cage crew and just their tireless work that Mulsie makes for them every single time they enter the box. Hello to the crowd. I see birthday girl Ashley Beckman. You know I'm gonna call you out, Ashley. And let's take a look here at the pits. A smaller subset of teams this event. We only have 16 in each weight class. So.
But some of the best and the most entertaining teams and builders that we've amassed here for this event. It's still just as exciting up in the pits versus like any of our other tournaments.
It's a little more intimate, but it's still so intense.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the teams up there, they are just as spirited and pushing as hard as they possibly can because, you know, while this isn't necessarily tied into our greater tournament structure, there's a lot on the line here for these teams. It's a great way to build your brand and to put your bot out there and showcase your prowess as a builder and driver. Very exciting. You're
also not just fighting for yourself, you also don't want to let your team down. So much of it is wanting to win so that you can get those points for your team and ultimately end up on top, not just in your own weight class, but also amongst all of the teams,
yeah,
which I think is such a fun element of this particular competition.
And a lot of exciting matches that we've already seen today. Some teams, they are on brand. And, you know, we have a few teams that are surprisingly struggling in this competition, but it makes sense with the level of competition that's here.
I was talking to some people in you know, the pits that looking at that breakdown of team points, If things had been arranged a little bit differently, I think some of the teams that have 0 or 3 points in a different group would be the ones with 11 points or 8 points. It's so much of combat robotics comes down to, rock, paper, scissors. Are you going to meet your counter? Are you going to meet someone who is optimized to beat you, or you're optimized to beat them? And an event that has these type of groupings, that's ultimately going to be what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And each team has their own formula. There are some teams that have rock, paper, and scissors all built in. There are some teams that are straight scissors. And we'll see how that plays out as this group stages keeps going on throughout the day. But very exciting matches so far. It's been a blast to watch.
Have there been any that have stood out to you, Chris? Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, the Vorion Pepe Silvia fight was one that I felt upstairs. And we know Brandon Bennett Young and Vorion is one of the best bots here in the weight class, and to see it gets dismantled like that was shocking. I was not ready for that.
Yeah, I talked to Brandon in the pits, and he said, this is actually a rematch, Vorion and Pepe Silvia. They have met before, and essentially Vorion was roof-shotted, but didn't sustain a lot of damage. So he was actually pretty confident or hopeful that going into this match, he would be able to, last a little bit longer, do better than he did in its last showing against Pepe Silvia. But Pepe Silvia is looking undeniable at this point, and is really one of my favorite stories at NHRL. I was talking with Luke and Heather behind the robot up in the pits earlier today, and they were saying how Pepe's first time at NHRL, it didn't go so hot. It didn't really do that well, but it's so experimental. It's so complex, and he didn't give up. He could have. But he was like, we're going to make this better. I'm going to figure out how to make this design work. And now here it is, just killing the competition.
Absolutely. Total dismantling. And, I was talking to Brandon also earlier, and so that was the Vorion that won a dumpster earlier this year.
Yeah.
And Brandon looked at me, and he was basically like, this Vorion, this exact model right here is getting retired. So that dumpster winner is now going on a shelf to forever, commemorate this match with Pepe Silvia.
I would be shaking in my little boots if I had. Oh, there we go. It's Luke, Pepe Silvia, Dark Pepe, as he's calling it, with that black and red color scheme. I have to say that I think Pepe Kitty Miser might have what it takes to end up on the podium as a team today.
Yeah, absolutely. A few other teams are standing in the way of that. We have, like I said, some absolutely dominant bots, some world champion bots that are here in our spread or in our group field. But where they're standing right now, I'd be pretty happy that far in that cluster ahead in the points breakdown.
Yeah, they've won every single match they've had so far, so you can't ask for anything better at this point. And every single one of those competitors, Luke and Keziah and Jake, know what it takes to kind of fight through these long days and fight through that war of attrition and stay focused and keep winning. And so, I don't know, I like their chances. We'll just say that.
Two of the teams standing in the way of that, of course, the Dream Team, which we just saw. Mulsie, that was insane. And then our friends from Brazil who are coming here, and they are not taking this competition lightly.
Absolutely not. But we have a match loading here in Cage 2.
5.
Now
4,
this is Fun Size
3,
versus
2,
Franklin.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Franklin is such an interesting design.
It is a very deadly boomerang, and you really just don't know how to approach it. However, Fun Size is also a very unique design and is probably aptly suited to fight a bot like Franklin.
Completely roofing Franklin there. Looking a little worse for wear after that hit. but Don and Joe still bringing it to them. I don't know if they're stuck.
Do you know why Franklin is shaped that way?
Why, Chris?
It's a bend Franklin.
No! You're a menace. All right, Franklin looking like he's having some issues.
Yeah, neither of those weapons are spinning, so we're not seeing any momentum coming out of Franklin.
Jim
And there was
counting out that robot.
There was your count out.
Knockout.
After a tough fight for King Size that we just saw, this was a very dominant win here for Fun Size. So Big Brutus Robotics getting a little bit of redemption there. Don Durfler doing a really fantastic job.
Yeah, Don's going to move to 2-0 for the day.
Yeah.
Certainly giving Big Brutus a bump in here in the points. And is now joining that upper echelon with our Brazilian friends, the Dream Team and Pepe Kitty Miser. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah. It was really that one big roof shot. After that, not a lot going on for Franklin, which is a shame. I really want to see more from Franklin because it is such a unique design, and having those two horizontal blades, it can do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
not a slouch by any means.
But it's hard to build a bot that can drive well, that has a dangerous weapon, and can handle a roofing.
Yeah. It's one of those things that you have to figure out how to design for. And that's what I think, when you think about Lynx, like, not only does it hit hard, but sometimes it throws its own self across the box, and it can take those thrashings that it gives itself like a pro. And that's something that, Calvin has spent a lot of time trying to design for and optimize. And it's one of those hard things, reliability.
I've seen 3-minute Lynx matches where Lynx has spent more time in the air than actually planted on the floor, and still pulls out victories left and right.
Still deadly.
Yeah.
So they are loading on out over there.
So Lindsay, let me ask you, some of the other teams that still have to kind of make a comeback here in the point grab, who are some of the teams that you think could situate themselves for a good comeback?
So I think Honeycracked is definitely one of those teams that is shockingly at 0 points, because we have seen the glow up from that team over the last 6 months, year plus. And so to see them at 0, I honestly think that's a bit of a fluke. Maybe they had a bad series of first round matches. I don't think that they are going to stay at 0 for very long, though. Zoe and her team put so much time and dedication and resources and effort into optimizing their robots, testing for reliability, iterating that. Sometimes you meet your counter and that's what happens, but I don't think we're going to see them at 0 for very long.
Yeah. And also in that same vein, Honeycracked, yes, they grind. They are here all the time. They are constantly working on those bots. Another team that kind of represents and embodies that is the Leatherbacks.
Yeah.
A team that has 3 incredibly well-built, well-designed robots. I think that we'll also see them kind of claw their way back into the point totals. Let's take a look at these team standings now. So there we are at the top at 15 points.
Wow.
You have the Dream Team. And then followed up closely behind is Big Brutus Robotics. And then maybe you can say this for me, Lindsay. Canarino Pistola.
Canarino Pistola. I think don't come for me, Brazil. We're trying. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means angry little canary.
Angry little canary. All right, that's one mean bird. Followed closely behind by Pepe Kitty Miser. And of course, then you have Burbs Aren't Real, Too Hot to Handle, both tied at 8 points, followed by the Brett Breakers with 7 and the Hip Replacements with 6. But you can see a few of these teams are also a little bit ahead in the fights, so we're going to see those point breakdowns begin to adjust as all of these other bots get caught up.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see the lower half of the teams fighting today, just points-wise. The Midwest Collegiate Crusaders, 4 fights between them, 4 points. Just Longbird also tied there with 4 points. Reasonable FC, that's another one that I am shocked is only at 4. Dutch Oven, I think, has the capability of going ahead and winning the entire Beatles. But hey, speaking of Dutch Oven, oh my goodness,
wow.
Chris, yes!
Things are gonna get hot, hot, hot.
We are informing our audience, everybody here right now, to please stay 15 feet back because the heat that comes out of Dutch Oven is so intense. While it's safe, we just, you should keep your distance.
It's better to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, everything is well contained within the box, but to be on the side of caution. But they're fighting Eruption, which is just coming off of a Golden Dumpster win at our last event and was so undeniable. I don't know if anything could beat it. But
Well,
Dutch Oven is so hot.
And you can see there is plenty of heat-resistant tape on both of these robots. So this is going to get very spicy very soon.
Oh, this is going to be one for the ages. Here
Are
we
you
go.
ready?
2, 1.
And we're off!
Fight, robots, fight.
Already Dutch Oven coming out of the corner. You see that gas flying, but there
No
might be some
flame.
ignition issues. Oh my goodness! Wow!
What just happened?
Dutch Oven needs to get back on its feet and needs to start cooking.
We have been
Oh! There we go.
seeing a little mobility issues from Dutch Oven today, but that fire is as strong as ever.
That is an undeniable flame.
Brett getting in on the action with those orange-yellow fire eyes. Brett, stay away! It's hot!
Oh no! You could fry an egg on Brett right now. Dutch Oven's getting that little nudge. We'll see that it doesn't look like it's very mobile.
Oh, wow!
Eruption's gonna take every opportunity it can now to deliver some of these big hits.
Tap
And
out.
there's
There we
your
go.
tap out. Wow!
Some disappointing mobility issues with Dutch Oven today, but that fire has just been unstoppable. However, Eruption has never looked better. A perennial competitor here at NHRL. Brian has really dialed in this robot, and it's really hard to see anything getting in its way today.
And it's really surprising to see Dutch Oven fall to 0-2.
Yeah.
A bot that I fully expected was going to, as the only significant flamethrower that's in this that's in all of these groups.
It also is fresh off of a win from our All-Stars event in December. So this bot is fully capable of running the competition, but here Eruption just taking it to them. Gigantic hits, not afraid of that fire.
We see both of the eyeballs flying off of Dutch Oven. And at that point then, it is flying blind.
Now I know, flying blind, very nice. See what you did there. I know that going into this match, Brian was afraid of when in the competition he was going to be facing Dutch Oven because he had a feeling that he was going to, end with a almost unusable melted robot.
Right.
But that's not what we saw here today. He really was able to mitigate that flame with just the sheer power of his weapon.
Yeah, it's a very mobile bot, and he was able to go in for the right hits at the right time and stay away from that intense heat, preserving his robot for its next fight. Probably just has to go back up and charge the batteries, and good to go.
Yeah, Brian is on a path today that it may be hard to stop him.
Brian just walked by. Big smile on his face.
Very happy.
Well earned. Oh, wow. So Dutch Oven and Franklin have been eliminated.
That is shocking. I don't think that anybody would have predicted that Dutch Oven would have been eliminated this early in the day. I know that there are, however, a lot of very happy competitors in the pits right now because nobody wanted to face Dutch Oven. When Dutch Oven had its first match earlier today, as it was kind of getting its butt kicked, there were a lot of cheers in the pits. And it wasn't like against Alex or against the robot. It was more of a screams of relief that their robot might actually, get to fight and not turn into a complete pile of goo.
So, yeah, both Franklin and Dutch Oven will have one more fight. So they have a chance to still try to rack up some points for their teams, but they are not going to be able to qualify, which,
Wow.
That's... You get one more opportunity to help push your team a little bit further. That's another really interesting dynamic about the team's event is you could be knocked out, but you still have a chance to help your team make its way a little bit further. And this could really come down to just a handful of points at the end for the teams to end up taking a victory here. And that could make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, sure, maybe your robot is eliminated, but if you can come back and win your next fight, and at least be able to contribute to your team and give them some points, if at the end of the day it comes down to just a handful of points, you can feel good knowing that you were crucial in helping your team kind of get over that edge. So there's still a lot to play for, even if they are not going to be moving on to the semifinals.
Right.
Wow. But still, what an unpredictable day.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Franklin, too, well within its capability of taking down nearly any robot. It's really just so much about luck of the draw. But it's also kind of what makes it fun, right? You can't predict what's going to happen. I mean, I don't think anybody is surprised that the Dream Team is undefeated so far, but there's so much that, you just can't predict, and there's so much room for surprise.
It's an interesting sport to make storylines kind of come to life because you can plan for weeks what might happen, what kind of hypothetical scenarios are going to play out, but that is what they are. They are hypothetical scenarios because you never know when a bot's going to come out of the blue and surprise you. You never know when a bot that is tried and tested is going to fail.
Yeah. And
so the story you have to be very light on your feet. You got to be agile.
I mean, we saw that with Yahoo earlier. Chad New showed up with 3 fully functional robots, has been prepared for weeks, ready to go. Unfortunately, it sounds like there was just a dead battery issue. And, his opponent in that moment got almost a gift because, who knows how that matchup turned out, but it's almost safe to say that there would have been quite a bit of destruction along the way. And so, sometimes things shake out in your favor. Sometimes you're the one with the dead battery. And there are so many variables in a competition like this.
Yahoo it's one of the most resilient, tough, and reliable robots in the 30-pound class. And just like that, that's how a story can change.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to head over to Cage 1. Oh, boy. So loading into the cage here, we have Saiko and RoboCat.
So RoboCat, I believe, had their debut event last month. They are a somewhat new robot, and they are going against someone who has spent a lot of time competing. And that is, of course, Jameson Go, who, is no stranger to combat robotics. So it's always fun to see, a younger builder, an up-and-comer, fight against someone who is let's say, a grizzled veteran.
Well-seasoned.
Well-seasoned. Yeah, I don't know if Jamo's grizzled.
No, that's not a word that comes to mind.
But that's what makes this fun, And Saiko has been looking so good. Will he continue this undefeated streak for the Dream Team?
We're going to find out. Cage 1 is locked up. We're going to get our count in momentarily. This will be the 5th match for the Dream Team today.
JMO assuming classic, iconic fight stance.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight,
Here we
robots,
go.
fight.
Saiko, kind of slow coming out of the corner.
He thought about the box rush and then decided against it. Wow. Some pretty even hits here.
RoboCat up on its rabbit ears. Oh boy, that's not where you want to be.
Suddenly it got a little quieter. Weapon still seems to be running. Is there an issue with JMO's drive side?
Yeah, a little bit on the right drive side, I think.
Huge hit.
RoboCat is down one of its front armor plates. You see it there laying kind of in the center of Cage 1.
Saiko limping, RoboCat turned upside down. Both of these robots trying to just make sense of what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like Saiko is having some issues on its right drive side. You see it kind of spinning in a circle. We'll see if it's maybe just got a wheel pinched. Could be a belt.
RoboCat up on its feet now.
Oh, there goes the other armor plate.
Now it's just fist against fist.
Oh, and that looks like a belt, Lindsay.
I am impressed with this fearless driving from RoboCat. They are not intimidated. They are giving it its all.
Oh, no!
But there you have it.
That looks like the collar on the weapon shaft from RoboCat. So you see the belt is now loose. Without its active weapon, it can't gyro itself back onto its feet. So this might be a count out.
I don't think any amount of unsticks from Flo are going to help RoboCat in this situation, but I really have to hand it to them. They were giving it their all. They said YOLO, and it worked for a while until it didn't.
Tap out.
That goes to show you, even when Saiko is driving at 50%, it is still 100% dangerous.
Yeah, you see Jameson there with a bit of an apprehensive woo. He knows that he's going to have to figure out what happened with his drive side when he brings it up to the pits, but hey, a win is a win.
And that means that Dream Team is going to climb ahead in the points even further. 5 victories.
Wow. Can't say I'm surprised, but it's nonetheless an incredible feat to actually be able to pull off. But round of applause there for RoboCat. For a minute there, I thought that maybe they were actually going to come away with it.
Here we see this replay. There we saw, that was the second armor plate on the front of RoboCat getting kind of sheared off.
Let's use Saiko like a cool ramp.
Those forks doing their job. Wow. And there you see that belt getting stripped away, flung through the air. And that was really the end of the story for RoboCat.
If I'm going to fight a robot like Saiko, that is how I want to go out. You know, giving it my all, getting eviscerated in the process, but giving it a run for its money at the same time.
Yeah, giving everyone a good show.
Yeah, that was a great show. But I'm sure there will be quite a bit of learnings and takeaways that RoboCat will, be able to glean from that match right there. And there JMO goes, getting a round of applause from the audience. We have not yet talked about this incredible video screen that we now have.
Oh, I love it.
It is so sleek.
It's a great way to kind of just inject some of the brands for the teams and the bots, and make a really fun kind of walkout experience.
And if you are not sure, oh hey, there's Glenn and Ian, and is that who let that leisure-suited man in the building.
He is our on-site detective.
It looks like Nightcrawler and Caldera 12 are loading in. Caldera 12, of course, driven by Glenn Boxall. Nightcrawler driven by Pete Covert, who, despite the gray wig, is not as old as you may think.
Yeah, there's a young, spry gentleman under there.
A gentleman who just about a month ago was jumping out of helicopters skiing.
And that's why he had to have a hip replacement, of course.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. It's not a joke, though. He was jumping out of helicopters to go skiing, and
In Alaska.
In Alaska.
My goodness. Pete's one of the most interesting people you'll ever meet if you ever get a chance to talk to him.
Absolutely. And so is Glenn.
Oh, of course.
This is a great matchup right here. Nightcrawler had a bit of a shaky first match where a speed controller blew up after it was doing pretty well, but still took away the win because it was able to outdrive its opponent. Glenn had a fairly quick match, I believe. His first time around against Saiko, did not take that win, so you know he is wanting to even it out here at 1-1.
We'll see what he learned from that match because, of course, Nightcrawler has kind of a similar, a similar vibe to Saiko.
So
and here we go.
Those speed controllers stay put.
A couple of weapon-to-weapon exchanges there.
Wow.
Nightcrawler.
Got Caldera already up on the ledge in need of its unstick, perhaps. Yep, Glenn's calling for that unstick. And Nightcrawler just waiting to pounce at the moment of that.
Oh, wow!
Huge impact.
Big hit there, and it looks like Caldera 12, their weapon is a little bananaed, and I think I see a belt that is also stripped out of that weapon assembly, but Nightcrawler's also not moving, Lindsay.
Caldera trying to pin, but I don't know if this is an unstick situation or if the drive on Nightcrawler has just found a critical error.
So we're gonna get the unstick here for Nightcrawler. Flo moving into position, giving it a nudge.
All right, it looks soundly unstuck, but I don't know if that was the issue.
Oh, boy.
Flo. It's not. That's not better. I don't know if it matters, though. I think the drive on Nightcrawler is dead.
Wow, that was a huge exchange between Nightcrawler and Caldera 12. Caldera 12, its weapon goes down, but Nightcrawler unable to hobble its way further in this match. And there it is. Your winner, Caldera 12.
Both teams now evening out at 1-1. Glenn getting that win he desperately needed to stay in the competition. And Pete getting knocked down. Gotta take that back to the pits and figure out what the heck's going on.
Yeah, Pete and the hip replacements really needed this win too. They're kind of in the middle ground right now in the group stages here, and you know it's one of those things. You need to start kind of clawing your way up, especially when you have other teams that are really beginning to pull away in the points.
Yeah, I'm sure here, well, looking at this replay, it looked for a second as if Glenn was really on the ropes there with Caldera 12. Not a lot of movement from that weapon, but he was able to be unstuck.
And there was that huge hit at the end that spelled the end for Nightcrawler.
That was intense, and I feel like Glenn Boxall right now is probably breathing a sigh of relief, because he had two bots that were similar in design, like you had mentioned, Saiko, Nightcrawler, similar-ish weapon type, very compact robots, things that typically would give a horizontal spinner like Caldera 12 a tough time. So now that he has gotten past those with at least an even record, he can start to look at what other bots are down the line and start preparing.
Intense.
Yeah, and Nightcrawler, I mean, Pete is going to take that into the pits. He's walking past us right now.
Still smiling.
Still smiling. But yeah, he has been working on this robot for many years. It's not a new design. It's something that he has a lot of experience with. And just going to have to figure out what's going on. Get it ready for the next match.
It's one of the most interesting bots to kind of look in and see all of the precision engineering that Pete has put into it. It's so interesting. The ring gear on the inside of the wheel, it's kind of like a big hollow dome shape with it like an internal gear mechanism. It's really brilliant. But when you explore creative applications of technology like that, there are a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, and there's just not a lot of real estate in that robot. The actual working space within, that robot is teeny tiny. So everything really is optimized. So let's take a look here at Reasonable FC, the Reasonable Fight Club. We've got Aaron Hill. We've got Alex Grant.
Yeah,
and missing in action is Adam Wrigley.
It's Dutch Oven on the far side.
Aaron Hill competing today with Sweep, which is, you know what? It is a bold move to enter this competition with a brand new robot, but Aaron Hill is a bold builder, and that
Absolutely.
is exactly what he did.
That first match that we saw against Maximizer was absolutely punishing, but it looks like Aaron's done a great job getting the bot back together.
Yeah, he was showing off Sweep in the test box last night, and that swerve drive is so smooth. I don't think he really had a chance to show it off in that match against Maximizer because it was over pretty quickly, but I'm hoping that we do get to see a little bit more of how that works, coming up, because it is very creative and very well driven.
It's kind of like if you've seen a sci-fi movie of how wheels on cars work in the future.
Yes.
It's brilliant engineering. I mean, so the wheels only move back and forth, but the entire wheel pod rotates. And within each of those wheel pods, there's like kind of two touch points, two wheels in it, but one of them has like a titanium tooth on it, and the other one can kind of like drift and run frictionless. So the entire wheel pods rotate. So he can go from, it's basically the Wonka Vader of drives.
That is a fantastic.
It can go front ways and back ways, sideways, left ways, right ways, diagonal ways. So it's like when you're facing off a bot against a bot like that, you don't know where they can go. And I'd imagine that makes it a very interesting kind of challenge for another driver to go up against.
Speaking of a challenge for a driver to go up against, we have Pepe Silvia being loaded in by Luke Quintal.
Oh, I'm so excited that I get to be at the desk for this fight. Pepe Silvia, one of the weirdest and most brilliant robots that we've ever seen in this weight class. Here we see the driver, Luke.
Look at our cool refs back there. Is anyone cooler? I don't know.
I don't think so. I heard a ref just shout no. So there you have it. And they're the refs, so, I mean, they get the final call.
Now, this is Smack-O-Lantern. And an incredible offering from Team
Skeleton Crew.
I was going to say Skeleton Key, and I was like, that's not right. Skeleton Crew. I love every robot that they come up with. Their theming is unparalleled. But this is a tough matchup for them.
This is a tough matchup for anybody. But,
Yeah.
When you have a good wedge, a good egg beater, you can go head-to-head with almost anybody.
Suddenly, I am seeing tons of builders from the pits make their way down to watch this match in person because it's just that entertaining.
Yeah, you see most of the Pepe Kitty Miser team here in support. And you're right, there's about 15 teams down here right now.
All of Burbs aren't real. We've got four letter word.
5,
Here we
4,
go, Chris.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, Lindsay, here we go.
What?
Pepe Silvia doing a very awkward box rush that only Pepe Silvia can do.
Oh my goodness.
Immediately taking it to the corner of Smack-A-Lantern. I'm seeing some kind of loose wire or something sticking out of the bottom of Smack-A-Lantern. They're calling for their unstick early here, 20 seconds into the match. We'll see if Flo can get them back on their feet.
You only get one unstick, so this is their one shot here. Pepe Silvia not giving them a lot of room though. I don't know if they're trying to help them unstick or.
Tap out.
And there's a
There
tap
we go.
out.
Pepe Silvia continuing their undefeated run so far here today. Pepe Kitty Miser also undefeated for the day.
Wow.
What can you do against a robot that is all drum?
I don't know.
It is going to be a challenge for anybody facing Pepe today to figure out what the heck you can do to this robot.
They're gonna have to drum up something.
Wow, I am so fascinated by this robot. It was just a tough draw for Smack-A-Lantern, who immediately ended up inverted on their head. Flo did what it could to try and reset them, but using up your one unstick 15 seconds into the match, you're really setting
Right.
yourself up for trouble down the line. And I think, rightly so. They saw what happened to Vorion earlier. That got completely eviscerated by Pepe. And they're like, you know what? This is a long day. We've got more fights to do. We need to preserve what we got. And, I don't think that that's a bad strategy. You really have to think about the full day. It's not just winning this one fight, but there's so much more on the line.
You have to win the war of attrition.
Yes. Those jerseys do look pretty good, though, Chris.
I'd say so.
Way to go, Skeleton Crew. Just a tough draw there. And really, everybody that faces Pepe today, I'm going to say the same thing.
They just went through Halloween.
Nicely done. A lot of work there for our cleaning crew to do. Our cage crew really getting their steps in. That's a big box, you know?
Yeah. just from that weird tumbling box rush out of Pepe Silvia, you can see how much debris they generated.
Yeah, that was a quick fight with honestly minimal hits. And still that much destruction was caused in the cage. I really want to see a 3-minute Pepe fight.
That thing eats through battery more than any other robot here, I think.
Yeah, he was trying to, I was talking to Luke in the pits earlier, and he was trying to decipher exactly why it was using so much battery, because I think it was even surprising him. He deduced that there was extra friction in his wheels because you can't really call them wheels, in his
Shuffler.
creepy
Those
shufflers.
gangly.
Yeah, just like salad fingers. I don't know.
Salad fingers. Yes, that's exactly what they are. That is the technical term.
So he was saying that because this is a new set, they're still like pretty tight.
Right.
And
kind of like how you got to get up and stretch in the morning for your knees to feel normal. Pepe had to kind of work out some of those kinks. Brand new gears, they tend to need to settle in, and I think that is happening organically now as things continue to play out here. So hopefully that's not going to be an issue at any point. Pepe Kitty Miser, they are right now they are doing an incredible job in this competition.
Looking good. I am really excited here for this next fight. Alex Curtis, there in the Brett Breakers jersey, is fighting with Floor Letter Word. And I have just received confirmation that if he wins this match, he will qualify for the bracket later on today. And that is a really good, obviously a good spot for Alex, but because he had Floor Letter Word in the pits last night in the test box, and he could not figure out why his weapon was not going up to speed. He was having a lot of gremlins with that robot, and by the time I left around 10 p.m., it had not been solved. And so you know that he had a sleepless night trying to figure out what was going on. This morning, it's fixed, it's working. He beat king size? Super size? I get the sizes confused, but he was able to tear off that wheel of that robot, which almost never happens, and now he's one win away from qualifying for the bracket.
Wow.
I also, for some reason, assumed that Alex was a veteran of this sport. He has that air about him, someone who seems like he's been here for a very long time. However, I just learned he just celebrated his 2-year anniversary of the sport.
Get out of here.
2 years, that's it.
And qualified here at our June Teams event, potentially on the line right now.
Here. Yes.
That is a very fast glow up.
He is another one of these builders who you see just grind away at events that is trying to get as much experience as he possibly can to keep improving, keep iterating. And, you know, when you have that mentality, you can have a fast glow up in just a matter of a couple of years, where now you're here one fight away from qualifying for this really exclusive elite bracket that we're going to be having later today. And then we have Phoenix here. Who is getting ready to fight.
All right, and so this cage is locked up. We're gonna have a fight starting here momentarily.
This is Goose here from Phoenix on team Burbs Aren't Real. Birds are. Birds, they're real. Burbs, not so much.
I've heard, you know, some of the conspiracies laid out that birds aren't real, and you know what? Some of those folks have a lot of interesting things to say, Lindsay.
Oh, enlighten me.
Well, I mean, is there a chance that over millions and millions of years that birds evolved and can fly through the air, or is it also a possibility that it's just all a conspiracy?
That they're all just drones?
Correct.
Yeah. You make a compelling argument. I don't know where I land yet on the spectrum, but one thing I know for sure, Burbs,
Burbs.
not real.
They are not real.
Birds, jury's out.
All right, we're
those doors
opening the
are
cage
opening
back up.
again.
It seems like maybe Goose is having a little issue with its takeoff.
Geese don't fly. Well, they fly pretty well.
Geese?
Yeah.
You mean the birds that have to fly south for the winter? Or they freeze in place?
I guess they have to know how to fly then. I'm thinking penguins.
Yes. Yes, there's...
People get penguins and geese confused all the time.
Well, I mean, they're drones that serve two entirely different purposes.
Chris, I am getting the word right now that Goose has forfeited.
Oh, no!
I don't know exactly what happened. I'm sure that this is not the way Phoenix was hoping that this would go. But I think that that also means that Alex Curtis has qualified.
Wow, that
and
is...
we'll be moving on to the bracket.
That is really upsetting. Phoenix, I hope that you're able to figure out what was going on there, because, you know, again, it's one of those things in this sport there are a lot of different types of gremlins.
Yeah.
And you know, you can test, and then there's one thing that you missed, or even something that you did check, and a little bit of time elapses, and now there's a battery issue. Now something's disconnected.
Yeah. And that has been the eliminating fight now for Goose as well.
Wow.
You hate to see these gremlins result in forfeits. You know how much work all of these builders put into their robots and how much emotional investment they have. But I think it also drives so many builders to make sure that the next time around that doesn't happen, that they keep improving. And I know that Phoenix is going to be back again, and that robot will likely not face the same problem that it faced here today. We see some more bots being loaded into Cage 2. I see Vorion.
This is a brand spanking new Vorion.
Yeah. And its opponent here is Crack, one of the hammer bots that we have in the competition today.
So that's you know, a very interesting weapon style that you'll find here in combat robotics. Not a ton of hammers out there, but that thing has a substantial spear at the end of that hammer, and you really, you know, a lot of builders are always trying to create configurations to go head to head with other vertical spinners, horizontal spinners, and so it's like, sometimes top armor falls to the wayside, and this is a bot style that tries to capitalize on that.
Now, this is an important match because Brandon is trying to stay alive here with Vorion after losing to Pepe Silvia earlier today. But for Crack, if they win, they're qualified. So both bots here are really, they have a lot on the line, but I think Brandon is going to be extremely hungry to win this one and keep, you know, the day alive for him.
All right, the drivers are making ready. We're gonna have a match here any moment.
5, 4, 3.
All right,
2,
Lindsay.
1.
There we go.
30-pound action.
Robots fight.
Vorion and Crack.
Tentative out of the box for both of them.
Both bots sporting long forks.
Brandon really trying to be patient and get the right angle here. He does not want to be in the way of that hammer.
The front forks on Crack are almost like keep-away sticks to keep its opponent at the right distance for the hammer to deliver the perfect punch. And Vorion's as a scooping mechanism to deliver other robots into that powerful vertical spinner. Wow! Wow!
Oh, this is graphic. Crack having its way with Vorion, who is now presumably stuck on the side rail there.
Some of the most aggressive tapping.
Calling for that unstick. It was only a matter of time before Crack was able to scoop up Vorion with its forks and be able to deliver those blows. And Vorion is struggling now.
Oh boy. Definitely some issues with one of the drive sides on Vorion, and we're gonna see if Crack is able to kind of capitalize on that. Oh, there goes a couple of the forks off the front of the Crack. Just got stuck under flow.
That is the danger of having forks like that. Vorion, a golden dumpster winner.
A couple more of the forks.
Really having a tough time after that barrage of hits from Crack just moments ago. Oh. Now, the interesting thing about hammer bots is so much of the damage that they deliver is not visible to the viewer. It takes place under the hood of the robot. And so while its top plate looks okay, you know that the shock and the power of those hits was enough to mess up whatever is going on within Vorion right now.
And we've seen hammer bots in the past that put even a small hole in the top armor of a robot, but just underneath that piercing, is a lipo battery that could literally explode, or a critical component, a speed controller, a wire, and then the next thing you know, you have an opponent that's not moving.
30 seconds left in this match. Vorion is just hoping he can rack up some points. Maybe Crack, gets stuck, that he can do a little something, because right now Crack is way ahead on the points here. And it looks like Vorion has stopped moving. Nope. Crack's still giving it some wax and bringing it back to life. And that's it.
So Brandon Bennett-Young brings Vorion all the way to the end of this match, but I don't think that the judges are going to be ruling in Brandon's favor. This was a very dominant performance from Crack.
Vorion, obviously a formidable robot who has won a golden dumpster here at NHRL, falling likely to 0-2 here today, which is in itself shocking. And I think that speaks to just the level of competition that's here today. It is not a regular event. This is the best of the best, and Crack is one of the best hammer robots that we see here. I mean, look at those hits.
So we go through the replay here. There you see Vorion up on the side rail, getting some of those really punishing hammer blows to the top armor, and it just never seemed to recover from that point on.
The Midwest Collegiate Crusaders so pumped.
Here we are in Cage 2, and we have two totally normal robots. Totally normal.
Both just the meta of this competition. I am so tired of seeing these melty brains and cat stomping robots. Show me something new.
This is actually a very, very interesting.
Yeah.
So this isn't even both of these robots exist outside of the rock paper scissors. So you have obviously our bot made by Tom Farkas, Pawsitively Hysterical, a little stompy bot with the most adorable waggle stick that you've ever seen here. Its weapon is actively arm. And then, of course, you have across the arena Project Liftoff, a melty brain spinner. Its entire robot is its weapon.
Chris, I am in love with what I am seeing right now from Paws. This is a adaptive design. They have a wedge or a plate that I've never seen before.
Like a titanium plate in the front, perhaps.
And it is so on brand with not only the smile, but also the little whiskers. And that is, of course, to try and stop the barrage of hits that Project Liftoff will undeniably try and land on Pawsitively Hysterical.
And so Project Liftoff, it has a tendency to not just deliver a lot of damage, but also ping pong itself around. And so being able to use that front armor plate on Paws, I'm curious to see if they're actually going to be able to turn the tide on Project Liftoff and use Project Liftoff's own momentum as its weapon.
Now, one of the things that you don't want to do is let Project Liftoff get up to speed, but because of the movement on Pawsitively Hysterical, that is exactly what it's been able to do. And when Project Liftoff is at speed, it is extremely dangerous. Can it land another hit right here with Paws taunting it?
Oh! And it looks like, oh no! The brackets holding that front armor plate on is, they're becoming askew, Lindsay.
The cat's mouth is gone. Some whiskers still there. Oh, there we go.
Cage 2 getting a little bit sloppier than a litter box right now.
That arm on Paws right now really trying to intimidate its opponent more than anything.
I think it's actually trying to hail a cab out of there.
It's still going though, and Project Liftoff is So well controlled for a Melty Brain, able to pick those shots.
Tom Farkas is now trying to time those aggressive taps from that adorable paw just before Project Liftoff makes connection.
Oh no. Get a pause, get a pause. Aw.
Oh no!
All right, maybe don't.
Oh,
it's
that
bent. It's bent, Chris.
They say a cat always lands on its feet, but Pawsitively Hysterical is a little sideways at the moment.
Its feet still going against all odds.
I'll tell you, one thing about Paws is it's for a robot that is mostly printed plastic, it does a great job, even against some of the most destructive robots here. Oh no!
Oh, Project Liftoff giving a little love tap there. That screech that emanates out of Project Liftoff is so ominous. Oh, Brett almost got Paws up on its hind legs.
I think Paws has used most of its 9 lives here so far in this competition.
Unfortunately, that bent arm on Paws is almost keeping Brett away.
It's kind of batting itself on the forehead. And with your final seconds left here in the match, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna probably say that Project Liftoff has somehow pulled a fast one on this kitty.
Really, really good showing for Project Liftoff. I am continuously impressed by the control that their Melty Brain has. Melty Brains for so long were looked at as not a joke, but just a chaotic style of robot that is hard to win with. And the Casmers have pushed Melty Brain technology so far beyond what I think was once thought possible. It is, when it is operating at full capacity, it is almost untouchable. And that was an incredible showing, not just of power, but also control from Project Liftoff.
Yeah, the Casmers, they are the royal family of Melty Brains. They have made their own subgenre of robots, and they are, you can see here, ripping that front armor plate off of Pawsitively Hysterical and then just slowly chipping away at that giant plastic robot.
One of the incredible things I think we're seeing here from Project Liftoff today is, in the past, that robot would ricochet sometimes 5 separate times off the cages, the wall cages, because it would just send the sheer force that it had would send it going crazy. There, in this particular match, and today, it maybe hit one wall, a second wall, and then was right back into controlled movement. This, I think, must be some of the most controlled we've ever seen Project Liftoff. It is just terrifying and mesmerizing what they've been able to achieve.
So I just got word. It's official now. After the judge's decision, Crack has now qualified for the end of teams here, and Vorion has been eliminated. Wow. Unbelievable.
So exciting for Crack and the Midwest Collegiate Crusaders. I think, you know, when you enter a competition like this with not a vertical spinner or horizontal spinner, it can feel like an uphill battle, especially with the robots that they drew and with Vorion. They had an uphill battle, and they are killing it so far. And I am just also, you know, you feel for Brandon because he grinds so hard fighting these robots, and any other competition, any other day, you'd probably see him sitting at 2-0. But again, that's how things shake out, and he's just gonna take that and learn from it. And
one of the things that I know about Brandon, he'll probably be here again in a couple of weeks.
Yep. Yeah.
you know, at probably a few more showings. And
Oh,
of
yeah.
course, we'll be here for our World Championships.
Absolutely.
Oh boy, Lindsay.
Yes.
Cage 2 loading in, and now locked up, we have Lynx and Calvin Iba. This is a team that is poised to have a lot of screen time potentially here at the end of the
Yes.
night.
And a robot that is used to a lot of screen time because it makes it very, very deep in the bracket nearly every single time that it fights.
And Pinevictus taking its spot over in the pink corner.
5, 4,
Pinevictus,
3,
another Leatherbacks
2,
offering
1.
here today.
Fight, robots, fight.
Really handing it to Lynx, getting around the side of it, which is not something you see very often. See,
Oh no! Pinevictus high-centered
Self-inflicted
on the
wound.
side rail. He's gonna call for an unstick.
Yeah, and when you are fighting a robot like Lynx, you can find yourself in all kinds of precarious positions when he sends you flying just like that. So using that unstick so early is not where you want to be.
Lynx just came in and delivered a nice shot, 2 shots to the corner of Pinevictus.
Wow, some huge hits. Very controlled for the most part from Lynx as it sends itself, teetering around on its head, but he's back up and running.
2 minutes left in this match. Both bots still very mobile.
But those hits from Lynx just keep coming, and they are so devastating. I mean, when you spend that much time flying around, you really...
Oh!
Wow.
I think I just saw a piece of the ceiling come down.
Yeah. It's hard to get your bearings as a driver, and that is what Calvin is so good at doing.
Oh! There goes one of the camera rigs.
Don't get caught on that, Calvin.
Each corner of our cages is outfitted with a state-of-the-art iPhone camera rig, and we keep the local Genius Bar very busy.
A rare but incredible pin on Lynx. But there you go. See, Pinevictus has already used its unstick. Lynx so good at getting bots into positions where they become immobile. And unless Pinevictus can turn this around...
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
However,
Maybe.
currently not able to gyro itself back up, but Lynx lends it a hand, and not just flips it back onto its feet, but then flips it again and again and again and again.
All right, Lynx, I think, was caught there for a second, but Pinevictus seeing stars after getting hit in the head so many times.
Yeah, and there's the belts that you see off of the front of Pinevictus.
Wow!
So at this point, with only 20 seconds left in the match, there's very little it's able to do to change the direction, change the outcome when this go to judges.
Oh, and this
There's
might
some
be
wires.
Not sure if this is a count out or the end of the match, but either way, Lynx will be walking away, I am pretty sure, with the win on this one.
I don't
Dream
think
Team
that...
continuing
Yeah.
their dominance.
Unbelievable. So that was the 6th match for Dream Team.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that's going to be 6 victories.
Wow. All right, let's take another look at this. Pinevictus going all 3 minutes against Lynx, which is a feat in and of itself.
I think you get a badge.
Yeah.
You get a badge for that.
Oh, took out that camera. That's when that happened. Now, Pinevictus did spend a lot of time in the air, but was able to land a couple of key moments, like that nice pin on Lynx, and a few kind of tit-for-tat hits in the very beginning.
So here we see the drivers. They're making their bots safe and deactivating their batteries. So we can bring in more action in the cage. Calvin Iba looks pretty happy right now. And also, we're going to try to rescue that iPhone in the corner.
Not the first casualty in
We
one
have
of our boxes.
we have drop spill coverage on it. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I messed up a lot of phones in my day.
Oh, I know.
As you can attest to. But, you know, at least I'm not like a killer robot. They have really done a number on some of our phones. However, a lot of them are like surprisingly resilient.
Yeah, we've seen them almost melt to nothing before, but can still make an Instagram post. It's pretty crazy. All right, and I just got word we have a judge's decision on the Pawsitively, Hissterical, and Project Liftoff fight. And if you didn't guess, it is going to Project Liftoff.
Okay. Yeah, you know, there was hope in there for pause, but I think the judges made the right call. Let's take a look on over at Cage 1. Now, this is a fight for the ages. We have MilkTank, captained there by Tamara, and that incredible hairstyle with those balloons, and Xupa-Cabra from our Brazilian faction here. Now, in Brazil, combat robotics is taken
5,
extremely seriously.
4, 3,
I don't think they fight
2,
a lot of people
1.
with balloons in their
Fight,
brains.
robots,
Here we
But
go.
hey, that's NHRL. MilkTank has had an incredible glow up over the years. They've been fighting since 2021. Now, you know, they can go all 3 minutes. We'll see if they're going to do that here against Xupa-Cabra, who is honestly just manhandling them so far. MilkTank up on the ledge and may be able to free itself, but no. Flow is coming in, but Xupa-Cabra taking that chance away. I'm seeing bits of wheel on the floor. And that overhead configuration has not been able to do a lot of damage here to Xupa-Cabra.
Hard to do any kind of damage to Xupa-Cabra, really, but man, this is a rough spot to be in for MilkTank.
They are no strangers to rough spots, though. They've been on the ropes a time or two before, and no one does it better than they do. And there goes that weapon, neatly placed in the corner of our box. I don't think they're going to have a chance to do much in the way of damage from here on out, but I think they can drive. Yep. Xupa-Cabra, though, going to have a nice and easy time trying to pin them the rest of this match. I think it's those balloons. The balloons...
really getting in the way of her ability to see fully what's going on with the match. But you know what? We all suffer for style. No one more than Tamara. She really puts it all on the line.
She's just trying to channel her energy into the robot to have it powered on her own enthusiasm. Doesn't happen. We haven't figured out the science behind that yet, so it doesn't quite work. But, you know, one day she might figure it out. It does look like, though, I don't know if Xupa-Cabra has powered down their weapon to conserve battery, or if their weapon is also down. That would be an incredible outcome if MilkTank has been able to disable that weapon on Xupa-Cabra.
That would be really surprising. They could also just be saving themselves, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see a weapon test at the end of this match. Well, it is going to the judges.
Good on MilkTank getting yet another match to go to the judges, especially against a team.
MilkTank might be unkillable, and that is a shocking thing to say.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to them for going the full 3 minutes.
I'm going to be very interested here, Kyle, to see if that weapon on Xupa-Cabra spins back up. I don't I don't know if the judges are calling for it. I don't know if they need to, but it would be an interesting thing for us to know.
You know, I'm not here to, like, you know, speak for our judges, but if I was trying to put together the rubric on this match, I think I might have enough data.
I mean, if both weapons are down, it's not quite even because, you know, MilkTank did have their weapon physically removed.
Right.
And that's more damage than just the weapon dying. But
Yes.
I don't know, like, it's still important.
It still counts.
Yeah.
It still counts.
But we're not going to be able to know because the doors have opened, the locks are going on, and the judges are just going to have to make their own decision based on aggression and control and, you know, the difference in damage points.
Oh, okay, it's official. We got word now both weapons are, in fact, down.
So MilkTank successfully disabling the weapon on Xupa-Cabra.
We're going to have to see what the judges have to say about that.
In the wild, if you had a cow versus a Xupa-Cabra, who would win?
Well, the Xupa-Cabra, I mean, aren't they specifically hunters of cows? Isn't that like what they do?
I think this match was, you know, written in the stars.
Yeah, it's not good. You know, if you are a rancher and you have cows, the last thing you want is a Xupa-Cabra. I mean, that's a real problem.
And the fact that the cow was able to at least fend off the Xupa-Cabra enough to remain alive?
The cow is a noble and vicious species, really, when you get down to it. They defend their young at all
Yes.
costs. I mean, they are a really powerful animal that we don't really consider, but, you know.
Kyle.
What's up?
We're getting a judge's decision here.
Already?
From a previous fight, not this one.
Oh, okay.
Lynx has officially defeated Pinevictus.
Awesome. So that's
Yeah.
3 more points for the Dream Team.
The Dream Team is racking it up and honestly making it look easy.
Very impressive. So that brings the Dream Team up to, I believe, 19 points total for the day thus far.
I'm not good at math, but I'm gonna believe you.
That puts them 3 points now ahead of Too Hot to Handle and 4 points ahead of Pepe Kitty Miser.
They've had more fights though. So
More points than Pepe Kitty Miser, or more fights than Pepe Kitty Miser. Same
Yeah.
amount of fights as Too Hot to Handle.
yeah. I was thinking of Pepe Kitty Miser. However, I see them now in the. I don't know if they're loading in or just spectating Pepe
Now check
Kitty
out
Miser, but-
the Dream Team in the pits. One thing that I've noticed about JMO today, he's just having fun. I mean, he's like in the best
Yeah,
mood.
JMO.
Flexing for you. Just flex on him, JMO. Look at that guy.
And also just the calm, cool collectedness of Matt Boris, who is just texting on his phone right now.
Like
I
that
don't
side
know.
of the pits, I went over and talked to Matt. I was like, what'd you change up the body? He's like, yeah, one little thing, you know, trying something new. I walked over and talked to Calvin Eba, and he said, nothing. I literally am just taking it out of the box for the first time since the World Championships.
We have got
yeah.
an exciting matchup here.
This is a great chance to move up in the rankings and even get a tie with the current leader,
5,
depending on how
4,
this goes
3,
for Jay
2,
Kaufman and
1.
Maximizer.
Fight, robots,
We
fight.
are fighting Blue Marlin here, doing a
Ooh.
box rush attempt.
Now keep in mind, last time we saw Blue Marlin, it was in 2 pieces.
Yeah, he really was able to do a lot to get that back in working order.
Oh no, that version is gone.
Oh.
It's in garbage can right now.
RIP.
This is the second bot. This is the last bot that he has of Blue Marlin.
And that's why you bring spares. Maximizer really?
That's not good. That's not good. The exact
out.
same failure point that happened the first time has now happened again. Jay Kaufman, fist bump. That's a knockout victory that does bring them up to a tie with the Dream Team.
I felt that in my teeth. Oh my God. Pepe Kitty Miser is here to win, and that was not a joke right there. Blue Marlin, a formidable robot, being eviscerated.
That is an atypical hit from Maximizer
Yes.
too. This is a swing in and then bam. Oh, that's interesting. So the pod was already starting to come off, and
Yeah.
then the other side, the intact side, is actually what made that impact and caused the tap out.
Jake has so much practice with Maximizer and driving it. He is almost obsessive about figuring out angles and hits and different attack points and different ways to hit. And we saw that pay off here.
Earlier today, Jake Hoffman was asked which team he was the most afraid of in this competition, and he said mine. No hesitation, just mine. And I think he's got a very valid point.
They are going tit for tat right now against Dream Team. It is, they might be tied for points now.
I believe this is tying them for points, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
our
got it.
dashboard is outdated. So still behind, I think, because of the number of fights so far. Not
Correct.
because they've lost. So they are undefeated, and they are looking stronger than ever.
But to stay in the game, he really needed to get a knockout
Yes.
victory, and he got it. Handily so.
That's 2 knockouts for him today.
That is not a great look for Blue Marlin, though, ending both of their fights so far in pieces, and same basic failure point both times. That's a rough place to be, honestly.
Yeah, so Bob, who is the builder of Blue Marlin, used 3D printed nylon for the body of Blue Marlin. Not, I think, a typical material.
No, not a good idea in a lot of cases.
I would like to know the decision, because no decision is made for no reason,
Right.
Every time a builder has to make one of these choices, there is a list of trade-offs, and for whatever reason, he chose to go with this one. And I would really like to know why.
Yeah, that is a rough failure point to have there twice in the same day. Those drive motors really work better when they stay on the robot.
Yeah,
And
important.
It's important. It's important. But yeah, that was rough. I mean, going up against Maximizer is a bad day anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder why he ended up having to use nylon for that print.
Yeah.
You know, TPU's like the kind of the standard bearer of the 3D printed materials for robots right now for good reason. It's flexible. It can take those impacts and it
Yeah.
can last. That was rough.
And that is, to the viewer at home, any 3D printed part probably looks like any other 3D printed part, right? You can't tell the difference between TPU, PLA, nylon.
Yeah.
But
you can sure
for-
tell when they get hit with something.
Yes.
All right,
Exactly.
We have a judge's decision. Okay. Big upset here. Xupa-Cabra wins against MilkTank.
I bet it was closer than anybody would have anticipated, though, if you look at that judging score.
Well, congratulations to them.
Congratulations.
3 points for that team. Very nice. They'll be moving forward. Rough matchup for Tamara. That's 2 losses today, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not good.
Not where you want to be, but I would be proud of myself for going 3 minutes against a beast specifically designed to eat me alive.
Yes, and you know, that team, the Utter Grumple team,
Yes.
they're not here to win matches so much as they are to win hearts,
Yes.
in my mind.
Yes.
And they're succeeding in that.
They're not here for the $1 million. They're here for the 1,000,000 hearts.
Aww.
And you know what? It's working.
Yeah, it's working.
It's working.
It's working.
Except
Normally,
Mr. Roper, not a fan of that one.
you don't like him? He's a little disconcerting to you?
I'm just being mean.
Mr. Roper did really well against Barbie and Ken. It held up pretty well, actually.
held up.
Yeah.
I think that in that match, the square, the wedge behind it,
Yeah.
really kind of put it in a
It
tough
fouled
spot.
it all up. That and the helmet.
Yeah, but style.
So this is the battle of 2 overhead attack bots. We have Colossal Avian, a overhead attack saw bot, versus the king of hammer bots, Knock Off White. This is 45 pounds of just pure destructive force. Knockoff White, not only an extremely powerful hammer, but also just a bully in the box with that powerful shuffler system, able to push around almost any other bot in this weight class, and driven expertly by the Wrigley brothers. Adam driving the actual drive mechanism, Eric throwing the weapon, with characteristic reckless abandon.
Yeah. And the number of times per minute that hammer can fire
is insane.
So impressive. Here we go.
And you can hear Knockoff White getting into position. Now, Knockoff White with foam top armor from their former multi-bot configuration foam bot. Gotta love the repurposing of that. A big part of their strategy throughout the season has been their multitude of little multi-bots. So they're running all by themselves today, but it's good to see a little bit of foam bot out there to help out.
Foam bot lives on. You can't keep the foam bot down. You don't, because there are so few overhead attack robots, you don't often see them just, through the statistics of it all, be able to fight each other. So this is really exciting.
Now this is a version of their Mary, right? The
Mary Special?
The Mary Special. Mary Special is a specialized axe meant for grabbing belts and chains and ripping them off. When your bot is a hammer saw, like Colossal Avian, there are a ton of little belts and little chains for you to be able to rip off with it. So that's a really good choice going into this matchup. Colossal. So they got to make sure that the terminal is up and running properly so that we get the proper data back from the box on this fight.
And I saw a little celebration dance from our ref there, so.
Yep, got it working, got it working. Colossal Avian is part of the Just Long Bird team.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Those forks doing a lot for Colossal Avian right there.
Oh no, held away just too far to actually make impact with the weapons. Both weapons, honestly.
Wow, this is so interesting. That's the battle of the forks, honestly. Preventing those weapons
nobody's
from
really
making
made
contact.
good contact. Here we go, Colossal Avian coming in for a side impact hit, but Knockoff White able to bounce themselves off the wall. Good shot there by Knockoff White. Right into the weapon system for Colossal Avian. Another shot directly into the center of Colossal Avian. Those hits don't look like they're doing a lot with the first impact, but wait till 20 or 30 impacts later, and there is a ton of irreparable damage.
Colossal Avian really trying to pick its angles here.
Nice shot there.
It looks like it's able to get under Knockoff White, but still not able to land a lot of hits because of the length of those forks.
And they're really not able to push Knockoff White after they get under them, just due to the geometry of Knockoff White. There's nothing. There we go. There's a nice push. Got under the side, and they landed a hit. That's what they need to do. Try to get those really obtuse angles.
The hard part is that almost any time Colossal Avian is in a position to land a hit, so is Knockoff White.
Yeah, just with that longer reach that Knockoff White has, that's true.
This
nice
is a
job,
shot right
Colossal
here.
Avian coming in, getting a little side shot there, but is the weapon still spinning on Avian? No, it is not. There's been some measure of damage to that piece by Knockoff White. But if they can continue to get underneath them and push them around, they will be able to rack up control points.
This is a good pin. And they're able to release.
And a big smack in the face just before they left. Is there no movement coming from Knockoff White?
It is very quiet right now.
Yeah, normally you hear that rumbling of the shuffler mechanism. Sounds like a countdown has started.
Colossal Avian not even poking them to try and let them come back to life.
Well, why would you want to wake up that beast? Congratulations to Colossal Avian getting a knockout.
Upset of the century here.
Beautiful job.
It is unclear what happened inside of Knockoff White to cause that failure.
Something failed. Complete shutdown of the bot. No power to it at all. That you don't see that often from the Bots FC team. In this case, the Reasonable Fight Club team. They just don't.
The reliability built into their robots is normally
they don't have these kinds of failures. This is crazy. But Colossal Avian used the exact right configuration for going up against this bot. Big, long forks. Even when their weapon was out, they were still able to deliver the hammer portion of their hammer saw over and over again into the side, racking up control points, racking up damage points. But at the end of the day, they didn't need any of those points because they got the knockout after Knockoff White just shut off.
And that is why it is so important to be able to build your bots for durability. A lesser robot, after all of those hits, would have, been rendered inoperable, would have been counted out, would have had some other issue. But Colossal Avian was able to at least weather those hits and last in the match long enough for Knockoff White to suffer some other issue.
Yeah, absolutely.
So congratulations there to Colossal Avian. They held it together long enough to outlive their opponent.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
So you know that Adam is going to have a lot to figure out, and it might be something incredibly simple. Maybe a wire came unplugged.
Yeah, solder could have broken. All kinds of things that could have just shut it off, but it's just not typical, you just don't see that.
But having won its earlier match today, they are not yet in danger of, getting eliminated from moving on to the bracket. So just something that they're going to have to figure out and hope that they get it figured out in time for their next matchup.
So that's a quick 3 points to the Just Long Bird team. Oh, sorry, 4 points for a knockout.
Wow, pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
I would love to know more about what they are tracking on their computer.
The driver of this bot. They are collecting a lot of data.
Is there some telemetrics built in?
Yes, and they were showing that off actually after their last fight. They were like, "Oh, check it out! Like no overheating," which that's totally what a robot builder would nerd out about and be super excited about. Did you win the fight? No, but they didn't overheat. It worked well.
You take the successes where you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're from the University of Illinois.
Urbana-Champaign?
Yeah. The longest name of a university here, I believe.
It is it may be the longest name of any university.
Oh, I doubt that.
Don't quote me on that.
I doubt that. There's got to be, like Purdue University of Central Western Illinois East Conference, I'm sure.
East Conference.
They can't be the longest one.
That university is going to write you some very angry letters.
I hope they do, and I hope they bring a robot and show us all up by fighting here. That would be great.
I like the way you think, Kyle.
See, I'm just bringing more educational opportunities into NHRL.
Ooh, boy, I see some new bots loading into Cage 1, and one of those is Synthesis 30.
And the other one is Beeforce. Beeforce brought to you by the Honeycracked team. Corey Nason and Synthesis 30 had a really rough first fight of the day. Hoping to get some, and both these teams had a really rough first fight of the day, hoping to get a little reconciliation in this matchup. The size differential between these teams is crazy, but look how giant Synthesis 30 is. Cartoonishly large bot. That weapon is absolutely crazy. I think the weapon's longer than both of the Honeycrack Teams robots. Yeah, it is. They can fit inside the diameter of that weapon. That's awesome. Beeforce is the latest in design from Zoe Lambert and her team, Team Honeycracked. These are 2 hub motor style weapons, and they've just added this tank tread design to get them moving around. Now, the tank treads give them a lot of floor engagement, but the bot is able to move if those tank treads do get broken. And aesthetics are not unimportant in combat robotics. So one of the things Zoe told me is that the next version is going to have black and yellow tank tread, which I'm pretty excited about.
That does sound exciting, Kyle, and hello again.
Hey, what's up, Ricky?
Oh, I'm just watching some robots get ready to fight, so you know it's a good day.
So this is Synthesis 30 loading in with Beeforce. Synthesis is looking ginormous compared to these 2 little guys.
5.
Synthesis
4,
is already an
3,
imposing
2,
figure in the arena.
1.
Absolutely.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, this moments before disaster kind of vibe going on right now. But look,
The left
Beeforce
drive side.
doing an excellent job corralling its opponent and taking advantage.
Yeah, I'm seeing some drive issues on Synthesis right now. They're not moving.
This could very well be it. An early. Yes, I think we are.
So the left side's got a little bit of drive. We're seeing a little bit of twitch out of it, but the right side, but that left side's done. We haven't seen it move since this match started.
Not at all, but boy, the floors here are gently vibrating.
Oh yeah,
The power
from
of that weapon in Synthesis 30.
Now keep in mind, even though the weapons are smaller in diameter on Beeforce, they are no joke. It is full on hub motor, tons of weight behind those weapons.
Each one of those weapons is a scary 30-pound class weapon.
And that is a full tap out. That's a knockout for Beeforce and the second loss of the day for Synthesis 30.
Kind of an upset there. It's
Yeah, when you see a weapon that large and a driver as good and as good of a builder as Corey Nason is, it is difficult to see how they could possibly lose in that situation.
and the other thing too is this is the kind of matchup that a multi-bot like Beeforce usually doesn't want. These big weapons are exceedingly good at taking advantage of a weight disparity.
Yes. Corey's very good at taking advantage of a weight disparity. I mean,
It's true.
He's taken out 2 world champions with that thing before.
That said, having 2 mobile robots to get around to the side, the bigger your weapon, usually the more hampered your mobility is.
Yeah.
So if you do a really good job with these little guys,
Just little guys.
yeah, just little guys.
Just little guys doing some damage, doing some stuff.
Speaking of little guys, let's go over to Cage 2.
This is a matchup a lot of people have been looking forward to today. Chainsaw Kitty versus Sombra 3. Sombra is a tri-bar spinner. Look at that really cool twist on that tri-bar. That's designed to get a ton of engagement for every impact. Consider each one of those as like a tiny little sharp hammer smacking the bottom of your robot over and over and over again.
That's about the best way to think about it, and that is an
5,
impressive piece of
4,
engineering alone.
3,
Just by itself.
Just by itself.
1.
Fight,
Away we
robots,
go.
fight.
Chainsaw Kitty, they're coming in with a quick box rush. Unfortunately, Chainsaw Kitty is not going to be able to box rush fast enough to outrun the weapon spin-up speed on Sombra.
No, interesting strategy though. Wow, definitely having a hard time staying pinned to the ground. Chainsaw Kitty.
Drive side on the left side of Chainsaw Kitty no longer functioning properly, but making good use of the robot anyway. They can gyro walk really well. Kazaya is pretty darn good at that. She's going to try her best to line up for a hit, but it's defensive driving, which is not what Chainsaw Kitty is known for in the House of Havoc.
No, really rough position to be at. Sombra trying to find their angles to avoid that weapon on Chainsaw Kitty. They've already learned that's not a weapon-to-weapon engagement they really want to play with.
Yeah, but
Oosh, nice shot there from Sombra.
Chainsaw Kitty doing a good job getting recentered and uninverted. You can see Sombra is slowly building up experience, saying, is there a way I can win these weapon-on-weapon hits? The answer is kind of. Not really. I mean, you're going to lose most of them. Maybe it's worth it.
Right.
But most of the time, Chainsaw Kitty's going to come on top.
Ooh,
There's-
nasty root shot there from Sombra. Everything on Sombra seems to be working at peak efficiency right now. Chainsaw Kitty really struggling with that drive side.
That was a really nice hit, though, and seems to have done some damage on Sombra.
look at that.
Chainsaw Kitty, if it can get a couple of more of those in, it may well have a path to victory here, but it is going to be tough. Oh, that is a rough hit, and the belt is
belt's
off
off
on Chainsaw Kitty. There goes its main path to victory.
Yeah, this was going to be a tough matchup for Keziah regardless. I mean, Tomaz has got a bot that is 1,000% dialed in. Look at these shots. Oh, no. 30 seconds left in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, but it's looking pretty over, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Keziah has at least spiritually tapped out.
Yeah, if not all the way tapped out. But all smiles on that team. You know, a little knife cat would have come in real handy right about then.
It sure would have, but today it is flying solo. And it is interesting here. Remember, these teams are competing.
Right.
There is a big difference coming out with a win based on a judge's decision or a tap out.
That is absolutely
and
true.
that may well have been part of the logic here is only give up 3 and not 4 points.
Right. Give yourself a little bit more work in the pits, but also don't give up a whole point to your opponents.
It's especially a viable strategy when you have a 3-pound robot rather than a 12 and a 30. 3-pound robots, generally speaking, are going to be a little more affordable and a little quicker to repair just based on the size alone.
Yes.
So you can kind of get away with that. It's much harder as the larger you get, essentially. We're going to go to some replays here. A couple of great hits from Chainsaw Kitty early in the match, but that was kind of the moment where tides turned. Once Sombra was able to get under Chainsaw Kitty, it was able to combo these hits one after another. One of those hits did damage to the drive side on Keziah's Chainsaw Kitty, and from there it was...
Yeah, there's the belt removed after that impact.
From there it was just limping.
Slow dismantling of the bot. Tomaz, incredibly talented driver with a bot that works beautifully. Canarino Pistola will be walking away with some points there.
Still, good fight. And I got to say, the fact that Chainsaw Kitty was able to deliver a few really solid hits with such a hampered level of mobility is very impressive.
It does make it challenging going forward for Pepe Kitty Miser, just in their second place position, really staying in place with the Dream Team. Hopefully they're able to kind of get some more wins in their next couple of matchups to match that point setup, because otherwise they're going to fall behind pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question too. Which of these teams benefits more by getting that top placement early?
Yeah.
And you know, that's both a psychological thing, but also a question of how are your matchups going to shake out. What's going to happen there?
If you can get a really decent lead, then it is going to have a major psychological impact on the rest of the team. If that's a small lead, though, that's going to be encouragement for everybody else to come after you.
Yeah, it's almost a curse of the promise that you could be dethroned or knocked down a peg.
Well, we'll see how that works out for them. So far, they're still pretty close, but I know they really could have used that win just to launch themselves kind of over the top there. So we'll have to see going forward. But yeah, that was a tough one for Keziah. Hey, losing to Sombra and Tomaz?
Absolutely no shame in that exchange. Not anything to be ashamed of. But harder roads ahead.
Yeah, amen to that.
So.
And great for that team. That will move them up in the rankings pretty quickly to where I believe they're going to be in like top 3 placement here.
Yes.
So that's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good place for them to be sitting. I'm sure they're sitting back. And I got to say, one of the things I enjoy about the Brazilian teams is they're very focused. They have very tight attention to the detail level of the competition and the structures we have. And then every now and then they get so focused on being competitors, they're like, oh, we're winning?
Yeah.
We're ahead? We're ranked well? And we're not, we're behind the desk here. But it would be great to get that. That's going to dawn on them when they get back up to the pits. And they're going to go, oh, that was great. Okay,
Yeah.
well, we're great. Perfect. It's a happy moment to witness.
I'm hoping they do well today and at least end up in the top 3 as far as placements goes.
I have a feeling.
It's not a hard position for them to do, for sure.
Let's not undersell it. It's a difficult road, but they make it look easy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So we are looking at we're coming near the end of these qualifying brackets, which is pretty exciting. Everybody kind of gets 2 of these fights to try out 2 to 3 of these fights, and then we get into the actual finals and we see how that ends up. But man, it's going to be a rough one. Oh, check this out. Here's a overhead shot of the skeleton crew getting ready to bring out Smacko Lantern. Smacko Lantern's not as together as you might want it to be.
No, although it's a robot that goes together relatively quickly. That said, we've got Trick-a-Beater up next, right?
Trick or Beater, yes, they would be going up. Who would they be facing next? Trick or Beater is coming down soon, yes.
All right. I believe they're facing up against Subtraction.
Got it.
So before we get there, we've got a judge's decision coming up. No big surprise here, but the results are in. The judge's decision, the judge's decision for the Chainsaw Kitty and Sombra matchup, unsurprisingly, going to Sombra here.
Gotcha.
But got to make it official. Got to lock it in. We can now move on with the bracket, and they can get that little victory dance that we were talking about earlier.
They deserve to have a little bit of a victory dance, but yeah, that's a rough one.
It is, but so it goes. And again, if any robot team has a chance at fighting their way back, the Chainsaw Kitty crew can certainly make it.
Now, Trick or Beater has a halfway decent chance against Subtraction, just considering the issues we saw with them earlier today.
Yeah, Subtraction has not exactly been on its A game. There's... I don't know if it's a systemic thing or if it's specific to this particular day. Usually, Seth Schaefer is bringing some top-tier robots, and for it to have failed the way it had, surprising. But before we get to that, we're going to head over to Cage 1. We've got another big robot fight for you. We've got BattleTots going up against Pigeon.
I'm very excited about this fight. It's going to be adorable.
I think so.
You see on the left-hand side, BattleTots. It is a multi-bot robot. 2 relatively equal-sized and weighted robots working together in tandem to face off against their opponent. Pigeon is a big-wheeled horizontal robot, and these big wheels, I believe, are the foam wheels. Pigeon hits really hard. It's got an absolutely indestructible weapon. And this Pigeon has the cutest little face. Look at this guy. He's just a little guy.
I think, has he gotten a little more unnerving since the last time we saw him?
Oh, this is the, I believe, the other body.
Yeah, I think this body is a little more unnerving than the one that we saw previously.
Well, that might just be the association with Billy.
Maybe, but let me go for a real deep cut here for a second with you, Kyle. Have you seen The Never-Ending Story 2?
Yes, I have.
There is a bird creature. Horrifying. I think it's the same character here. Let's go into the multi-bot situation here before we go on a really strange tangent.
5.
In the
4,
NHRL world, you can bring 2 robots.
2,
You get a little bit of a weight bonus for having brought 2 of them. Each one can weigh a little bit more, but they need to be roughly the same weight in this particular competition to get that bonus. Also, both of them have to be knocked out for your opponent to win.
So there are some distinct advantages. The disadvantage, of course, being you weigh less than your opponent, and these hits are going to hit you a little bit harder. Look at this drift going on with Pigeon. This is kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, although each time that happens, that weapon blade slows down dramatically, almost stopped there, and that makes it defenseless for a moment or two.
Something that especially a team that's got this much coverage like BattleTots should be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, BattleTots, though, its drive side on the right of its green segment, really struggling. It does appear to work, just not very well.
Where is the blue segment? I haven't seen it for a minute.
Hanging out.
Waiting.
Just chilling. Yeah, when you are a multi-bot and one of your segments isn't moving well and the other isn't moving at all, you're having a bad day.
All the advantages are gone at that point. And there we see the blue side of BattleTots not moving. Oh, there we go. Something just
sprung back
shook
to
loose
life.
there.
That's what we call percussive maintenance.
It's the only kind of maintenance that is allowed inside the box during a fight, and sometimes it works out really well.
Yeah. We have a tap out.
Wow.
Both of those robots. The blue robot is still kind of crab walking along the blue half of BattleTots. Unfortunately, not enough to keep them competitive. I think they were right here for taking a step back, tapping out for now, prepare for their next set of fights.
It's a very bouncy version of Pigeon. And Jonathan Clark feeling good about that matchup.
I mean, why wouldn't you? At that point, that's a solid victory. I wouldn't say it was an easy victory. He didn't really make it look easy.
No, definitely not. Man, that beard on Jonathan, it's just getting more and more expansive every time I see it. He could store the whole robot up in there.
Yeah, it's, along with some birds.
Yeah.
Large sandwiches.
Chubby unicorns.
Absolutely. So this is interesting. With that victory, we now have a guaranteed qualification for Pigeon for our bracket later today.
Congratulations, Pigeon. That's fantastic. And BattleTots, unfortunately, that means they are eliminated from the bracket.
Ah, interesting. So that, yeah, that is the end. That's interesting then that they took the tap out, but I suppose had they, even if they had lost in a judge's decision, which looked quite likely at that point, it still wouldn't have shifted things in their favor any.
Still, they almost just gave Jonathan an extra point there. Not necessarily the best idea.
I mean, could be. We'll have to see.
But also could have just been a nice thing they were doing.
Yeah.
I see.
For all we know, they could sit back and say, you know what, he earned it. I doubt it, but stranger things have happened.
It's true. And that team is, they're nice guys, right? Like Matt and Kevin are just genuinely like family-oriented, thoughtful, really good people.
Yeah, and
so I could see them making that.
You're hard-pressed to find someone who isn't a nice person here, but that they are extra warm. Yeah, there's a certain, effervescence to to their.
Effervescence is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so they do get eliminated from the competition. That doesn't mean their team is eliminated from the competition.
No.
That is the end of BattleTots for the day today. So thank you so much, Matt and Kevin. Two really fun matchups, just weren't able to really make it work.
It happens. But I'm pretty darn confident we're going to see those robots again in upcoming NHRL events. So if you did like BattleTots, be sure to tune in next time. Obviously, we've got a lot more fighting today, but just remember they're gone but not forgotten, and we will see them again in the future, almost certainly. So.
Absolutely. So that does mean that we are coming down to it. If we've already got people qualifying for the actual bracket in that weight class,
yeah,
that's pretty exciting.
We're pulling
stuff.
into the home stretch of these qualifying runs for sure. It's going to be. We're going to start to see more robots with battle scars. We're going to start to see more robots with repairs that have been made and robots that are maybe limping along on occasion. I think we saw that in this match just now. BattleTots was looking fierce earlier in the day. It only took a few hits for them to start to limp a little bit in that match. That's going to continue to happen. Now, this is a big deal. This is our first teams event. The teams have prepped quite a lot for this experience. So we have more teams bringing multiple copies of their robot, more spare parts, more team members to fix robots. So we're certainly going to have slouches. It's not piles of junk entering the arena. But be on the lookout during these fights to say, I think that robot's limping a little more than usual, or I think that one's maybe not fighting at full speed.
Now here we are heading into Cage 1. We have two of the coolest robots here today. King Size taking on Sweep. King Size brought to you by Jonathan Schultz. It is a big wheeled robot with a massive vertical spinner. And Sweep is a swerve drive lifter bot. Now, can you just walk us through, as our resident robot expert, what is a swerve drive, Ricky?
So swerve drive is something you sometimes see in other robot competitions. It's talked about a lot. It's something the builders really like to nerd out over, quite frankly. Basically, instead of a car that has wheels at the front that steer the robot steer the car, or a robot that has wheels on the left, wheels on the right, and you power them in different amounts, but the wheels are kind of fixed forward.
Yeah.
A swerve drive robot can point the wheel in any direction, and I mean any direction, like 360 degree usually of movement. So you can move forwards, sideways, diagonal, backwards, left and right. You can strafe is kind of the byword that we like to use about how these robots perform. Makes for a very unpredictable robot, very mobile robot, and a robot that is, let's say you have less practice fighting up against a robot that moves in those particular ways. Now, the downside here is that it's a more complicated mechanism.
So complicated. Aaron was showing us his drive pods earlier today, just actually about 30-40 minutes ago. There's so much going on in there. I mean,
he's done a good job simplifying it, I'll be fair, but simplifying, it's kind of like simplifying quantum physics.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go.
There is the full spin up on King Size. King Size is a very well-suited robot to face off against Sweep. Sweep doesn't have a lot to lift up on when it comes to a bot like King Size. But they can reach out and touch them.
Yeah, King Size has already been lifted several times by Sweep, which is kind of amazing. I don't know that there's going to happen much more, as one of the front forks has been completely removed from Sweep.
And also, that lifter doesn't seem to be doing anything. It's like stuck in the backwards position.
It's got a reverse alfalfa hairdo going on right now, which, oh, that is a neat move. King Size is just up on one wheel with kind of a gyroscopic situation going on.
You know, the reverse alfalfa wasn't even popular back in the 1930s when the regular alfalfa was popular.
Well, no, it was the reverse of what was popular.
So lame. Oh, the weapon doesn't seem to be... Oh, there we go. Back up to speed on King Size.
That robot is fierce. King Size is all business. You look under the hood of that robot, and it is the most direct and straightforward design that you can imagine. And as such, it has been made to be as bulletproof as possible. Right now, this is actually pretty fantastic driving in both drivers' parts. Aaron Hill is doing his best to force King Size to spin their weapon down. And as the weapon spins down, obviously they're less dangerous, but they're also more mobile. So it's this give and take, is how hard do I want to hit versus how mobile do I want to be? Oh, this is interesting too, Kyle. You notice the erratic movements on Sweep.
Yeah.
One of the beautiful things about a swerve drive is you only need one working wheel to move in any direction.
That makes sense.
So one of these drive pods is almost certainly not running correctly anymore, but the other one can pick up almost all the slack.
Oof. That was a rough shot there.
Sweep kind of pinned up against the wall for a moment. with most big wheel robots like King Size, you want to do your best to throw yourself into their weapon at inopportune times. That really hasn't come into play too much here, and that's interesting. The
10 seconds left in this fight.
The robot spun down and is not moving.
They've asked for an unstick, but it's a little late.
That is not a great place to leave the judges at the end of a match. That said, I don't know that it would be enough.
No, I mean, clearly there was a lot of damage that would be awarded to them at this point, but that's a rough place to end up. Here's the Durflers looking concerned. And Aaron Hill, he looks like he's having fun.
Aaron Hill is only going to come to these events if he is confident that he can have fun doing it, and I think he was confident in it with good reason. You can see this fight was all about the give and take of King Size weapon and how hard did they want to push for big hits at the expense of their mobility. Over and over again, does a great job landing these smaller hits, but can never spin up enough to deliver the, you know, the
death blow, if you will.
That's, yeah. Not to be morbid, but yes, the death blow, always eluding them by just this much. So we're going to have to wait and see how the judges respond to this. I have my suspicions, but we will see. I think the teams do look a little bit tense, which is something to be said for Aaron's team. They usually are pretty chillax.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so we are looking at some subtraction versus trick or beater action here in Cage 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
And away
Robots
we
fight.
go. The little gnome hat is back on the top of Subtraction. And actually, you get a good example of why that's there. You can see it kind of roll around in an odd way. Increases the chances that the robot is going to be able to flip itself back over.
Yeah, it gives the bar something to kind of push against while it's inverted so it can get itself back onto its wheels.
This is incredible to me. These are very differently sized robots, but they are in the same weight class.
Yeah, Subtraction looks tiny in comparison to the trick or beater.
Yeah, on trick or beater, those big orange sections on the outside, very low infill 3D printed plastic, so that's very lightweight. It's great for absorbing hits, which actually you can see on display. It's absorbed a lot of hits from Subtraction already, but it can also get torn off really easily.
Yeah, we saw that in their last matchup, that they weren't able to win, partially because they did get caught up on some of that armor.
Subtraction trying to decide if it wants to go for another. Oh, and this is it. No, folks, this is exactly what the armor on Trick or Beater wants to do. It jams up the opponent's weapon. That can do a lot of wear and tear in short order.
Yeah.
You do not want to try and push a weapon to spin up when it is jammed into a piece of plastic like that.
Yeah, that's definitely not good motor maintenance. Trick or Beater are able to self-right just by impacting the weapon on the floor there. But it does look like there's some drive issues on Trick or Beater. They're not able to get any engagement, really.
Right now, that orange material is so bent up that it's pushing against the ground and making it very hard for them to drive. But they're also having issues. One of their drive sides is not working anyway.
No, it doesn't.
So this is going to be going down to a count out, and I am relatively confident we're going to see Subtraction take home a knockout.
Seth doing a little dance, showing off to the judges.
Folks, that's it.
Knockout.
Your winner by knockout is Seth Schaefer with Subtraction.
YouTube star and all-around great guy, Seth Schaefer.
Say Seth Schaefer Subtraction 3 times fast.
I have no interest in doing that.
But the public wants it. No.
Seth Schaefer, one of the most prolific bot designers and builders in the game, also has a really successful kit bot out, which we've seen plenty of at this competition. Great way to get started in the sport. Something that I think a lot of people really like about it is that it is not a super dangerous weapon, so it's a little easier to get in with.
Mm-hmm.
Cage 1. This is Jubileu versus Mr. Roper. This is going to be two very conflicting styles in this matchup. Mr. Roper is literally a toolbox with wrenches attached to the side, and it is meant to bludgeon its opponents to death?
I think it's meant to anger its opponents to death. Just its weapon is anger.
And they are taking on a extremely well optimized pinnacle of Brazilian design horizontal in Jubileu.
You know, but look, Mr. Roper has been gifted and has donned golden gloves.
That's the safety mechanism for the wrench weapons. When you're carrying them out, you need to make them safe, and they do so by putting little teeny tiny boxing gloves on them.
I do love it. I do love it. So this is interesting, Kyle, because as a very optimized robot, Jubileu is almost assuredly not designed to fight Mr. Roper.
That is the interesting thing when we have these cross-pollination of cultures within the combat robotics community. In Brazil, they're very much so about optimization, focusing in on the designs that work, the styles that work, finding what is a true meta in their version of the sport. Here in the United States, we have a little bit more room for experimentation, weirdness, strangeness, and just comedy, to be honest.
3, 2,
But
1.
some strange things can happen
Robots fight.
when an optimized robot goes up against something like Mr. Roper. I thought about changing that around. An optimized robot goes up against Jubileu. Mr. Roper being peak optimization.
I mean, yes, this is what peak robot performance looks like. Mr. Roper is angry. His lid's coming off. His hammers are going ham.
Yeah, Mr. Roper might not like it, but that is peak performance. Here's the thing. One of those hammers being jammed the right way into the weapon of Jubileu, it could all be over.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't take that much.
Well, and that's the neat thing about Mr. Roper is it has two different ways of getting around, right? If the drive dies, it can still technically move around by just the impact of its weapons on the ground.
Just hammer harder, Kyle.
Does look like half the weapon system on Mr. Roper is down, maybe both halves.
Yeah, it's interesting. Those eyes glow when Mr. Roper is operating, and the light in his eyes seems to have extinguished.
Poor Mr. Roper.
Tap out.
It's interesting. In that last hit, I saw those eyes light up for just a moment. I wonder if there's a loose wire or perhaps a switch that used to be one piece that is now two pieces, but some intermittent connection in there.
So that is a knockout victory for Jubileu. So Kamino Pistola taking home 4 additional points. So far, Utter Grumple Monkey, the Mr. Roper team, unable to acquire any points today.
All of our points, all of our heart points.
Yes,
Every one of our spiritual points.
Agreed, yes.
From
Spiritually,
the deepest and most solemn parts of our hearts.
spiritually, comedically, karmically, they are definitely winning the day.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And I like their Brazilian spirit, where a lot of people have a hard time walking away from Mr. Roper fight feeling like, yeah, I got it.
No, they won. A victory is a victory.
And that
We'll
is,
take
it is to be honored and
We'll take it.
treasured for eternity in memoriam.
That is awesome. So that very handily secures Kamino Pistola in second place now, just
Very
under
close.
the Dream Team. Yeah,
it's only a 1 point difference.
1 point difference between the first place and second place, and 1 point difference between the 2 point difference between the second place and third place. It is very close at this point in the competition right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is still rough for the Utter Grumple Monkey team.
I do hope that we have a crowd favorite or a most shaped like a toolbox or some other very appropriate award to hand to them at the end of the day.
You know, if we did have a most shaped like a toolbox award, there's really only a few bots that would qualify for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Roper's definitely one of them.
He is one of the toolbox robots of all time.
Maybe the one of toolbox robots of all time.
Perhaps.
I don't know any other ones, honestly, so we got that going for him.
We do have something to fill you in on here, a developing situation in the building. The last judge's decision, the sweep and the king size fight that you saw just a few minutes ago, has not been decided. This is something that usually does not take this long. Normally we get the results at an earlier point in time. What's taking so long here is it is definitely a split decision. I mean, we have a judge whose mind is made up that king size won, and we have a judge whose mind is made up that sweep has won, and it's really all down to this last person sitting in a bunker somewhere, protected by a large number of security personnel.
Yep.
Sitting back, running the numbers, doing the math, all the little math figures floating around their heads, saying,
just like you do. Yep.
Just like you do, trying to understand just who won this fight.
Okay, well, I'm very curious as to how that comes out. That's going to have some pretty big implications on the scoring throughout the day today.
It is.
I'm hoping we get an answer on that relatively soon. It would be huge for Big Brutus Robotics to get that win.
Suddenly, they would be catapulted back up into contention for those top 3 spots.
Yes, absolutely.
Right now, they are very much just teetering on the edge of whether or not they are. They're obviously a top-tier team, but whether or not they are within the upper echelons of today's results.
Yep.
We're going to go to the results. We're going to go to the pits, rather, before we get to the results. And you can see, the Seems, I keep saying the Seems reasonable team. The reasonable SC team working away in the background. Notably, oh, there we go. We're just panning over to the Big Brutus Robotics team. They are working diligently over there. Oh, no, look, you can see there are Durflers aplenty just waiting on the edge of their seats for how this is going to pan out.
Now, I do have to point out the Durflers did bring their special weapon for this event, and that is their mom.
I thought you were going to go there, and I think you're right to point that out.
So normally the Durflers later on in the competition struggle because they do things like forget to eat food or drink water.
Yeah, it's not that hard to robot. It's not that hard to human. But when you have to human and robot, it gets really tricky.
So it's always helpful if you have the opportunity to bring your robot mom and your real mom with you to help you remember things like, hey, eat, drink some water, make sure you take care of yourself so you can get out there and compete in your best form. And we have seen this in their record. The competitions where they bring their mom, they tend to do better.
Oh, yeah. It's not even close.
Where they don't. It's across the board. So now that she's just like standard, you got to have her on the team at this point.
It's as we see more large teams develop here at NHRL and in other competitions, it really does set things apart. There are a lot of teams that are set up, and they have a team mom, and honestly, it could be anyone. Sometimes it's men, sometimes it's women, sometimes it's whoever, but having someone who's sitting there thinking about the logistics, thinking about food, water, thinking about who's going to sleep next. These are all things that kind of start to fade into the background when you get this eye of the tiger mentality.
Yep. So right now we are going to go into Cage 1. We've got a really great matchup between some drum spinners in here. This is Barbie and Ken taking on Yahoo. Barbie and Ken, of course, representing the Too Hot to Handle team. And it's going to be Win and Boxel operating these bots, wearing their well-themed pink cowboy hats. Gotta love that. Look at these bots. Absolutely gorgeous. Looking so pretty in pink. They've even got decals carved into the wheels. Come on.
2, 1.
Fight.
Then
Robots
Yahoo,
fight.
one of the top-notch competitors from Chad New. This bot hits so hard.
Now, you see that exchange right there, Kyle? Barbie went flying when Yahoo hit.
There's Barbie all the way against the wall there.
There might might be 2 of Ken and Barbie, but the extra weight in Yahoo makes such an extreme difference.
Yahoo strategically seems to be going after Ken first. Just take the big wide drum out of the way, then go after Barbie. Nice shot there. Wow, that was nearly a roofing.
This is incredibly calculated driving from Yahoo. Very precise, slow, methodical, and
this
so
is,
far perfect.
It's where the decades of experience you see from the hip replacements team and from Chad New coming into play. He knows how to face off against the multi-bot and win.
That was a lovely pink hat that Flo was wearing there for a moment.
She looks good in hats.
I think, and she looks great in pink.
It's true. Oh man, Barbie really seems to be struggling there. That left side of the drive is working, but not engaging with the floor. There's a full-on tap out from Barbie and Ken.
Bravo.
They tried and they tried, but it just wasn't enough to pull out the victory against the hip replacements.
Not quite there. But still, beautiful work by both teams. We did see some good usage of the multi-bot approach. However, I think they would have been better served with a little bit of a bait and switch kind of approach, you know? We're going to go to the replays. Maybe we can see that a little more on display. That robot is just flung across the arena like it's barely there. And this is a great strategic point from Yahoo. They focused on the more mobile of the 2 robots for the majority of the match.
Yeah, really smartly done. Yahoo moving up to 10 points for their team, the hip replacements with that shot, really making up for their loss earlier in the day. Keeping themselves alive in this competition, moving up to rank 9.
We're gonna head over to cage 2. Beetlejuice is going up against Kamino in the 3-pound class.
So this is Team Pandemonium versus another member of the hip replacements, Aaron Taggart. Aaron's looking ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Beep. Beep. We have no beeps with any of the boxes here.
Do you need the beeps? Would that be better?
To me, it's one of those things that satisfies
5,
some strange part of my
4,
brain.
I get it.
3,
I understand.
2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
So this is Beetlejuice,
Wow.
brought to you by Ariel. Beetlejuice hits so hard. Ariel's done a lot of work on the bot and how the weapon has been mounted and placed.
This is one of those situations. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening. The wedge on the underside of Kamino has gotten hit so hard that it is now stuck, completely
look at that.
immobilizing, almost completely immobilizing Kamino. Look, folks, the wedge on the front of Kamino should be kryptonite to Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice should just bounce off of that. This is one of those situations where you have rock, paper, scissors, and someone just punched the rock harder through the paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first win of the day for Team Pandemonium. Not a big surprise, it's brought to you by Ariel. She's a top-notch driver, and Beetlejuice is an amazing robot.
That is something else, to say the least. And I think, after seeing that performance, Kyle, Beetlejuice may not have been up to full power earlier in the day. Those were immense hits.
Ariel did put in a lot of work on this bot. He's added a lot of changes, a lot of upgrades. A whole new chassis really is what's holding everything together. That is going to come with some kind of new bot jitters in a lot of ways.
It also comes with the fact they might not want to push it 110% right off the bat.
Yeah, fair point.
Get your footing. But
So
up
let's
against
see,
a robot
this
like
is-
Kamino, you can't go any less than 110%.
Yeah, you can see the torque of that weapon. And there was the hit that ripped the wedge underneath Kamino. They were not able to get it out. Ariel's partner Kevin giving her a big hug on that one. Congratulations.
Man.
That was a tough matchup for Aaron Taggart and Kamino, but congratulations to Ariel. Moving her team forward with a win. We do have an update for you guys right now. Judge's decision, and it is a split decision. King size versus sweep. Your winner is sweep.
Wow.
What? That is crazy. It took so long to deliberate that matchup. Congratulations to Aaron Hill with that victory. That is amazing for them.
It is. It makes a world of difference in their ranking for the day. They are suddenly bumped up quite a bit, and unfortunately, I don't know that it counts them out, but it is knocking down Big Brutus Robotics more than a couple of pegs here.
Yeah, they were safely looking like they were going to be hanging out in 5th place, but that is not going to be the case for them moving forward.
Unfortunately for them, no. And that is kind of it's not exactly a shakeup of a decision, but I don't think a lot of people saw that coming.
I certainly didn't.
And here's what happened, or one of many things that happened. As we always say, like, how you end that match leaves a huge impression.
Yep.
That last 5 seconds, last 2 seconds can be all it takes to completely swing the perception of the judges. Because remember, they're looking at how much damage occurred. And if they get to the end of that match and the robot isn't moving and the weapon's not spinning, the only thing you can assume is your opponent broke your weapon.
That's exactly
broke your
right.
wheels.
Yep.
Suddenly they have a huge damage advantage. And that's almost impossible to come back from, especially in a match that was otherwise not a blowout.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was just, I mean, that is such a weird bot to try to drive against. That swerve drive makes it so impossible to control. Jonathan Schultz, one of the few people able to drive those big robots, big-wheeled robots, in a controlling manner.
Yes.
Just not able to do it today. Not against that bot.
Well, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in that match, Jonathan was not driving, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe Jonathan could have done it, maybe not, I don't know. But whichever one of the Durflers was piloting that,
that's right.
He's going to bring a different set of skills. One of the things we see sometimes in these big-wheeled robots is they use, you could see in that match, a lot of gyroscopic torque going on, a lot of sitting up on one wheel. If you're really good, you can sit up on one wheel and then slam it down on your opponent. And they kept trying to do that, but the general design of Sweep was just not letting that happen.
Yep.
And Aaron's driving was positioning Sweep in a position where even if they could do it, it was a lot more difficult to get that lineup so that that hit was doing what it needed to do.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to Cage 2 right now. We've got Honeyspark going up against Chubby Unicorn. Chubby Unicorn's Tim Hebert's bot. It is a tight and compact vertical spinner. This thing hits so hard with that dual disc spinner. But I gotta tell you, Honeyspark is a really cool looking bot.
5,
we haven't seen
4,
it perform at its
3,
peak efficiency yet
2,
today. It's a
1.
new design.
Fight, robots, fight.
I'm excited to see how this works out for them. Oh, nasty shot there, nasty follow-up shot from Chubby Unicorn. Third win on an impact from Chubby Unicorn.
Yeah, these exchanges are going
4,
strongly
5.
in Chubby Unicorn's favor. I can tell you right now what's missing from the Honeyspark team is control of their own robot. They can move around, they can deliver some hits, but you need to be so exacting to make that long body horizontal spinner drive, setup, whatever work. And they're not quite there.
No, they are definitely not quite there. I mean, it has just been hit over hit over hit from Chubby Unicorn onto Honeyspark. That's a belt that just launched over across the other side of the arena. Looks like it's the long weapon belt. Nasty shot there. Ouch.
I did see the weapon spin again on Honeyspark, but I think it was just a reaction to being hit by the weapon on Chubby Unicorn.
I think that's correct. Yeah, now it does look like the weapon's not spinning on Chubby Unicorn at the moment. I don't know if that's because Tim's trying to save it or if because it just went down from percussive impact over and over and over again.
Listen, if I'm Chubby Unicorn, I'm turning that weapon off until the end of the match. I'm going to use the fact that my robot is better at pushing to show off my control, to show off my aggression. And then at the end, I'm just going to turn on the weapon for fun and show off that my robot still works perfectly.
Yeah, you've got a long day ahead of you if you're Tim, and you might want to save that to go forward. Now, right now, Burbs Aren't Real is ranked in position 5 compared to the rest of the teams. This would be a huge win for them. Or sorry, yes, position 6. Be a huge win for them.
You can see these pushing exchanges absolutely all going to Chubby Unicorn. The design on Honeyspark is just one where if your weapon isn't spinning, you are not winning.
Are you saying he has to spin to win?
I am saying that. I will say I noticed a nice, I didn't realize Cocoa Press is sponsoring Honeyspark.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Cocoa Press makes 3D printers for chocolate.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
That sounds delicious.
It is delicious. I've had some.
You need like special 3D printers for that, right?
Yes, the 3D printer is designed to print out chocolate.
So I can't just take a chocolate bar and shove it into my 3D printer at home and hope.
I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, you can. I'm not going to stop you, Kyle. We're here to be open to new ideas and creativity and innovation. And if you want to put chocolate bars in your printer, far be it from me to stand in the way of progress.
I don't think we ever saw Chubby Unicorn's weapon spin back up at that match. Not sure if it was down or not.
It would definitely make a difference in the exact point spread in the judge's decision. I don't think it would make a difference in the ultimate outcome.
No, definitely not. But right now we are heading over into Cage 1. This is going to be a great one. Prom Hedda taking on Bumble Blitz. Prom Hedda, just a last-minute addition.
Yeah, you can still see the Milcheski branding on the back of that shirt. That is not correct.
Absolutely not. No, Kevin was supposed to be here with one of his very fast control bots. Unfortunately, Kevin was not able to make it. Had to be replaced last minute by Zach Knight and Prom Hedda. Luckily, Zach is literally always ready to go. His bots are always in tip-top shape.
1.
Fight, robots,
I think at this point there's a door somewhere in the NHRL building. You just open and there's a plastic clamshell with Zach Knight and Prom Hedda.
Oh, nasty. One of the forks just came off of Bumble Blitz, but Bumble Blitz able to get a great top impact shot on Prom Hedda right afterwards.
Those forks on Bumble Blitz are getting buried in our floor of the arena today.
Yeah, this is the risk of doing a really tight ground game. Once the arena floor gets really disturbed, it becomes harder and harder to take advantage. Nice shot from Prom Hedda.
Big pieces coming off of Bumble Blitz.
To their credit, though, that weapon's still functioning on Bumble Blitz, and so is the drive. They just haven't been able to operate the saw or the hammer in a way
arm
to
is now
self-right.
stuck in the downward position. Bumble Blitz is not able to self-right. We are going to have a count out. This is going to be a knockout.
Zach
by Prom Hedda.
already celebrating over on his side of the box. He is just casually walking over to pick up his bot now. He knows it's over.
He's keeping it cash.
I'm so impressed at this attitudinal change on Zach Knight this year. He is here to win. He's all about the business.
You know, I was talking to him a bit earlier, and it was impressive to me, the thought process that he's put into things. And what I've noticed as an improvement in, his ability as a competitor is not so much the robot building. He's got ideas. He's going to implement them. He'll get there. He's already pretty darn good. But his ability to think through, this is what I got to do next. This is why I got to do it next. This is what my opponent's going to do next.
Yes.
Turning this into a bit of a chess game.
Yes.
To say not just what's the next step for me to win this fight, but what's the step to win the second half of this fight? What's the next to first and second half of the next fight? How am I going to get through the day of the competition, the season, and come out on top?
And that has been the difference for him. I mean, Prom Hedda for a while now has been a bit of a gatekeeper robot. It's always been doing well. It's always won fights. But if you want to win the competition, you've got to go through Prom Hedda. Now, that's not the case anymore. Now, Prom Hedda is the bot to look at. I mean, this guy could win any 12-pound fight that it gets into.
Yeah.
Zach is an incredible competitor.
He is. And he's one of those competitors where if you take a step back, you still feel like there's a lot of room for growth there.
Oh, yeah.
There's some competitors, and it's no shade on them, they get good enough for where they want to be, and they park themselves there.
Yep.
And they still put on great shows, but, you know, why do you have to be the best? You know, why? Some people who build beautiful robots, entertaining robots, wonderful robots, that's all that matters.
Yep.
Some people want to do that, and they want to win every time.
Yeah,
And
Zach
it feels
is-
like that's Zach's destiny moving forward to shoot for that.
Absolutely, and I'm very much so looking forward to seeing how he performs throughout the rest of this season. But for this special one-off event today, I think everybody in that 12-pound division just got a little bit more scared when they saw that change.
Yeah, because that robot really functioned the way it was supposed to, and it was driven the way it needed to be. He's on his A game today.
On a personal note, the fact that the weapon is a completely different color is very disconcerting to me. I don't understand why it's yellow. I don't like it. Bring back the pink.
Interesting. Okay.
I know it's a small change, and I know he's trying to match the team aesthetic and vibe.
It's not just that it's pink, right? You're okay with pink, just not pink on
well,
prom hat.
Prom hat is supposed to be pink. That's the thing. It's supposed to have a pink weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's yellow. That's weird.
Okay. All right, fair enough. We're going to go to Cage 1 and make you a little less disconcerted, because in Cage 1, there's no pink and there's no yellow.
That's true. It is all business in here. This is Grim Reaper taking on Yob Gnol, the long boy himself, completely rebuilt by Chris Rummel for this competition. Grim Reaper is just an amazing undercutter spinner with the weirdest armor package we've seen in this division, and an armor package that has a lot of advantages and a whole lot of disadvantages. But right now we're seeing their kind of classic dome to the floor shape while going up against the long boy themselves, Yob Gnol.
The longest of the boys.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Fight, robots,
And
fight.
away we go.
Both bots getting up to speed. No box rush, just very careful, thought-out engagement.
Some big sparks coming off of Yob Gnol.
That is that wedge on the front of Yob Gnol doing exactly what it was designed to, feeding that weapon directly up into the beater bar and launching Grim Reaper again across the arena.
That is some pretty intense titanium on the front of Yob Gnol, I believe.
And that's where we see Chris really succeed, is when he's able to get those juggle hits, just bounce them up in the air and then
We've
come
got
in again
smoke
and get another
coming
shot.
out of Grim Reaper.
When you see those advertisement stickers on the bottom of Grim Reaper, it is not a great day.
Not for Grim Reaper, anyway. Grim Reaper doing its absolute best to position itself, but there's no good place to be when you're a robot without a weapon going up against Yob Gnol.
The geometry on that wedge on Yob Gnol is just perfect. I mean, they are able to feed them up into a nice aerial shot every single time. Weapon doesn't seem to be spin. Oh, there we go. Weapon's back up on Yob Gnol. No weapon spin on Grim Reaper at all. Grim Reaper brought to you by Nelson Byros. He is a Halloween enthusiast. Award-winning Halloween decorations at his home.
Yeah, I think it's really the uniting force between the entire team
For the
here on the
Skeleton
Skeleton
Crew.
Crew.
A love of just Halloween and the creepy.
My house in Baltimore has decorated with a number of skulls, skeletons, and Halloween Christmas lights. I'm gonna have to, see if that is a calling card where I can attract other robot builders. I never even considered that a strategy.
Ooh, rough place to be for Grim Reaper. Stuck up against the wall right now. 44 seconds left in this matchup. Weapons not spinning. They have very limited options to vibrate themselves off the wall. This might go to a count out.
Yeah.
Stress on Nelson's face there. He doesn't like this at all.
He can wobble, but it is tough. The only thing you can do at that point, Kyle, is try and stick slam. They call it your wheels. Can you first as
Fling
hard
yourself,
forward,
yeah.
as hard
Knockout.
backward, and maybe it knocks you off. But man, when you're that stuck,
Chris Rummel bringing home the 4-point victory for Just Long Bird. And, you know, Chris is going to have to do a lot of work for his team today in order to bring these scores back up. He's definitely got a great record on Yob Gnol and some really good chances looking forward. Nelson does have the best record on his team.
We're going to jump into the replay here. You can see Grim Reaper shooting some sparks off the front of Long Boy.
Nice shot.
But not enough. That wedge does such a nice job on Yob Gnol. It can really just deflect those hits, and then it's all over. Once you're up just the tiniest little bit, the vertical drum or beater bar on the front of Yob Gnol can send you skyward.
Yeah, this is just a classic victory for Yob Gnol. Really known for that bobble of hits, juggling their opponent in the air multiple times before they finally completed, and they did a ton of damage to Nelson's bot.
I kind of think of Yob Gnol as like the blue-collar worker of NHRL.
Oh, the 12-pound division in a lot of ways?
Yeah, in the 12-pound division in particular, it shows up, it does work, just plain and simple.
Yep, clocks in, knocks him out.
Clocks in, knocks him out. It's not always pretty, it's not always perfect, but you know what? The job gets done.
Yep.
And he'll be back.
It's reliable. It hits you every time.
Yep.
I agree.
I think that's the general vibe I get off of that robot.
Absolutely. And Chris is really just a genuinely thoughtful guy. He's very smart. His bot makes a lot of sense, and he doesn't waste a lot of energy or time in places that don't serve him on that bot.
Yeah, he's not reinventing the wheel.
Nope.
There's a few things that are well thought out, but generally speaking, the parts that he's chosen are the parts that do the job well enough.
Yep.
And he can put time into being a good driver. He can put a time into being good at repairing and replacing parts. And he can bring home the bacon with his 9-to-5 blue-collar robot.
For him, I'll bet it's nice to have a bot that's not mostly made out of like the trashed out bits of old bots. Like that's what he's been bringing to the competition just for funsies, you know, just to like experiment, try new things. So it's got to be nice to have like kind of a new build, something that's actually like...
I'll tell you, Kyle, it's tough when you build a very complicated robot and then suddenly you're like, well, this is a $200 part and it's got a scratch over here. Like, do I replace it or not? That robot is the opposite of it. It's like, you know, most of that piece is still there. Send it.
Yeah.
And it still works, and it's still fine. And if you need to hammer out a couple of dents, you can hammer out a couple of dents.
Yep. All right, so let's check in right now on Too Hot to Handle up in the pits. They are tied for 5th place right now. Love the jerseys on these guys. But this is a team that's bringing you know, Caldera 12. This is Barbie and Ken in the 30-pound division. They are a just mean machine of really smart engineers, really smart guys. Their 3-pounder, of course, Eruption. I mean, really good chance of winning that 3-pound division today.
A lot of talent on that team.
And their pits are just, you can tell, it's calm. They're where they need to be. They have the stuff done that they need to have done.
They do. They do. I mean, no one looks like the world is on fire, despite being too hot to handle. And I think they're going to be in good shape. They almost always are, you know?
There's the Boxels up there at the top of the screen, Brian and his dad, Glenn. My favorite father-son team here, in the sense that Glenn Boxel had no interest in combat robotics. He had no drive for combat robotics until his son got into it. And he came to support his son for a couple of events and was like, you know what, I want to give this a shot. And now he's one of the top-notch competitors in 2 weight classes.
Well, we're spying in here on the Midwest College Crusaders. They're working diligently in the background, too. They seem much more...
Frantic.
Much more focused, much more in the weeds. Clearly something is going on. I see... Yeah, I think that's Crack the hammer on crack just poking out just a bit. So clearly, okay, it is.
Huge upset today, by the way, against Vorion.
I know.
Congratulations to that team on that upset. That's crazy.
Incredible. And I got to say, I feel for Brandon because in my mind, he's a heavy favorite here.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Bennett Young's top-notch in that division.
Perennial top-notch competitor. And to go in there with a Hammerbot, no less, and take out Vorion.
I know that Brandon was really hoping for a rematch against Mulsie at this event. Not really able to get that just because he got taken out early on by Pepe Silvia. One of the most damaging matches we've ever seen here at NHRL. I mean, the absolute destruction of his bot was like so disturbing. And then to lose to a hammer bot right after that.
It's a tough 1-2 punch. But you brought up Mulsie. We've got some Mulsie for you right now, folks. In the big box, we are going to have Mulsie versus, who do we have? Floor Letter Word, I believe. They're getting ready for this. I mean, we've done how many fights now? It's been a long day.
Yeah.
The floor of the cage periodically gets repaired just enough to make sure it's generally flat, generally safe. I mean, we're not worried about, thankfully, things going through the floor in a problematic way. But after 48 fights, you need to make sure that the floors are at least flat, like generally flat. And so we do a few repairs here and there. We sand it smooth best we can, and we get right back to it.
One of the worst bots for the floor letter Word is going to be up in the next match as well. They are the biggest horizontal spinner here today. That thing hits like a ton of bricks, and if it gets off kilter even a little bit, it tears the floor to pieces.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works. The gyroscopic force turns it up on its side just a little bit, and then you catch, and you do this thing as you catch where you fling yourself across the arena, taking up chunks as you go. So it's almost a little cruel to our staff here that they're going to repair the cage, and then we're going to throw Floor Letter Word in there. But it's the things that we do for everyone here and for everyone at home. We're going to go to the point leaders now and talk about who is ahead, who is behind, as soon as this graphic appears on screen.
Okay, so this is the Dream Team leading the points as of right now on our bracket. 22 points total throughout the day after 6 fights, ranked number 1. Carino Pistola, also very close, 6 fights, 21 points, but very close behind them. Pepe Kitty Miser, 19 points. That means any one of these teams could win a match and jump ahead of everybody else. The Brett Breakers are going to be in place number 4. 18 points, and just Longbird squeaking their way into position 5 with 16 points. This is the Dream Team fighting right here. Dream Team is very happily in first place. I don't know if they have as comfortable of a lead as they were hoping for at this point in the competition.
I am certain they do not. This is a stacked team, Kyle. I mean, they have every reason to be ahead by leaps and bounds. To be ahead by 1 point is not a comfortable position for them.
Now keep in mind, if the Brett Breakers get a knockout in this, they're tied.
For second.
No, they have 18 points. They're tied for first.
I believe the Dream Team right now has 22 points. So,
a knockout would be 4 points. That would bring them up to 22.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Tied for first.
You are correct. Absolutely.
So there is a lot on the line for the Brett Breakers right now. Unfortunately, this is a tough matchup for the Brett Breakers.
Yeah, well, it's tough to say. So you can see the wedge that's sitting on the front of a Mulsie, excuse me, sitting on the front of Mulsie right now. While that is a pretty mean wedge, Floor Letter Word has an absolutely intense weapon. That wedge will probably take a hit or 2. It's not going to take 5 or 6, at least not 5 or 6 good hits. So if they can survive long enough, if they can deliver more than a couple hits, it's probably all over for Mulsie. If they can't, or if Mulsie can take advantage of the fact that Floor Letter Word is going to go absolutely flying after each one of these hits.
Yep.
If they can do that, then they're going to come out ahead. But it's one of these things where both of the robots need to go and do exactly what they need to do. Speaking of those points that I was a little bit behind on, Kyle, why don't you take us through here?
So we got the Dream Team with 22 points after 6 fights. Carino Pistola with 21 points after 6 fights. Pepe Kitty Miser not far behind, 19 points after 6 fights. And the Bread Breakers coming in with 18 points after 6 fights. Just Longbird has had a few more judges' decisions. All right, now at the bottom of the bracket, we'll just start from the bottom. Utter Grumple Monkey, still no points. Skeleton Crew finally got a win, 3 points. Leatherbacks has a win with 3 points. It's a rough matchup for those teams today, but they've got a lot of love going their way.
They do.
Cage 1, we are now looking at the backside of Mulsie. Mulsie is a multi-time world champion going up against the biggest horizontal spinner in the game today,
4, 3,
the Bread Breakers
2,
and Floor Letter Word.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Those weapon noises are incredible.
And did you see that move right at the beginning? Matt got his bot onto the side.
That is a tap out.
Yes.
That robot's top plate. Floor Letter Word has a huge, massive, fist-sized hole in the top of their top armor.
Matt had a strategy going into that. You could see it perfectly. He came around to the side where the blade actually comes back into the robot, jammed his wedge into that position, causing them to launch themselves away. And as that was happening, his blade hit directly on that frame member, cutting it into pieces. Amazing move by Matt. The guy knows how to face off against horizontals. I mean, that was devastating.
It truly was. Kyle, I don't know off the top of my head. I assumed that that was aluminum, but thinking about it, is that an AR top plate?
I don't know.
I'm very curious to find out. It looks like aluminum, but with the power that Mulsie has at its disposal, it could be steel.
Look at that, just chunked apart there. You gotta love it.
That
chunk
is
in the
just
bottom there,
incredible.
too. Look at that.
Yeah, the whole thing. Now, granted, robot design like that, thankfully that plate comes off, gets replaced, probably the bottom plate too. You can get that back in running condition pretty quickly, but you're doing so by throwing out like half of the structure of your robot.
Did you see the look on Matt's face, by the way, at the end of that hit?
Let's see if we can take a look at a moment after this hit.
Bam,
My
perfect shot.
Goodness, that was perfectly measured and calculated. And the follow-up hit, like I was saying earlier, it's all about that follow-up when you have a matchup like this. The first hit was an even keel. Even though Floor Letter Word went flying, nobody was dramatically ahead. But Mulsie took a step back. They said, now's my moment. They struck, and they did huge damage in the process. That is exactly what they needed to do and exactly what they did. 9 seconds is all it took for that fight to go from anybody's game to a complete smashing victory for Mulsie.
9 seconds is pretty much what Matt Boras and Mulsie need to win fights today. You saw those 2 Bretts on the back of his, or the 2 Sparkies on the back of his jersey, signifying his 2 world championships. He is a very impressive competitor at this event.
He is.
And those shots were perfect. I mean, he's so calculated. He had no emotional reaction at the end of that fight.
No, he was just like, okay.
Yeah, that was what I thought would happen.
That's the way that goes. Yep, one robot fight. Got it. Good.
Glad I don't have
All
too
right.
many repairs to do. I'll see you guys upstairs. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's just, there's levels to every game you play. The level that Matt Boras and Mulsie are at is just,
It's up there.
it's just so much above the competition at this point. Very few people that can even play with him. But that was amazing. So
Yeah,
that's
it really was.
That's great for the Dream Team. That does expand their lead quite a bit. I believe that gets them up to 26 points with that knockout victory.
That's impressive, and that's suddenly starting to like move this field apart, spread things out. We were, a point or 2 difference.
A victory or 2 away.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Well, we're still 2 victories away.
You're still 2 victories away, but yeah, you gotta get a big advantage at that
Now,
point.
that said, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the 7th fight for Mulsie, 7th fight for Floor Letter Word. Excuse me, 7th fight for their team, rather.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
7 for both of them. Yeah.
So those were the first 7th level fights that we've had so far. We have a few more coming.
That is correct.
And a lot more movement that could happen here in these next few fights.
That is going to be intense. Absolutely.
Yeah, we have a lot of good fights coming up, thankfully.
Yeah, it's the nice part about a little hand-picked tournament. You get a lot of like some interesting bots coming in for you.
Right, and then all bets are off. We go into the primetime special.
So that means that we'd be looking at Supersize coming up against a Goose.
Yeah, actually.
Shortly.
And I've been pretty darn impressed with Goose. And it's not that they've taken home a ton of wins.
No.
But they are one of those things that just kind of like keeps punching.
Yeah. Super reliable, super durable.
Which very, very much Goose-like, from my understanding. Like, I've been warned, do not mess with geese, ever.
That's true. Yeah,
because
they're
it's just
very mean.
As soon as they start, they don't stop being geese.
Yes. They're not as hard to make angry as a swan. Like, swans just are more just cantankerous as an animal.
Okay.
But once you get the goose mad at you, it will not stop hitting you until you stop moving.
Kind of like most Canadians, right?
Actually, yes, that's true. Canadians are the kindest, nicest, sweetest people in the entire world until you fight them. And then they do not stop until you stop moving.
Right. Although
or you give them poutine.
I do think if you say sorry enough.
No. They're going to be saying sorry the entire time that
I
they're
stand
pummeling
corrected.
you.
You're right. Each.
Yeah. Sorry. You know, the whole time. It's terrifying. You're gonna have, you know, reactions to the word sorry for the rest of your life afterwards.
Probably, yeah. On that note, we do have more robot fights for you folks. I can't tell where we're loading up in next, but it has been a pretty great day so far, and we have honestly pretty darn good stack of competitors left as we move through here. We've got Chainsaw Kitty still yet to fight another match.
Chainsaw Kitty should be taking on Trick or Beater in just a little bit. Very excited about that matchup for them. And Sombra will be taking on Subtraction.
That will be fun. That
will be a lot of fun. Sombra is just on a tear today. Here's a shot of our crowd.
Hi, crowd.
Hey, I heart robot fights too. What a coincidence. That's a nice sign. Hi, everybody. What's going on? We're getting to the part of our day where people
very
are really
cautious. I love that Billy shirt in the background there.
It's nice, right?
Yeah. I think that still counts as a Billy shirt.
I definitely think so.
Yeah, we've got a nice movement of people through the building today. Lots of, I saw a little bunny ears popping out there. Happy families. No, it's been nice having this kind of throughput of people. Not quite as crowded of the house as we often have, which is also kind of nice. I think there's a lot more builder interaction today.
Yeah.
There's a lot more sense of community for the folks that are here. It's just a good time.
It is, yeah. If you ever have a chance to make it out to the House of Havoc, we have food trucks, we have experiences for the fans, we have vending machines, we have claw machines. And the merch area here is absolutely top-notch. It's a really, well thought-out fan experience and just one of the coolest things to bring a family to.
That said, if you are going to spectate from home, we thank you for that, too. And, of course, we do have the NHRL merch store. Lots of cool stuff in there. So many things that support the builders, which is really big.
Yep.
And, yeah, definitely encourage you to look into that. And thank you for spectating at home as well.
Everything from cute stickers to plushies to Frisbees to all kinds of weird stuff. It's great.
It's wild and wonderful. It's the West Virginia of the internet. No. We're going to go up, take in on our Brazilian team here. They are working diligently, getting prepped.
This is a very, this is a typical look at them in the pits. They're always working hard, but they're always laughing. They're always joking. They're having a nice time. You can tell they feel confident about their bots. They feel confident about their position in the tournament. But they're not resting on any of those laurels. They've got a lot of work to do, especially if they're going to catch up to that dream team.
Yeah, it is definitely a journey, and they have quite a few stepping stones ahead of them, but they're going to have a good time walking that path.
second place, but yes, they do have to get 2 victories now if they want to catch up to the Dream Team.
Yeah, that said, they have at least 1 fewer fight. Yes, they have 1 fewer
Correct.
fight now than the Dream Team. So even just achieving parity, they stand a great chance to be within a couple of points of the Dream Team.
Oh, now they see
They're
us.
aware. They know. They know we're watching.
They got it. Yep.
They're
They still don't know
They're
where the
trying.
camera is.
They don't- oh, no. No,
He found
oh.
it. He found it. They see us. Oh, no.
They know.
Hi, guys. Good to see you. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States. So happy to have you here.
They just put cameras everywhere in the pits. Like, you know, there's children walking around with cameras under their hats up there.
It's like a 10-hour flight here, right? From where they're at?
For the, I think it's like 2 or 3 exchanges too. So
Yeah.
it's one thing to have 10 hours of flight time. It's another thing to have like 24 hours of actual travel.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I think that the university they go to is still an hour and a half away from the airport as well. So they have to drive an hour and a half to the airport before they even start their whole journey. That's a lot of dedication. We really appreciate them coming here. We appreciate all of our international teams that are able to make this journey. And we have so many great international competitors. This truly is like the home, the hub of combat robotics at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a little tapered down for this particular, for this particular event. But we've had almost every country you can think of at some point represented here in the House of Havoc.
Certainly almost all the continents. We still don't have anybody from Antarctica.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that.
Really?
While not from Antarctica, we have a Team Mammoth team member is headed there shortly.
Oh, interesting.
So, you know, they could bring some of a robot. They'll have them make some robot while they're there.
And then we'll have a robot from Antarctica.
Yeah.
I love this plan. All right, so we are now getting ready for that Chainsaw Kitty versus Trick or Beater. It's nice. This is like kind of matching aesthetics here, you know? We're going with like the kind of gothy vibe of Chainsaw Kitty, going up against the Halloween vibe of the Skeleton Crew and Trick or Beater.
This is something I could have watched play out in high school. I mean, there's the Halloween kids. They're the ones that, you know, really like Jack Skellington and that sort of thing.
For sure.
And then there's, you know, the more true goths.
At one point, though, all of these people did get their clothes from Hot Topic.
I was going to say, this is really the battle for the Hot Topic.
Yes, absolutely.
So, who's going to be able to shop at Hot Topic and who's going to be banished to Spencer's Gifts? That's what's going to happen.
You don't want to go to Spencer's Gift. That place is weird.
That's what we're going to see here.
I got to say, especially after that loss against Sombra, Keziah is really hoping for a win here. She needs to bring home that 4-point knockout victory for her
Fight,
team.
robots, fight.
And away we go.
Ow! Ooh, trying to follow that up with a second shot. Instead gets her fork stuck under her, but she's able to get a nice side shot there. Pieces are flying off of Trick or Beater now. Not sure what's going on, but that wheel just lost a bit of itself, and it looks like there's belts from the wheel also on the floor. Chainsaw Kitty stuck under the side rails. That's something that's happened to Keziah before. Those forks are no good when they're stuck under the side rails.
However, that robot does seem to be fully functional, and there it goes.
Ow,
Huge
ow,
hits.
no, nasty.
Look at that.
Oh, no.
Look at that
Tap out. Not a
absolute
surprise.
octopus of wires that was ripped from the beating heart of that robot.
The Byros family says, no thank you. We are going to try to save our robot. That is a 4-point victory for Keziah.
That is huge. Look at that, Kyle. Is that
Pepe.
a bananagram bag that she's holding, or that they're holding?
I would not be surprised, honestly. Bananas for scale, right?
Right.
So that does bring Pepe Kitty Miser up into second place after 7 fights, 23 points.
We're going to go to the replays, and boy, am I excited for this. Chainsaw Kitty gets a great hit early in the match, gets stuck, as you mentioned, just a little bit afterwards,
Yeah.
but was able to do a few good hits before that point. However, the real match-deciding exchange came right after getting unsticked. Stuck. Line up, smack, smack, boom. Pieces go everywhere.
Classic Keziah driving, too.
Man.
Keziah loves this sport so much. She is like such a fan. And it is so cool to see how much she's improved an already deadly robot just over the past 2 years.
Yeah, there's a lot of progress. It's pretty impressive, honestly. And I mean, all of the competitors here at NHRL are in a, evolve or get pushed out of the competition mindset at this point. There is so much that has happened. Hello, folks. We got a little bit of an exchange going on here. Welcome, Sam, to the table, and goodbye, Kyle. Sam, how are you doing?
Well, Ricky.
Excellent.
I'm happy to be at the desk again.
You light anything on fire today?
Not that I'm willing to talk about.
Okay, yeah, you don't need to disclose that now. We can get back to that later. Could be a tomorrow thing.
You've been enjoying the fights so far?
So far, they've been pretty darn fantastic. Some of our favorite robots, combined with some of our best matchups, makes for some of the best fights.
Absolutely. And we've had some bangers today.
What do you have any that stick out to you as, your cream of the crop, so to speak?
Yeah. Let's see.
Anything popping out?
The Pepe Silvia versus Vorion fight really stands out for me.
Yeah, that kind of destruction. There's one thing to see robots get absolutely obliterated by one another. It's another thing to see Vorion in particular get that disassembled. That is not a slouch of a robot. That's a robot that has pretty darn intense level of engineering and care and strength that goes into its design, its chassis, and to still have that happen, it's a lot.
It's a bummer for Brandon.
It is. I think all of us here, especially our hearts go out to the people that fight the most often here at NHRL. And Brandon, it's hard pressed for him to not be here. I think he's physically pained if he's not here during an event.
Yeah, the FOMO in fighting robots is legit. It's real.
Yeah.
And it drives you to drive distances.
It does. It does. I remember when I first got into this, I was like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. It's like an hour to the closest event. You laugh, and now I'm like, well, I mean, I can drive to California from Baltimore and then stop off. I'm doing the full, yarn triangulation thing to do 3 weeks of road trips to figure where I can go compete. And it just seems normal at this point.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So, anyhow, while you're here, and this is a good thing, and just to bring you up to speed, earlier, we had a chubby unicorn fight going up against Honeyspark. Okay. It was not exactly controversial, but we didn't get to the final judge's decision, I don't believe. We're getting that now. That was a chubby unicorn win. So
Good for chubby unicorn?
I think it was a little bit expected after seeing how it went. They both kind of came out with a similar level of damage. Chubby unicorn was very controlling for the almost entirety of the match. So, worked out pretty well.
It looks like we're heading to Cage 2, where we've got Sombra versus Subtraction.
Now, this is interesting, Sam, because Sombra is a vertical spinner. Subtraction has lost its head a couple of times so far.
And you're expecting that might happen in this fight?
Yes, especially the way the forks on the front of Subtraction are set up. If he tries to put those into Sombra's weapon, I think that top is going to pop.
So are those forks able to go up high enough to be hit by his own weapon?
I don't know. I would hope not, but you never know for sure. Oh, interesting. Sombra is stuck in the corner. Oh, you hear that weapon spin up? They're
just trying to use that motor force to just wiggle their way free. Are they on some debris?
Yeah, I think they were just on the edge of the arena there. I'm surprised Subtraction didn't use that more to its advantage.
Whoa, a little unbalance from Subtraction there.
We've been seeing that today, Sam. It's very strange that what is usually a fairly planted robot has been... Oh, there's the answer to your question, Sam. Can that robot jam its own weapon up? The answer is yes. Now, when your opponent interrupts the unstick, that's something else.
Ooh. Might be a tough one for Brett there.
Yeah, you can see not only did that weapon get in the way, but it got stuck in the way.
Looks like it's jammed between both forks almost.
Yeah, so it is not moving back down to where it needs to be. That said, the robot's mobile. It's not getting counted out. It is turning into a hat briefly.
Sombra's doing his part to try and get Subtraction back on 4 wheels.
Reduce the surplus robot population, as Bob Barker might say if he was, I don't know, a cyborg in the year 2028.
I do like kind of the red mage vibes that Subtraction has going on.
Yeah.
This little witch hat.
I think this may be it. Count out being imminent. Yep, that is it. Your winner by knockout in this 3-pound match is Sombra.
All right. Another one for the Brazilian team.
Yeah, and I believe that puts them back in spitting distance of first place. They have really been going neck and neck with the Dream Team. Yeah, they are only 1 point away from the Dream Team at this point.
That's exciting.
Anybody's game. Sombra is now officially advancing into the bracket structure. That's all it took. Meanwhile, I have to assume that their competitor is now ejected, but I don't know for sure. A lot of action. We're jumping through a lot of camera angles. You know, that's interesting, Sam. We were talking earlier. The Brazilian folks are all smiles so often. They seem pretty serious. I think they know the work they've got ahead of them.
Yeah, but they've been putting in the work that they need to get to that point.
I say that, and then they're laughing and taking selfies. Thanks, guys. We're going back to cage 1. I'm loving the signs in the audience here. This is a sentiment I shared just yesterday, but you know, I hope both robots have fun.
So we've got Caldera 12 in the blue corner and RoboCat in the pink corner.
There you go.
There we go.
Yes, they're having the most fun. I can assure you these robots are having
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
and away
fight.
we go. Slow start from RoboCat.
No box rush here.
RoboCat there. Very gentle.
A solid hit from Caldera 12.
Yeah, that is the rear wheel and the front wheel off of RoboCat. RoboCat is now able to limp just a little bit on one side.
I bet that's not the only set of wheels we see removed in this fight.
No, I think the other wheel, the de-wheeling is imminent. De-wheeling? Bits and bobs going flying. We've lost an armor package. We've lost 2 wheels.
I think I saw a scuff on Caldera.
Man, all it takes here is a knockout, and Caldera 12 has a spot in the bracket. And man, that armor, it's just wobbling. It's held on by just a hair, and that's it.
Wow.
Tap out counts just as well. Caldera 12 is now guaranteed a place in the bracket.
Just another solid win for Glenn and Caldera 12.
I believe that also bumps them up. Yes, that bumps them up to 4th place as far as teams go. They are squarely in between Brett Breakers and Pepe Kitamizer. They are the, let's see, they are the 6th team here to fight their 7th fight of the day. We still have Burbs Aren't Real Big Brutus Robotics, the hip replacements, and a number of others to fight their way to their 7th fight of the day.
Any surprises in the team standings so far, Ricky?
I think the biggest surprise so far has been Leatherbacks. Leatherbacks have a single win out of 6 fights today. This is a top-tier team, and they've only been able to cinch 1 victory, and it was by judge's decision, no less.
And that was with Pinevictus?
Yeah, I believe it was. I'm not 100% sure. I kind of expected them to be somewhere between middle of the road and 1st and 2nd. So the fact that they are sitting down, I believe, in 14th place, that's saying something. Everything else is shaping up kind of more or less in line with the rankings, give or take a couple of, points. Yeah. But we still have the 7th fight to go for about half the team.
Okay.
So a lot can change real fast. Speaking of a lot changing real fast, you just saw the moment here on screen with RoboCat losing its wheel. It was really all downhill from there.
Oh, yes. They really didn't do much at all in this fight, Ricky. Maybe that scuff on Caldera 12 was already there.
Yeah, it's hard to say for sure, but it's, Caldera 12 is a tough competitor. They're a very damaging opponent. There's no shame in losing to them. But I will say RoboCat was slow off the gun. I didn't really hear or feel the weapon spin up quite as much as I usually do. I wonder if that was, a bit of attrition from earlier fights. Maybe they weren't running full blast. Maybe they just didn't know what to do up against Caldera. It's hard to say.
Attrition is real and something that you have to consider in these tournaments where you're fighting multiple times. Do you bring in your 2nd robot? Do you go for the repairs?
Yeah.
What do you save?
Yeah, it's hard to say. So back to your question, though, of how the teams are doing and how the standings are shaking out. We have Dream Team right at the top of the list with 26 points. We have the Brazilians, Canarinho Pistola at 25 points, Pepe Kitamizer at 23. And then you have a little bit of a jump down to Too Hot to Handle, Brett Breakers, Just Longbird, and Burbs Aren't Real. And then another jump down to Big Brutus Robotics. Of course, we have the 2nd half of the standings as well. We'll call this the outside looking in. The hip replacements, the Midwest Collegiate Crusaders, tied with Reasonable FC towards the top of the bracket. And then, bringing up the rear, Skeleton Crew, Leatherbacks, Pandemonium, and Honeycracked with just 1 victory each. That is brutal. And of course, Utter Grumple Monkey, while 0 points on the board, billions upon billions of points in our hearts and minds.
Absolutely. Some tough matches for them.
They did. They did not. We didn't give it to them easy, and they wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. Because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Right, and they want to be the best.
Obviously.
And if they don't want to be the best, they want to look the best. And you also, if you want to get torn apart, you got to get torn apart good, right? At least that's, I think, the vibe that they bring to the arena.
Yeah.
So.
So down at the outside looking in, surprised to see teams like the hip replacements. Pandemonium even has been doing extremely well this season. To see them down there is a bit of a surprise as well.
It's true, and these teams, what we've seen today is that they have been putting on good shows. Their fights have been pretty good. They just haven't been able to quite cinch them. It's not that they're getting blown out of the water by any means. These are robot fights that could go either way. They're going to judges' decisions, or it's getting to the end of the match and someone gets, pushed over the edge and it's a knockout. But it's not people showing up most of the time and just getting completely blown out of the water.
Yeah.
And that's something that isn't really captured in these team rankings quite as much. This is very much do or die. This is very much put up or shut up.
Yeah, there's no points for doing a pretty good job.
Exactly. And in some events, that's a thing, But here, not here, and today, not what we're doing.
No, not at all.
Oh, anyhow, I am excited, though. We're going to have quite a few more fights. I think Pandemonium and Leatherbacks, as you mentioned, they're going to have upcoming fights very soon. Hip Replacement and Reasonable FC. They're also looking to get their 7th fight of the day. And then Burbs Aren't Real and Big Brutus Robotics. These are all teams that still have to fight. I'm not sure the exact matchups right now, but we're going to go to Cage 1 for one of them. Saiko and Nightcrawler. Okay.
I feel like these two have fought at some point in the past. Both very solid vertical spinners, compact and dense. Looks like Max is helping out. It's tough to see a kid in gray, though.
Yeah.
The stresses of that team must be pretty overwhelming. Jameson about to assume the power position.
I mean, that's generally his vibe. I don't think it would... It's one of those moments where if Jameson came up and he was just leaning up against a post with a toothpick in his mouth, I'm going to start suspecting him as a pod person.
Yeah.
Fight, robots,
And away we go.
Saiko taking the initiative here.
Quick off the draw. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
There's a lot of spinning down.
That sound is wild in there.
I always love these matches in the 12-pound bracket because the arena is the same arena as the 30-pound fights. So these robots have a chance to move. They can be fast. They can be nimble.
It looks like they're moving around just fine, but Ricky, I don't see a single weapon spinning.
No, Nightcrawler's weapon, you know, just when we say that, they come back.
Yeah,
But
they needed
Nightcrawler's
me.
weapon is back up to speed, and
there's the
Saiko
sound.
is not. And that's something, because Jameson would not be turning his weapon down for fun right now.
Wow.
The energy in these robots is absolutely immense.
Nightcrawler on the hunt now while JMO maneuvers Saiko, just trying to get his forks towards the backside of Nightcrawler.
Now you notice Saiko is already a very mobile robot. With the weapon down, it's like watching a fighter jet go up against a Boeing 747.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to fight against his own gyroscopic precession or anything like that.
No, it just point and shoot and it goes where he wants. And Nightcrawler has to be very careful in a number of ways with how it drives.
Yeah, keeping that spinny side facing Saiko, pretty crucial.
It's a good way to keep it simple, Sam. I like that. This side towards enemy, that's really all you need to know. Interesting that there are these nuzzling interactions where Nightcrawler is hitting Saiko or interacting with Saiko. Ooh, there's a big hit. But not all of them are big hits.
Yeah.
Some of them are just teeny little glancing blows.
I think when...
Woo! Look at that. That
Oh my
robot got
goodness.
shot 10 feet into the air.
I was going to say, it seemed as if Saiko's dead weapon could sort of absorb some of the rotational energy from Nightcrawler.
I wouldn't be surprised. That is a lot of spinning mass on Nightcrawler, but that is a lot of stationary mass on Saiko.
And it's looking like the damage is starting to take its toll on Saiko.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the end of this matchup.
We've got an unstick called for by Saiko.
However, as we've seen today, this is going to be another one of those situations where you don't want to just tap out because it's giving your opponent a free point in terms of the team rankings.
That's a great point, Ricky.
Yep, this is going to be going to the judges. Undoubtedly, Saiko is not going to be taking home the win. Nightcrawler will be. But, again, in doing this and not tapping out, they've saved their opponent from taking one of the points that they might not otherwise get.
And with where the hip replacements currently are in the ranking, that point could matter.
It could make a big difference. Going into replay, Saiko really fast off the draw here, and Nightcrawler going bouncing away.
Wow.
But it was all about durability in this match. The weapon, for whatever reason, went down on Saiko, and from that point on,
Was it ever on, Ricky? It sounded like it spun up
I think
poorly.
it was just poorly.
Okay.
It looked like in that first interaction, it worked a bit and then just stopped. So it could be something electronics. It could be something battery-wise. Who knows? But it didn't take much to take it completely offline.
Well, even though that's going to the judge's decision, it's probably going to be a good one for the hip replacements.
Yeah, I try not to preemptively announce things because it has a way of jinxing things. But if that
seems
goes
like the
any
crowd
other
knows
way,
too.
I'm gonna start selling pitchforks out front.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, I don't need a pitchfork myself. The money is in selling the pitchforks, is what I'm.
Oh, so smart. You create the outrage and then sell the pitchforks. Maybe I'll get into the torch game.
Yeah. So, talking about the inside, outside on these brackets that we talked about earlier, and talking about how this is the hip replacements moment, this could be all it takes to nudge them up to the, the top side of the brackets.
Yeah, they were just on the cusp with at the 9th rank, which is right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is on the edge if ever there is an edge to be on. And like I said, it's almost certain they're going to take this home. That puts them in the running.
This is also going to have effect on the 1-2 position where the Dream Team and Canarino Pistola are duking it out.
Yeah, they did not take home the win here, and that's really all it's going to take for, well, at the same time, Dream Team is well seated.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere from the top of the board. It's just a question of 1 or 2 at this point.
Right.
But it could be 2.
When it comes down to it, every point could matter.
Yeah, and I don't want to we have upsold. I won't say oversold, but we have upsold the Dream Team a lot. I mean, they are named the Dream Team for a reason. But Pistola is honestly the Brazilian Dream Team. I mean, they are no less a Dream Team in any sense.
Absolutely.
So no one should be looking at this as an upset. This is 2 robot combat behemoths battling it out for who's at the top of the totem pole.
Yeah. And so Nightcrawler in that fight, that's it for them. That was their last fight.
I believe so. I believe that's their last of their
and so
qualifying fights.
Those points are just going towards their team for the most part.
That's it. So we only have a few fights left to get to this. This 7th level. 1, 2. Yeah, there are 3 left. And then we will have our standings. So we're pretty darn close.
Yes, I'm excited for the bracket. Single elimination.
I think we all are.
Yeah. Once they
like
start
your excitement
dwindling
level,
away.
just kind of like, you ever seen a cross-section of what mushrooms look like underground? Where there's a happy little mushroom here, and then underground there's a million square miles of mushrooms spreading out to everywhere around it. That's your enthusiasm, Sam.
I'm powered by mycelium, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, we are getting word. This just in, those judges' results, I believe they're going to be unsurprising, but I'm waiting for them in my ear. Nightcrawler has won that match as expected. We don't need to get the pitchforks out.
Our business.
I know. It was so close. But hey, that's going to put the hip replacements up with 13 points just ahead of Big Brutus Robotics. That puts them on the inside, looking deeper inside. So the only question is Big Brutus going to be able to come back and secure another win to, edge them out? And they have one more fight to do that. So it's all
do you know which one of the Big Brutus robots it is?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. It might be fun size, but I'm not sure. So that's what this is all going to come down to. Can the Derflers, can Jonathan Schultz and company, can they all bring this home? It's all on the line for this one big fight.
That's exciting.
It is exciting.
I'm excited.
Especially because those are, they're fun robots to watch.
Yeah.
And they're robot fights that can usually go any way at any moment. Since they're big hits, since they're unusual robots, we've seen robots cleaved in half today by them, and we've seen them almost
Just dismembered.
yeah, completely dismembered.
When a big wheel robot is just toppled in and its wheels are who knows where.
They collapse like cards.
It's great.
They really do. And so the next matchup could go either one of those ways, and the results of that are going to power directly who gets into this top 8.
So exciting.
I love it when a plan comes together. You
Yeah.
know, like you couldn't hope for that kind of that drama to unfold on purpose. So it happened by accident instead.
We'll take it.
Yeah, I will take it. I hope you all will as well. Thanks for joining us again here at NHRL. This is, again, our first teams event ever. The whole structure is new. The teams are being challenged in ways that they have never been challenged before. At the same time, we've invited the best, the brightest, the most creative, the most entertaining builders, along with their robots, and boy, are they putting on a show tonight. Going to cage 1 now, and I will let
right.
Sam and shortly
Yes.
Chris take you through this matchup between Smack-A-Lantern and Vorion.
Thank you so much, Ricky. As you can see, the skeleton crew is loading in Smack-A-Lantern right now. And Brandon Bennett Young from the Leatherbacks is going to be loading in Vorion here in just a moment as well. Maybe some pre-fight discussion. I've taken this much damage so far. I've taken these hits. But both robots look to be in pretty pristine condition going in. Let's hope that they are not on their way out. Brandon arming Vorion. You can almost figure out what switches people are using for their robots by which way they turn the wrench to turn it on. Weapon locks are coming off. The doors are going to be closing. Once those doors are closed, they can drive these robots to their starting corners.
And then anything can happen,
Oh,
Sam.
yes, Chris. Once the box is locked, it's up to physics.
And luck.
And preparation.
And blood and sweat and cheers.
Yes. Although I don't know what that TV show has anything to do with this.
Wounded Buffalo theory.
Flo will be your housebot in this matchup. Back from repairs after a rough tournament last month.
Oh, that's right. Was had an early retirement in that tournament, right?
Yeah, gave us a good bit of work to do back in the old workshop. Burned out some motors, which burned out some ESCs. Just sort of a cascade of failures.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, and we're off to a slow start. And neither of these robots are going to be making it into the bracket. However, they are fighting for points for their teams.
This is their last opportunity to try to score some of those win points to push their team ahead, and both teams need it.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty much head-to-head in the overall points for teams. Vorion certainly has a much longer history in the sport than Smack-A-Lantern. Pretty new on the scene, but it's been awesome to see Smack-A-Lantern develop tournament after tournament in a way not dissimilar to Vorion, just a little bit earlier in that journey.
All of the folks over on Skeleton Crew are really fun to watch and build interesting and fun bots. And surprisingly, Vorion already out of an opportunity to make it into the further bracket. One of the most dominant bots that are here today, but beginning its day going 0-2. Two really hard matchups.
And when your first fight is a loss, it gets in your head, Chris.
It does. All of my first fights have been losses, though.
I think I'm probably in the same boat.
Most of my second fights, too.
Yeah. Ricky's pretty good, though.
Yeah, I heard he's okay.
Vorion is using their lifter, getting a flip. Those lights mean Smack-a-Lantern has called for an unstick, but Vorion's happy to deliver.
Oh, we're getting a look inside that pumpkin now.
Tap out.
Oof.
Still less of a mess than when I carve a pumpkin at home. Well, nice handshake. That's gonna do it for the skeleton crew. And Smack-a-Lantern.
But Brandon and Vorion was able to score some more points for the Leatherbacks, who are kind of on the tail end of our team standings. But you never know what could happen.
I'm pretty sure they're not gonna get out of the tail end.
The spread is continuing to develop, and we're seeing certainly a handful of teams that are pulling away in the points. And the further that they get ahead, the harder and harder it's becoming to catch up with them.
In the replay, there's Vorion's flip. You really don't see him using that lifting arm too often outside of self-riding. So that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's primarily what it's there for, but you know, maybe Vorion now needs to be registered as a lifter bot that happens to just have a vertical spinner on it.
All right, and back to the pits for the final time today for Smack-a-Lantern.
Sam!
Chris, it's nice to have you up here. Have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
It's been absolute blast. There has been triumph and heartbreak, and there has been some of the best matches that we've seen so far this year. There's been explosive action. What are some of the bots that you have really enjoyed watching today?
I love Brandon and Vorion, but it was kind of a pleasure to watch him get absolutely destroyed by Pepe Silvia. I can't get over that robot. It walks, it's a full body drum. You just don't see much like that, and to have it hit so hard, like I'm looking at the gnarly mess it left on the cage wall. It's been a pleasure, it really has.
I don't know how you go into a match against a bot like Pepe Silvia and have a strategy, right? It's mostly weapon. Yeah. And there's so much heft in that barrel that is spinning at a high rate of speed. Sure, there's vertical spinners that spin much faster, but just the sheer size of it is something that it can deliver just so much more energy into its opponent, and that is why we see scuffs about, what would you say, Sam? 7 feet in the air on cage one? That's insane.
It's up there. And even though it's not surprising, it's still no less impressive. Mulsie today has just been shredding, and they seem nearly unstoppable. They really do. But maybe, just maybe, if they come up against Pepe Silvia,
it's possible. Obviously, that is going to be the real test for Pepe today if that ends up playing out. In fact, Dream Team so far today had been undefeated up until that Saiko and Nightcrawler fight, which was, I just caught the last 10 seconds of it as I came out here. Yeah. And that was the first time that another team has been able to kind of put a chink in the armor of the Dream Team, and that's something that the hip replacements really needed to do.
Yes, desperately.
And I hope that they're able to continue to crawl their way up in the point system, because that is also another team that has a lot of fun robots.
They do. Nightcrawler isn't going to be going up into the brackets, but the team itself, it might put them on the inside.
Yep.
All right, it looks like we've got, I see the Pepe Kitty Miser team.
Oh, all right. So we were just talking about Pepe Silvia. And we're going to get a taste of Pepe Silvia here in just a little bit. So
Yeah.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
Yes, especially because they're going up against Crack. And I love hammer bots, and Crack is a decent hammer bot. They've been doing really well today. It's going to be tough swinging that hammer into a spinning drum, but they seem to have like the right style of hammer arm to jam it into a weapon. It's just a single piece of metal, so there's no attachment points or anything.
I wonder if they have like a configuration consideration for that type of weapon.
All right.
So I think we're about to see these teams walking out here, Sam.
Excellent. And there we have Crack from the Midwest Collegiate Crusaders walking out proudly. They've been doing well today. And there from the Pepe Kitty Miser team is Pepe Silvia himself. Luke Quintal has been in the sport for a good bit of time now. He's done well with a wide variety of robots.
He's definitely the most seasoned veteran on that team, both Kazaya and Jake. While they are firebrands now in this community, they have come up so fast. Luke has been building robots for years, and this is just his latest idea brought to reality.
So he's had some strange spinners in the past, including what was the one that walked? I know it was another Always Sunny reference.
Rumham.
Rumham was the big undercutter. And then Rickety Cricket was...
Yes, oh, that's right. Oh, my
the gyro
goodness.
walker. So Luke just is off meta, but on meta at the same time. He takes
his own meta.
Yeah, he takes the hard way to a competitive design. And you've got to appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's not just about winning. It's about winning with a very complicated, alien-looking, smooth shuffling, full body spinning creature of a robot.
It really does look like something out of a sci-fi movie.
It looks like Crack might have some anti-Pepe forks set up in the front. They seem pretty tall and curved, like hoping to do some sort of corralling.
Yeah, it's interesting. The fork configuration that they have on the front of this bot, it's not necessarily for getting under robots. It's more like a keep-away stick that keeps its opponent at the exact, a distance that it needs to land that perfect hammer shot.
All right, the bots are off.
Oh,
some front flips from Pepe. First swing from Crack's hammer, not much of a connection.
It's pretty smart. It looks like Crack is they're trying to pick and choose their swings very carefully. Damn!
Wow. It looks like they want to jam up Pepe, but that is tough.
Tap out.
I'm not sure if that tap out was a real tap out. But I guess it was. I wonder if this hammer was no longer swinging. They saw the writing on the wall.
Interesting.
And so before we even noticed, they took the matter into their own hands.
So I think that this could probably also do with the fact that there's, as we always say, there's this war of attrition. And if there was a slight problem with this robot, they do know that they have the opportunity to go further into the bracket. And rather than perhaps a complete dismantling, not able to defend yourself, they chose the tap out.
All right, so with that win by tap out, the Pepe Kitty Miser team is now in the overall lead for team standings.
Okay, let's do this. That's pretty wild.
So I don't believe every team has had all of their qualifying round fights yet, so that is subject to change, certainly.
So I think both the Dream Team and Pepe Kitty Miser both have had 8 matches. So that makes sense.
And in this replay, you can see Not much swinging of the hammer. No smoke or anything.
Yeah.
Oh. No, it's still moving there, is it?
There might have been an issue with that weapon, and that is why they chose, like, you know what? Let's save what's left of this robot, and we'll bring it further into this bracket.
It's prudent. It's prudent. There's more fights to happen in the single elimination portion of this tournament.
Well, that's the way the cracked cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a little bit more of a spectacle in that one, but I get it. I get it. You gotta keep fighting, and if your robot's not working, there's no point in letting the fight keep continuing and taking damage that you don't need to take.
It would be a different story if, you know, the robot was already 0-2. There's still a chance that you can score your team some points, and in that case, if you're even hobbling, you're still in this match. But when you have potentially a lot of night left ahead of you, if something's not working right, you get upstairs, you diagnose it, and you try to bring 100% robot to the next fight.
Absolutely. And we're gonna see our next competitors coming out. Speaking of next fight. So we're gonna be heading to Cage 2.
And who we got, Sam?
I bet we've got some 3-pounders. Ooh,
Oh.
Positively Hysterical and
the underdog, Lynx.
Yeah, the underdog multi-Golden Brett winner, Kamino and Lynx. That's 3 Sparkies on the back of that jersey.
So this is a feline on feline match.
Yes. Lynx a little more wild.
You know, a natural predator.
Positively Hysterical.
That cat that you have that just lays in the sun all day.
If my cat was a robot, it would just be really loud. It wouldn't be super effective, but loud, yowling all the time.
Knocks things off of shelves.
Certainly jumps up where it shouldn't. But these cats, pretty opposite end of the spectrum, honestly. Looks like Paws is rocking its front armor. So here we are in the overall team standings. At the top, Pepe Kitty Miser, they've got 8 fights. Dream Team also with 8 fights in number 2. Canarino Pistola with only 7 fights just below Dream Team. Too Hot to Handle in 4th. Barrette Breakers in 5th. Just Longbird is up there, and Burbs Aren't Real. And the hip replacements are in the top 8 now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that win by Nightcrawler was big for them.
Very, very big. Here we see Tom Farkas. Icon.
I like all the upgrades he made to Positively Hysterical for this one. The legs are now independent, so to turn, he just sends one set forward, the other set backwards, as opposed to having like a turn style thing underneath.
Right.
The horizontal weapon armor attachment that he's currently rocking seems like a good addition as well. And the whiskers.
Battle whiskers.
The battle whiskers. So, winning here will put Lynx into the bracket. And winning here for Positively Hysterical would be absolutely massive. The biggest upset.
A lifetime of bragging rights.
But you never know what happens in these cages. Who knows what hits the ceiling, hits the ground.
Somehow I'm willing to bet that Lynx does hit the ceiling in this match, because Lynx hits the ceiling in every match, but it's usually Lynx that's doing it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
All right.
Robots fight.
Here we go.
We got a box rush by Positively Hysterical. Kinda. It looks like he lost all the whiskers on the right side.
Paws looks angry this time, Sam.
Yes, bringing the heat. Almost completely de-whiskered.
Both these cats have the zoomies right now.
Pause. Beautiful self, right? Dropping the claws onto the beater of Lynx. Lynx desperately trying to get around the sides of Pawsitively Hysterical. Uh-oh.
Come on, Paws. Get up, Paws.
Looks like Paws might be locked in that sunbeam there.
Calvin, Eva, and Lynx willing to step in and offer a self-right Pawsitively Hysterical.
It's not super effective. Yet he persists. Oh, I hear a countdown. Well, Chris.
Knockout.
That's a KO for Lynx. And a valiant effort by the cute little kitty Paws.
You know, they say it's not the size of the cat in the fight, it's the size of the something.
Yeah, they do say that exactly. So that is going to do it for Tom and Pawsitively Hysterical as we check this replay. I mean, it wasn't over in an instant.
It honestly never is with Pawsitively Hysterical, despite the fact that this is a mostly 3D printed bot.
It can take some hits.
Its new leg configuration, the walker mechanism, everything has been pretty resilient, and it's taken some huge hits today from, full body, melty brains. It's taken hits from, vertical spinners like Lynx. It always kind of exits the box in relatively one piece. That is in itself a feat of engineering.
Yeah. But and that's gonna do it for the Utter Grumple Monkey team. A great effort.
It's been such an honor to have Utter Grumple Monkey here today. I see that they do actually have some fans floating around out there. And I'll tell you what, anyone that gets an Utter Grumple Monkey jersey, I have a couple of awesome artifacts up here from none other than the builder of Mr. Roper. Ooh. So if I do see anyone who swings by that has a team jersey, there are some real artifacts off of
the
NHRL Teams event, Mr. Roper, including a full armbar.
Wow, look at that.
Signed by the team.
Official robot junk.
I mean, these are artifacts that will last a lifetime. Look at that.
I mean,
look at that.
Yeah,
Let me get,
that's real metal.
Oh boy.
And it's signed?
Yeah.
What a treat. Do it for the love. That's a sentiment that a lot of our competitors share. Even when they're going hard, trying to be as competitive as possible, they do it because they love this. Just like our fans in the stands.
It's one of the reasons why I love this team so much is because they are here for the fans more than anything. And that's an important part of the formula of what makes this such a wonderful place.
Yeah, fun matters.
Fun matters.
And so does brutal, violent robot fights. And that's what we're going to have right here in Cage 2.
That's the other half of the equation.
So we've got Project Liftoff and Pinevictus. So Pinevictus in the blue corner with the vertical spinner. Project Liftoff is that UFO-looking white robot in the pink corner.
It is sentient.
You win this fight, you move on to the bracket, which would be pretty big for the Leatherbacks crew to have a team in the knockout round.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
You hear that scream from Project Liftoff.
Yeah, that classic screech from their cleats just digging into the wood. You can tell when a floor panel has seen a Project Liftoff fight.
Right, it looks like a spirograph.
Exactly. It's fun to kind of read the bones with the used up cage floors.
Read the bones. A battle was fought here this day.
Pinevictus is holding its own, though, I say, as it gets inverted by Project Liftoff. but able to self-right against the wall. Oh, man. That air hockey nature to Project Liftoff is just so cool when it's pinging, ponging all over the arena.
Oh!
That hit just got him stuck on the kick plate for a second. They're back on all four wheels.
Yeah.
Everyone's working.
Pinevictus was definitely seeing stars there for a moment, though. Project Liftoff is one of those bots where it's in front of you 1 second and then hitting you in the back of the head at 90 miles an hour the next second.
Yeah, I don't think Project Liftoff can see stars that's spinning around in a circle so fast. They just appear as lines. But Pinevictus getting the better of some of these exchanges here. Oh, that screech. Looks like there's parts all over the arena, just getting chipped away. Most of them appear to be black, so I'm assuming they're off of Pinevictus.
A couple of nice jabs coming out of Pinevictus.
When Project Liftoff is not spinning at full speed, that is when they're getting the good hits. But when it's up to speed, it's like a force field around it.
You know, one of the strategies that you kind of have to take to Project Liftoff is lots of small exchanges. Get him off kilter, try to slow that thing down, because once it gets up to full speed, you can't approach it safely, period. Doesn't matter what your configuration is.
And the faster you drive into Project Liftoff while it's spinning, the more bite they're gonna get. So it's kind of a balance between using your weapon on them, preventing their weapon from being used on you. You gotta really pick your moments.
15 seconds left in this match. This one's actually gonna be a pretty tough judge's call. I don't envy any of our folks out there.
No, not at all. Our judges will be scoring this fight based on damage, control, and aggression. And it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I feel like Project Liftoff fights are hard to judge. How do you figure out its aggression?
Yeah, because, you know, there's a formula to what aggression is here at NHRL. Aggression is influenced by, like, what you're doing with your active weapon, but Project Liftoff is an active weapon. Yeah. It's down to the wheels on it. Everything is the weapon. So, you know, you have to kind of look at, well, where's the control going? Project Liftoff knows that it's out there to do damage because it can't win a control fight.
And yeah, when it's really air hockeying around the arena, it doesn't seem to be in control, but that can be pretty aggressive when you're bouncing into your opponent with all that force. But let's check out the replay, see if there's anything we missed during the fight. Both robots were up to speed quick, but it always seems like Project Liftoff gets started off with a roof shot against vertical spinners.
So yeah, there was that first big exchange that went to Pinevictus right out of the gate, but then it seemed like Project Liftoff had its, had its moment in the sun for like the next 90 seconds, at which point Pinevictus turns it back around and starts winning lots and lots of those small engagements, and was doing, the work in as far as the aggression and control game. So, oh, look at what we got here.
Who put that there? This looks like the championship trophy for the teams overall.
Oh.
And it looks meticulously made and absolutely beautiful. Big ups to whoever from the staff put that together. And
I noticed that you say that with bags under your eyes, Sam.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. It looks like it opens as well. And, oh, is that a ton of money in there?
Really?
I mean...
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So I think that there's a couple of bucks in there.
Yeah.
How much is in there, Sam?
There's about $10K.
There's $10,000 in this dumpster.
And so let's go to cage 1 and see who might be getting some of that 10K. We've got Maximizer and King Size.
Oh boy. Interesting matchup. Of course. Any of the big-wheeled bots generally don't like to go head-to-head with a horizontal spinner. Maximizer very low to the ground, and also kind of, ideally situated against one of these big wheels where they can kind of climb over Maximizer and deliver a huge hit downward. So it's kind of an interesting scenario where both bots are kind of designed to clobber the other one. I can't wait to see this play out.
King Size needs a knockout here.
Absolutely.
Fight, robots, fight.
Sounding good, up to speed on both robots.
Oh!
First exchange going to Maximizer, but both robots are still on their feet and spinning. Maximizer wants to do its classic spin and swing. King Size looking to just straddle Maximizer and rain blows on the top of that robot.
Absolutely brilliant engineering going into both of these robots. Maximizer, a relatively newer design, kind of born out of this this Thaggy style meta, and of course King Size, this big wheel robot you've seen in combat robotics now for more than half a decade, but we're seeing that design as well continue to evolve.
And Chris, I am seeing some dangling belts on the right-hand drive side of King Size. I'm seeing shred being shredded.
So what's interesting about these big wheels is sometimes even one wheel will go down. Like you see, you got like a loose belt. But with that gyro from the weapon and one working wheel, they're still kind of able to hobble in the match in a way that is still, intentional motion.
Honestly, it's more controlled than some of the robots we've seen with both wheels, so.
That is true. There we see the Durfly. Joe and Don. Wonderful people, wonderful builders, amazing drivers.
Making sure they get the optimal viewing angle for this fight.
And Jake now choosing his hits very carefully, taking advantage of the fact that King Size is not able to cross the box quickly, can pick and choose these exchanges.
It looks like Jake is leading directly with the weapon as opposed to leading with the backside and swinging it around. I wonder why that is.
Well, it's more like a jab now instead of haymakers, right? It wants to slowly eat away at those wheels, and I believe that might actually do it. Both wheels on King Size are immobilized. Sam, did Maximizer just do this?
Oh, yeah.
Wow!
Yeah, he did. Awesome.
There you see some of the Jake Hoffman fire. And that means this is Pepe Kitty Miser's 8th fight. They are, again, at the very top, joining the Dream Team, point-wise.
Wow. Flo stepping in to push King Size back to the door. Jake and Maximizer spotted something wild in there. But here's the replay. That first exchange, I would say it didn't even set a precedent. Both were pretty unscathed after that first one, but...
Sam, Pepe Kitty Miser is now 1 point ahead in the team standings, just over the Dream Team.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And it looks like Jake is in there doing the shutoff procedure for Maximizer. Good to go. And King Size is being made safe. That's a pretty cool weapon lock. I like that. And you can still run the switch through it. All right. I really like that weapon lock.
People are clever. It's like a whole robot lock.
Yeah. So every robot that has a weapon has to be able to lock it off in between fights. So when they're up in the pits, when they're coming down to their fight, their weapon needs to be physically locked. And there's different approaches for different weapons. but generally you just want to stick some metal through it to stop it from spinning. It looks like the Big Brutus Robotics team and the Pepe Kitty Miser team examining some damage, but good effort there from the Durflers. Pretty good one. So the Pepe Kitty Miser team is one step closer to this big old dumpster. But standing in their
and
way.
And the $4,200 that's inside of it.
Yeah, the amount of money that's in there.
I mean, $4,100 that's inside of it.
It's strange. Like, every time we cut away from us, the prize pool dwindles.
I mean, someone here is leaving with $3,500.
Yes, it's going to be amazing. What could you do with $30,000?
With $3,200? Yeah. I don't know.
All right, so we've got more fights coming for you in the near future. Who's lined up next, you think? I see Canarino Pistola.
You have.
All right.
You need to teach me how to say the name of that team properly, because you seem to really stick the landing on it every single time.
I was coached. Yeah, and I'm no guarantees that I'm even close, but I'm trying.
Canarino Pistola.
Yeah, that was good. And they've got Xupa-Cabra in the cage next, going up against Pigeon.
Oh, sounds like we have a judge's decision coming in also. Oh. So we just had an absolute slugfest between Pinevictus and Project Liftoff. And it sounds like, could you repeat that for me? Project Liftoff is your winner by judge's decision.
Wow. That's a big win for the Brett Breakers there, certainly.
Unbelievable. That means then that Project Liftoff is in our bracket. We're going to see more
awesome.
Project Liftoff tonight.
That's great for that team. So W over Pawsitively Hysterical and Pinevictus. All right. We've got from the Burbs Aren't Real team, Pigeon. I bet you can guess which one that is. And from Canarino Pistola, it's Xupa-Cabra. The builders are doing their turning on procedure. They're turning their switches on, adding their removable links if they still run those. Pigeon just stone-faced, ready for this fight.
Just a cold-faced killer. All right, they are making these bots ready. Soon we're going to close up the cage and we're going to get into this fight. This will be the 8th match of the day for Canarino Pistola, which someone told me earlier today what that actually means, and I believe I could reintroduce Lindsay Bear, who knows, who's got the insight. What does that mean again?
So, in Portuguese, it means tiny, angry canary.
Tiny, angry canary.
It has something to do with the World Cup?
Okay.
Gil was telling us all about it, and it is the mascot to the Brazilian soccer team.
Oh.
It used to be just a friendly-looking bird, nothing to write home about. They rebranded it to a very angry-looking bird, and now it has taken the country of Brazil by storm, much like this team here today.
And I was also going to say, also an angry-looking bird is Pigeon.
Yes. Pigeon, terrifying.
This chonky wheel, I don't want to call it a big wheel bot, because that is a thing. This is a chonk wheel bot?
That is, yeah, it's scientifically chunky.
I was told that's what I was like when I was in high school.
Scientifically chunky. The Chris DeSico story.
You've just named the autobiography. I like it.
Look how
little
sweet
beak.
Pigeon is.
got a little smile, and then it's got a deadly horizontal blade on the bottom of it. So,
Is that like a little skirt? It looks like a little skirt on Pigeon.
I believe you're right.
She's so
5,
pretty.
4,
And now she's
3,
about to destroy.
2,
Let's see.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Xupa-Cabra not intimidated by that pretty face, but maybe some mobility issues coming out of the corner.
Yes, it seems like Xupa-Cabra is definitely got like a seized wheel on its left side.
Pigeon is being pretty nice, laying off of them at this point, but at any moment it could go in for the kill.
Oh,
Doing a little dance.
Digging a trench.
Oh,
Pigeon is digging a trench here across the center of cage 1.
Pigeons are known for their trench digging abilities. Not seeing a lot of bite here coming out of Xupa-Cabra. Except right there.
Saw a chunk of that blue foam being torn out of one of the wheels on Pigeon, but there's a lot more foam where that came from. And there we go. We see another trench being dug by this trench pigeon,
Trench Pigeon.
who is now beakless.
Oh no. That's a blade of armor though.
And a blade of beak. Ow!
Tap out.
It only took a couple hits. Pigeon really gave Xupa-Cabra some room and space to try and figure out whatever was going on, but in the end, it didn't help, it didn't matter. Pigeon is your winner. And you can just see the electric energy on Jonathan Clark's face.
I mean, he's one of the most excitable people I know.
It's like
Calm down, Jonathan. Calm down.
with every win, his beard just glows. Pigeon is 3-0, Chris.
I wonder how that will translate as we continue to go through the bracket here in the second half of our day. That's really exciting to come all the way out from Colorado and put on already such a spectacular showing.
Very quietly, Jonathan has not only gone 3-0 today, he has also racked up as many points as he possibly can, because each win has been by knockout.
Oh my goodness.
So Jonathan and Pigeon is really holding down the fort there on Burbs Aren't Real. Electric.
I think I saw a smile. I think I saw a smile.
A subtle emotion is emotion nonetheless. We love Jonathan.
Hello, welcome back, Lindsay Bear.
Oh, hello, Christopher. It's nice to be at the desk with you again.
It's been an exciting day here at Teams. We've seen some of the more explosive matches that we've seen so far this year. Let me ask you this. We have obviously a lot of night left here at the tournament, but what have been some of the new developments that you've seen kind of come up that have been the most exciting to watch?
Well, let me kind of talk about some of the bots that I think are really well poised going into the bracket. That would be Pepe Silvia, who we've seen honestly just glimpses of today because so many of those wins have been quick and decisive. I can't wait to see more. I think that Eruption is doing phenomenally well.
Yep.
Coming off of a win at the last tournament, this is going to be a really great showing for him, I think. Let's see. We have Mulsie. There's no robot more dominant in all of combat robotics right now than Mulsie. Like,
right.
We can safely say that, right? He's such the front runner that I don't know if anybody can stop him.
So as far as the teams breakdown is going, we're seeing 3 teams that are slowly starting to climb away from the pack. We have the Dream Team, obviously 3 of the best bots in their respective weight classes. We have Pepe Kitty Miser. You had just mentioned Pepe Silvia. We've seen great driving so far today, also out of Maximizer, and always an incredible performance from Kazaya.
Yep.
With Chainsaw Kitty. But then, again, right there with them is Carolino Pistola.
Nicely done.
I'm doing it. I'm getting it. So we have these 3 teams that are just slowly kind of pushing themselves further and further in the point totals from the rest of the pack. Not too far behind, you have Too Hot to Handle.
Yeah, I mean, they're still within reaching distance,
absolutely.
for sure.
Especially as the bracket continues to play out, the points continue to grow. And then, of course, you have the Bread Breakers also that are kind of up there at the, the grabbing at the clouds. And, there are other teams that could also continue to churn out some points, but the spread is getting wider.
Yeah, it's been interesting also to see how many teams to this point are being able to qualify the majority of the robots that comprise them. So Pepe Kitty Miser, all of them have gone on. I know that Bread Breakers, I believe, Project Liftoff, Promheta, and Floor Letter Word are all going on.
All right, so loading here into Cage 1, we have Knockoff White and Beeforce. Knockoff White is that large hammer bot that you see there on the left. And then Beeforce, these twin verts coming from Teen Honeycracked here on the right.
Yeah, and Beeforce is coming off of a win against Synthesis 30 just a little bit earlier today. Which, for a multi-bot configuration like Beeforce, going up against a robot like Synthesis 30 that has one of the biggest weapons in all of combat robotics, it's a scary prospect. I know that Corey's robot was having a little bit of reliability issues, so it wasn't entering at full capacity, but Beeforce was really able to maximize on that opportunity and take that win. And they're hoping to carry that forward here against Knockoff White.
Yeah, that would be huge for them.
Yeah, Team Honeycracked started off the day, a little bit rough, but I think they have done a good job of holding in there and pulling it together ever since. And, they're always going to be a contender for as long as they are in the competition. But they are facing Knockoff White, which is one of the most accomplished hammer robots in, all of combat robotics. And with that weight bonus that it gets from the unconventional
5,
motion.
4, 3.
Yeah, those are those 3 big white panels of UHMW that you see on both sides of that bot make up this really interesting shuffling mechanism. Oh, wow. Great scoop there from Knockoff White.
So, Chris, the winner of this fight will move on in the bracket. Both of them want nothing more than to be able to continue on their day. It is going to be an uphill battle for Beeforce, who is at quite a bit of a weight disparity here.
Oh!
And the fire!
Oh, no!
Knockoff White with that weapon. You don't always see the damage on the outside, but that is why they are so dangerous. The damage is internal. That fire is going to cause a lot of problems there.
I was just saying before, when you go up against a piercing hammer bot like this, sometimes it lands a few big blows. You can't really see a lot of the damage that's happening underneath that top armor plate, but all it takes is a small puncture and it finds its way to a LiPo battery and you get that.
This is exactly where Adam wants these 2 robots. One of them on their head, one of them on fire. I don't think either of them are coming back from this. Tap out or unsticker, no.
Wow. Oh!
Knockoff White is able to land so many blows consecutively. That weapon is so fast, so powerful. And with the weapon down on Beeforce, it is really at the mercy of this gigantic robot.
Just when you hear Knockoff White miss its target and just slam into the plywood floor, the thud just kind of echoes through this building, kind of showcasing the sheer power in that weapon.
Both that weapon and
But wait a minute!
What's happening here? Knockoff White is not moving.
Oh, there's still 35 seconds left in the match. Oh, they're gonna call for an unstick.
Okay, all right. They are still entitled to their unstick.
Sometimes, you know, it just takes a little bit of a push start, like a 1975 Chevy Nova. But if we don't see any life back in the bot, I don't know.
No. I don't see anything.
But was that unstick in time to help defer the count out?
I heard Gwen
I think it was.
I heard Gwen the ref say, and that's the match. I don't know if that means a count out or it's going to the judges.
So it seems like that unstick freed up enough time potentially where the clock got to run out. But now the judges have to look at potentially this breakdown with a robot that was entirely dead.
I don't know if that is the position I want to be in, ending that match.
Ooh.
Technically, it's going to the judges, but is that an impression you want to leave them with?
Oh, wow. As soon as we get more information, we will feed it to you. I am dying to know what exactly just happened there.
And I am sure Adam is dying to know as well.
Let's take a look at this replay. First, we see some of those absolutely devastating hammer attacks from Knockoff White that sends one of the internal components up in flames. You can just see it kind of billowing out of the chassis there.
I mean, that was quick work. One half of Beeforce was dispatched almost immediately and was able to spend the rest of basically the 2.5 minutes focused on its other half. And for 2.5 minutes, it did a great job of that.
And then I'm curious, it just kind of like out of the blue, right there, Knockoff White just stops.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is now the second time that this has happened today.
And there we saw Adam calling for that unstick, which was obviously perfectly timed.
Brilliant move by Adam. Will it be enough?
Okay, so we have confirmation. This is going to a judge's decision. So it is now entirely on the judges how they should interpret the end of that match. There is obviously half of Team Honeycrack's bots are down, and 100% of Knockoff White is down, but it had such a dominant performance throughout the match.
I mean, it seems pretty clear that Knockoff White was 100% dead.
Lindsay, listen. This room, you could hear a pin drop in. This room it's very raucous in here from time to time.
Adam is trying to drum up some support here. He has a lot of fans in the audience. Now, I don't know. He made it to the end of the match on what is essentially a technicality. In any other...
A well-timed technicality.
A very well-timed technicality. I don't know if how that comes into play if you're a judge.
It was really a brilliant move.
Yeah.
To use that unstick at the exact right time so that you'd be able to resume the match with less than 10 seconds left in the match so that a 10-second count out can't take you out anymore. It's like, if a boxer goes down on the mat with just seconds left in the match and then it's counted out, I don't know.
I don't know.
We don't see this play out maybe ever here before. This might be a first.
This, I think, is breaking new ground. Adam, I think, is feeling pretty good nonetheless. He's smiling, pumping up the crowd. I do think, you know, when it comes to damage, it's clear that the damage that Knockoff White did to Beeforce had an effect. But the damage that Beeforce did to Knockoff White, I don't know if you can even quantify that. One of the bots was dead, and one of the, on the robot that was still working, its weapon had been dead for quite some time. So I don't think it was damage from Beeforce that affected Knockoff White. It is likely something internal that Knockoff White had some type of internal issue that was outside of what Beeforce did. So if you're a judge, ooh, are you smelling that?
Yes, I believe that is a waft of some of the burning internal components coming out of Team Honeycracked. And I tell you, we got to call up Yankee Candle because this has to be a scent. Oh, okay. Folks,
we have a decision.
We have a judge's decision. In the fight between Knockoff White and Beeforce, the judges have decided in favor of Knockoff White. Wow.
The crowd is loving it. There is unanimous applause. And now, Chris, Knockoff White has made it to the bracket.
Let's hope they can bring it back to life.
This is not the first time that they've had this very strange issue today. I don't know what's causing it. I hope that we can talk to Adam later and figure out what's happening, assuming he knows what's happening. But it worked out in their favor. They're able to rack up enough points in damage, control, and aggression throughout those 3 minutes that they died, and they still get that win because of that incredibly timed unstick. Way to go, Adam.
So as things continue to burst into flames here at NHRL, it is, one of the things that we have to do from time to time, replace the fire extinguisher that is embedded in each one of these large house bots. And what a smart upgrade for our house bots. I believe they were introduced last year, maybe the year before, and it makes putting out fires a lot safer.
I remember, years ago, doing my moderating in the YouTube live chat, there'd always be like somebody who was like, ha 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 ha, wouldn't it be funny if we put a fire extinguisher in one of the house bots? And people were like, ha ha ha, yeah, that would be cool. Well, we've made it a reality. It does a lot of the heavy lifting and the dirty work for us when there is a fire in the cage. And you know what? It keeps everybody safe, and it keeps things running smoothly. It means that there are less, interruptions.
Right.
And really gets the job done.
Let's take a look at this fight from earlier tonight where our house bot was able to kind of swoop in and cool things down a little bit.
Not enough to save the robot, but
No.
you know what?
But effective nonetheless.
Effective nonetheless. Flo really doing a great job holding down the fort.
So loading here into cage 1 now. We have their synthesis 30. Thank you, Corey, for naming your robot that, knowing that I can't pronounce anything right. And Colossal Avian here on the left with that brilliant blue side armor package. Really beautiful bot.
You know I love a good overhead hammer saw. And I'm a really big fan of Colossal Avian, and they are going up against Synthesis, who has been marred by gremlins this entire day. Corey has put so much into this robot, and just as much into the robot as in the community. He is almost everybody's mentor. He is so beloved, and to see his robot struggle the way that it has today has been a little heartbreaking. So it's going to be interesting to see if he is able to make a comeback, or will Colossal Avian be able to capitalize on what has been a troubled day.
It's certainly an engineering challenge to put a weapon of that size into a 30-pound robot. We've seen heavyweights at 250 pounds that have smaller vertical spinners
5,
than you see
4,
here on
3,
Corey's bot.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
And here we
fight.
go. It's on.
It's moving. Synthesis is moving.
Oh, no. But Corey is not spinning up.
No. Can that weapon on Colossal Avian fire into this perfectly positioned Synthesis? Yes!
We see a plume of smoke coming out of the top of Synthesis 30. Oh, and I see some of those internals now that are completely exposed, but we're also not seeing any spit up now out of that weapon on the arm, the over arm on the Colossal Avian. But now we are spinning,
Wow.
Corey. Let's go.
Can he turn this around and send that Avian flying? Yeah, still seeing some issues there. But the weapon on Colossal Avian, I'm also not sure if it is fully operational either.
Oh, no. Turning Synthesis 30 on its head without its top armor there on that right
Tap
side.
out.
Almost dumped its entrails out onto the bottom of cage 1. And Corey goes ahead, calls it a day, and taps out.
Way to go, Team Just Longbird. Colossal Avian really was able to maintain the control and the aggression in that match, and obviously the damage too.
There we see a LiPo battery kind of strung out of the top of Synthesis 30. And that was probably why it was a very wise tap out, because it wouldn't take much for one of those to really make a hot mess. And we would have seen Flo have to do the Flo thing again and put out another fire.
Although she's fully loaded with a brand new extinguisher, so
That is true.
ready to go. Tough day, I think, across the board for Team Pandemonium. You know, you see them here every single event with some combination of robots, and that's just how it shakes out sometimes.
All right, so we are now looking here into cage 2.
It's
5,
Eruption,
4,
and it's
That's right.
fun
And
size.
it's fun size.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Insane box rush from Eruption. If you blinked, you missed it.
That's why they call him Brian Box Rush.
Ah, that's why?
That's why. Now, is he just giving Fun Size some time to reorient itself? Normally the driving from Brian is so aggressive and so suffocating that it's unusual to see him kind of let Fun Size wander its way through the cage here. Wow, huge hit there. While the wheels on Fun Size are working, there is just something that they can't seem to get their bearings. Not able to pursue Eruption, you know, the way that we are typically familiar with, you know, these style of robots.
This is called the pirouette defense. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Wow!
Almost doing the thing there.
Eruption just had what looks like its right side armor get stripped away. It's now kind of only clinging on the back side of the robot.
And just in time, it looks like Fun Size is able to demonstrate a little more control. Ooh.
Huge exchange there between Fun Size and Eruption.
We've got a match going on now.
Minute and 15 seconds left in this match. Anything could happen.
I do see a side panel that looks like it is sheared off of Eruption on that back half. Can Fun Size tear it clean off? Definitely some wheel issues going on with Fun Size, but they're able to make the most of it. It looks like one side may be down.
Big Brutus currently sitting at 12 points, but too hot to handle. Have a lot to gain.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got a
And there is your tap out. Brian Boxel.
Brian Box Rush.
They call him Brian Box Rush because of that tragedy during the last Black Friday.
Yeah, he really wants those TVs.
The latest Barbies were out.
Honestly, Eruption has been looking so strong this year, but Fun Size really gave him a run for his money, ripping part of that side panel off, landing some solid hits on him. But Fun Size is a very unique robot, and it's able to hit on places that most normal, well, let's say meta robots aren't able to. And so I don't know if he's going to be able to, he'll face that same issue again.
There we just saw in this replay that incredible box rush from Eruption erupting out of that corner. And Fun Size just couldn't seem to get its bearings for like the next 2 minutes after that huge hit.
Yeah.
But eventually did begin winning a few of the exchanges, but it's very difficult to come back against a driver like Brian and a bot like Eruption. And so that means then that Too Hot to Handle, after 8 matches, has now climbed all the way up to 24 points.
Wow. They are within striking distance of, making their way into the top 3. But I just know it is going to be so close to finish in that top 3 today.
All right, we have an announcement coming up here for our next fight. So we are about to see, once again, Dutch Oven is coming out. And so for all fans nearby this fight, it is very important that you stay at least 15 feet from the cage throughout the match. It is the best way that we can keep everyone safe. And we are compliant here with all of those protocols to make sure that we fight here and that it's fun and it's safe. So make sure that you maintain that 15-foot distance because things are gonna get hot, hot, hot.
You love saying that.
I do say that.
Oh, look at that gold tape over there on Franklin.
We've seen Eruption disregard heat tape in the past. It just ends up kind of like, you know how you like wrap a baked potato in aluminum foil? But it still bakes. It's kind of like that, where you could wrap your robot head to toe in that fireproof tape, but you might end up with just a melted plastic mess on the inside.
I'm kind of hoping for that. Now, both of these robots, sadly, they are knocked out of their quest for the bracket. They did not win, I think, either of their fights earlier, so they are no longer qualified to continue on, but they still have the opportunity here to rack up points for their team. So whoever wins here will, gain X number of points, depending on if it is a judge's decision or a knockout. So there's still something that they are fighting for, but unfortunately, we will not be seeing more of them beyond this.
All right, and the cage is locked in. definitely some issues with Dutch Oven earlier today with just timing that ignition. It seemed like the robot was having difficulty firing up early enough. Maybe they've solved this issue, and we'll see some earlier torching.
Now, Chris, I just got word from a wild Kyle that appeared.
A wild Kyle appeared? Okay.
And he had a message. He wanted me to share that what is on Franklin here is not tape, like I had previously said. It is waffled titanium. So it is a material that they are able to get access to directly in preparation for fighting Dutch Oven.
5, 4,
Waffled
3,
titanium.
I've
2,
never heard of waffled
1.
titanium.
Fight,
It
robots,
sounds
fight.
delicious, and let's see if it helps protect them from the fiery flames of Dutch Oven.
All right. There we go! Oh, man!
That is the fire we've wanted to see.
This is a trial by fire for Franklin.
No.
Oh, my God!
Franklin, who
Wow.
on a good day is not the fastest mover. Oh, no. What? Oh.
That waffle titanium is now a creme brulee. This is
This is an
Franklin
inferno.
barbecue.
Franklin
barbecue.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at the intensity of that. Oh, unbelievable. The plywood is beginning to combust.
Its weapon mount is, I don't even know what's holding it on anymore. There is a Franklin-shaped burn mark on the floor.
Wow! Oh!
This is some of the most intense flame I've ever seen.
This is just a taste of what flamethrowers can do, and I'm glad that we got a chance to see it here at Teams. Unbelievable.
Franklin said, you know what? Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring on those flames. They don't care if they are currently on fire.
And now some overhead tapping from Dutch Oven.
I don't know how much good that waffled titanium did.
I still see some of it in there.
That robot turned into a carcinogen in
Instantly.
yeah. The Surgeon
Franklin,
General does not recommend you getting anywhere near that robot.
Franklin not tapping out. You never know what can happen with 45 seconds left, but it seems like the count out has concluded. Dutch Oven is your spicy winner.
Knockout.
That is what Alex Grant came here to do. That is what. Oh, Chris. That's disgusting.
It's awesome. It's so cool.
How long until like Boston Dynamics implements?
Look at the Lexan. It's like concaved. That is incredible.
It is cloudy. It is bent. That I imagine is gonna have to be replaced.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's something we are prepared to do here.
So let's take a look. Let's break down this this absolute roasting.
And this is just where that Lexan is taking a licking. Nothing that they can even do. Just watch the world burn. Their robot included.
It'll buff out. Unbelievable.
Now, we have seen Depth Charge, Breach a Cage. This is brand new. And we have a team of fire marshals in the building right now who are watching and just making sure everything is above board. And, I mean, this really proves how safe.
And there we see Spaceman Jim.
Spaceman Jim.
who's going to go in. He's going to brave the heat and make sure that everything here is safely removed.
Wow. I feel like we just witnessed a historic moment.
Well, it's the first time that we've seen waffled titanium turn into that. That's
Yeah.
the entire top layer of that plywood floor has turned to ash. We had an overhead camera in the cage. We would have loved to show you that footage, but it melted. It literally turned itself off because of the heat. And there you see
There you see it.
that growing singe on our Lexan walls. And folks out there, when I told you to make sure to stay 15 feet back from the cage, this is why.
And
So that was the last moments of the camera before it died.
RIP camera, thank you for your service. It was a valiant showing. My goodness. Way to go, Jim. Safely disposing of that charred crisp of what was once a robot.
So what Jim does now, he safely removes it from the building and he stashes it in someone's trunk who is unsuspecting. And so you'll have a little keepsake to take home with you.
Wow, I am so interested in, I can't get over the Lexan.
Yeah, that was
Seeing
wild.
that grow in real time. And now, so we, if this is your first time watching or if you're not familiar with our cage design, we have 2 panels of Lexan.
2 layers of practically bulletproof Lexan.
Yes.
With an air gap in between.
And so just because the first panel got a little compromised, our second one is fine.
So you see here, Jim, he's bringing the robot here out to the hangar where we have these large open garage bays where they'll inspect the robot and the integrity of the batteries in a worst case scenario environment. Also, if one of those batteries was to begin to combust, we can safely bring it outside right there. Again, it seems that the team here is asking if the robot can be ready for maybe a rumble, maybe another fight.
Now, I had kind of a fun idea. What if we took all of our sacrificed cameras
Yes.
and we created like a little graveyard for them,
Oh,
and
that's a
people
brilliant
could
idea.
pay them respects? But then I thought we probably can't bury them in the ground because it will immediately poison an entire neighborhood.
Yes, you wouldn't want to have an herb garden anywhere near that.
No, all water runoff, immediately toxic. But yeah, it's we have lost a handful of
Oh, yeah.
cameras. Quite a few, I think, at the hands of Dutch Oven.
That is correct. One of the most amazing things that I've ever seen was an iPhone that was burnt nearly to a crisp. And I remember Chris Moran came and actually brought it up to the desk. And this phone was shattered, battered, and practically melted, but could tweet. It was still working. I was absolutely floored.
I mean, Apple sponsoring us already.
I know.
What better advertisement is there?
I mean, we certainly buy enough phones from you. So here, they just opened up one of the hangar doors so they can open up this can and inspect this robot, which I'd imagine right now is more, this bucket is more like a fondue than anything. Oh, man.
Inspecting the damage, seeing if anything is salvageable. I can't imagine that's the case. Maybe they want to try and peel off that waffle titanium and try it again?
So it held its shape really well. I'm curious to know what material that was. All right, we're heading back over to Cage 1, where we currently have MilkTank and BattleTots locked and ready to go. So both of these bots
5,
have
4,
they are not going
3,
into the overall
2,
bracket, but they still
1.
have an opportunity to
Fight,
win their team
robots,
some points in our tournament structure.
I swear, MilkTank looks like a different robot every time it fights.
Every time you see it. And I just saw something fly off of something sitting there over by the house bot Flow. I don't know where it came from. I think it might be a piece of MilkTank.
BattleTots are fresh off of the last tournament where they qualified for the World Championships this year.
I wonder if the robots in BattleTots each have their own name.
They do. I know that the white one is called Force.
I think it's called Tot Force, and then maybe the other one is called Ribtot. I don't know.
Riptot. Oh, MilkTank.
Oh, no.
Wires exposed.
I see a couple of XT60s disconnected there on the back of MilkTank. Those have to stay plugged together usually.
Something that I really applaud BattleTots for is they have a really fantastic
Knockout.
ability to work as a team. It's not like you are seeing two separate robots kind of doing their own thing out there.
Right.
They work in concert with one another. You're at a disadvantage already when you are a multi-bot because of the weight. So you really have to be able to make up for it in stellar driving.
Yeah.
And that is something that we have come to really see from both of these drivers, Kevin Biagini and Matt Lantry.
We've seen multi-bots, debut here at NHRL, and with that sometimes is collateral damage when you have two robots or more in a cage at a given time. But yeah, having and seeing that great teamwork is really something interesting to behold.
Something I want to just comment on is at the beginning of today, just several hours ago, these floors were absolutely pristine. They are pristine, but now they're full of gouges. And now we are checking in here with the pits.
So this is the actual bracket table area.
Yes.
So as you qualify, you kind of move from the main builder pits over to here because now you're like kind of focusing on each of the individual bots that are going further and further into the bracket as you get to the finals here. And it looks like they're at already almost full capacity.
Yeah, each time someone qualifies, they are given the opportunity to move from, their current pit table over to the other side. So, it's like almost like musical chairs, trying to determine
Here we see
what one you
the
want most.
very slow pan over to the main builders area. And you see all of these clusters of 3 tables, 3 bots to a team. There you see the big Brutus team there on the left. You see some of the vacant tables. Those are the people that have probably already moved over into the tournament tables area.
And very interesting because, there were less teams for this event. There's a little bit more pit space. We were able to kind of create this U shape for these tables where each robot had one table, one side of the U.
Right.
And everyone was like working in concert with one another, and it looked pretty cool.
It was really interesting to see that dynamic of, how teams kind of changed, how the pits function and the spirit within the pits. And the collaborative effort, while still here, was just different. Seeing some teams together that have very different style bots and how each of these team members, would cross-pollinate with one another was interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like embodying that is Pepe Kitty Miser. These are 3 robots of very different styles.
Couldn't be more different.
Could not. And, they're not even from all the same state. They're not. We have Colorado, we have Ohio, we have Maryland.
Right.
And, you know, NHRL gave them this home to find one another and team up. And it's, I'd say it's working out pretty well for them so far.
I'd say so.
With a horizontal spinner, a vertical, and just that drum.
Here we see some cage triage on cage 2. So they are going to not just replace the inner layer of Lexan, but they are also going to swap out the outer layer just in case some of that intense heat that came out of Dutch oven compromised that outer layer as well. Now our cages have been over-engineered again to make the swappability of these panels very efficient. And so here you see one of our henchmen just going in, loosening some of those fasteners. We're gonna rip out that inner panel, then they're gonna do the same on that outer panel, and then we're good to go. So as they fix, we're gonna be moving these 3-pound fights over to cage 5 until this cage is ready to go again. Even the plywood is being swapped, which now looks like modern art.
I know, it's like we should be able to cut out that Franklin burn mark. Wow. And I feel like this is a great showcase in just the modularity of these cages that were designed in a very specific way to be able to support this.
It's like when you see the Army Corps of Engineers who can disassemble a Jeep in like 90 seconds. It's a bit like that.
I don't know. It's a little jarring to see like the inside of a cage. It's kind of like when you see a teacher like in the supermarket and you're just like, oh, that's not right.
All right, let's hop over here to cage 1 because it looks like we got some bots loaded in. All right, so we have Sweep and Blue Marlin. If Sweep wins this match, they're going to advance into the bracket.
Blue Marlin has suffered some catastrophic damage in its first 2 fights.
There we see Bob.
But Bob said he was able to salvage 2 different halves of both robots.
Yeah.
And essentially taped them together into a Franken-Marlin.
Franken-Marlin.
And now he said it's working just fine. So hopefully, you know,
5,
he is able to give it a go. But
3,
if Sweep
2,
wins this,
1.
let's move on to the
Fight,
bracket.
robots, fight.
Sweep has one of the most interesting drive mechanisms I have ever seen. These are kind of cleated wheels, but live docked within these pods underneath that are able to rotate 360 degrees. So this is a robot that can go back and forward, side to side, diagonally. It is the Wonkavator of drive technology. We just got to look at those pods as Sweep is currently on its head.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very difficult to be able to cause damage to those pods because they are protected nicely under the robot. But, you know, Blue Marlin being able to get up under it and therefore have a shot at getting at those pods.
So I had a chance to talk to Bob earlier today and understand what was some of the issues when we saw Blue Marlin literally get separated. This is an all-new material that Bob was working with that is very rigid, very strong, but is more brittle than he had anticipated. And so this is actually a great matchup for Blue Marlin because there's not a lot of energy that Sweep is able to put into him. It's basically a lifter here. And so there we have it.
Redemption for Blue Marlin. Sweep denied access to the bracket later today. Its run ends here, which means King Size will be able to move on and continue into the bracket. Sweep, such an interesting robot. I think there is maybe a little bit more R&D.
Yeah, I feel like this was maybe one of the highest risk, testing scenarios that you could put a new concept through. And I think we saw exactly what that kind of drive can introduce into the sport, and I can't wait to see later iterations of that bot. And here we see one of these large sheets of Lexan.
Inner
kind of being
panel
hoisted
going in now.
Yeah, so it's crazy to watch this happen. This is a teachable moment here. So you see that kind of lip that lifts up at the top, allowing the panel to kind of slide into place. And then it gets pinned into place. And the same goes for the outside as well. One of the interesting things that you also see at the bottom of the cage there, it's not just an empty void underneath the cage. There is this large metal skirt, so that if any fragments ended up going through the plywood, which would be very difficult, plywood could eat a lot of energy, but that metal skirt there is there to prevent anything that might escape through that plywood, and it corrals it down straight into that concrete floor.
I wonder if they've found anything in there before. Like I know what you said, it's very difficult for anything to make its way through that plywood, but I wonder if they found anything.
There's some maybe gold doubloons.
Some Lucky Charms.
I wouldn't eat anything that gets caught under there.
Now, one of my favorite things that I think makes NHRL unique is we welcome the level of destruction that bots like Dutch Oven can provide, rather than limiting what they can do because of our cage design. We then take that as a challenge to make our cages better. And I think a perfect example of that is in last year when Dutch Oven was fighting, the flames were so hot that they were melting the camera housings, the 3D printed camera housings in the cage. Obviously, everyone on the outside totally fine, at no risk at all, but everything inside was. And so we just made them better and said, Dutch Oven, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
We'll make our side more hardy.
Here's something that's actually interesting that really kind of showcases how flexible, we're willing to be here at NHRL. So one of the issues that we had in years prior was so many bots were being roofed that lights were coming down.
Right.
So we designed and prototyped an all-new light snap tracking system, 3D printed material that these lights would snap into and secure them so you wouldn't have to worry about lights falling down and potentially interrupting a match. Then what happens? Dutch Oven is introduced, and all of these 3D printed designs now are melting at an incredible rate. And so that had to change and be modified as well. And so who knows what someone else is going to end up inventing that will cause us to have to adapt again. But we're willing to do it.
As much as the builders have to keep their robots adapting with what others are doing to be competitive, we just got to keep up with the times as well. Let's go to cage 1. All right, this is two teams that are in top contention here. We have Jubileu and Barbie and Ken. Barbie and Ken, of course, from Team Too Hot to Handle, and Jubileu from
Carabino Pistola.
I just wanted to give you the opportunity
Thank you.
to really nail it. Yeah. Two top teams here. You know they both want to take the points from this match.
Despite the fact that currently they are in 3rd and 4th in the rankings, the points are so close that this is a very big deal.
5.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very big deal.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
A lot riding on this one.
Can you tell which ones, Lindsay, are Barbie and Ken? Oh, wow! Jubileu just lost one of its wheels. Its right wheel is down. That is not a good place to be. Only 20 seconds into the match.
Jubileu might be down a wheel, but Barbie and Ken also look worse for the wear. They are crawling through the cage. I'm not sure what that weapon is doing.
Oh,
That's
wow.
not a healthy sound.
Oh. So it looks like one of the weapons is down on Barbie and Ken, but one of the drives is down on Barbie and Ken, and so the mobile mobile Barbie is pushing active weapon Ken into its opponent. That's teamwork. That is teamwork. I love it.
We know that Ken would do anything for Barbie, and this just proves it. Jubileu not skipping a beat though, trying to go face to face, head to head with Barbie. It has to be so careful though, because it can get pinned pretty easily. But just the movement from Barbie and Ken, not there. This is, I think, anybody's game right now. Yeah, so Ken has that weapon but no drive, and Barbie has
The drive, but no weapon.
yeah. So together they make one fully functional robot.
And they are
great
showing
teamwork.
that you can be very resourceful in a multi-pot configuration if you work together.
All right, it looks like there might be a pin, but without enough power there from Barbie to unpin itself.
Ooh.
Jubileu just not holding back.
Still dealing out hits. Not that mobile, but that weapon is still 100% operational. With 15 seconds left in this match, this very well could end up going to the judges. They're going to have a lot to think about.
Oh, this is a good one. I would not want to be a judge, but as a
Wow.
fan, this has been
Now-
incredible.
Very interesting. Some of the best teamwork performance that we've ever seen coming out of Barbie and Ken. Big hits coming out of Jubileu. Barbie and Ken not necessarily that mobile at the end of this match.
And with the weapon on Jubileu at fully functional, but weapon issues on honestly both of those robots for Barbie and Ken, the damage I think is gonna have to go to Jubileu.
You know what? This is one of those times. I am very glad that I am not a judge.
Now, when you think about control, Jubileu obviously one wheel, very difficult to control.
You
With
essentially
pins.
cannot control.
But the movement, the mobility on Barbie and Ken was also severely impacted and got wedged under Jubileu, unable to remove themselves, and needed to call an unstick because they did not have the mobility or the power when normally they would have.
I can't tell what's gonna happen.
I don't know. Let's take a replay and
Yeah.
maybe we'll be able to figure it all out.
Maybe we can deduce something here. There we saw that right wheel coming free off of Jubileu. And I hope we get a shot of this teamwork.
Yeah.
There it is.
There we go.
Wow.
Barbie pushing Ken into the fist of Jubileu. Ken saying, Barbie, if you want me to do it, I'll do anything for you.
This was like a Barbie and Voltron crossover.
I can't wait to see what happens. I personally, Jubileu, I don't know.
I don't know. I see an avenue for both teams. Again, I love that demonstrated teamwork in driving.
Yeah.
You so rarely see that, and I hope that is rewarded at the same time. When you really think about the brass tacks of damage, I don't know. I do not know.
Who could it be?
That's my job. That's my job.
Gotta give you a run for your money sometimes. Both teams now exiting, going back up to the pits, getting tons of cheers from the crowd. I think whoever ends up taking the points from that match, the fans won that one.
All right, we're still back at cage 2. It looks like we are now just putting that last outer layer of Lexan in. There you see the new plywood floor ready to go in. Those just kind of drop into place once this outer layer of the Lexan is secured. I believe cage 2 is going to be fully operational.
We should have had like a shot clock running because it's, in all honesty, has been so fast.
Yeah.
It would be cool to say, you know, to kind of flex on how quickly we can replace a cage essentially from the bottom up.
I'll tell you, over the last few years, it's like watching F1 pit crews evolve. You know, if you go back in the history of that sport, when you know, it would take like a few minutes to get a car back and on the road. Oh wait,
Chris,
the judge's decision is in. No, you're Chrising me.
Oh no, I was very excited because I'm seeing 2 robots load into cage 1.
Oh,
that,
okay.
I mean, a lot of momentum has been building towards this moment.
Lindsay, when you give me that. Either two things are happening. Either I'm driving and you saw a dog, or a judge's decision came in. These people out there, they're on the edge of their seat. But
Option
yes,
number 3.
There is a third option here.
Yahoo versus its counter, its optimized opponent.
Yes.
Mr. Roper.
So these two drivers, these two builders, have been preparing for this fight for as long as they've known that they were going to match one another.
The trash talk has been flying.
There has been strategy, formula, R&D. And here we see both of the teams have added extra armor. Are the gloves staying on?
Mark, are the gloves supposed to be there? Are those weighted gloves, do you think?
That's damage. So already, Yahoo has lost part of its armor package. Mr. Roper is starting this match with a serious advantage.
This psychological warfare being pledged by Mark Rennie and Mr. Roper is unparalleled. Do you think Chad knew was going to fall for it?
Lindsay, I have to apologize. I made a lot of promises to Mark Rennie that hinge on the outcome of this match. If Mark and Mr. Roper win, we have to move to Colorado and start growing giant pumpkins.
Excuse me?
So that we can earn the right of being called the official Colorado giant pumpkin growers.
You did not run this decision.
I did not run this by you. No, I did not.
This was a family decision that we needed to talk through.
I was feeling, you know, a little saucy at the time. I don't know. I think I also made another promise.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, we're gonna see what happens.
I don't know. I think I have to get like a Mr. Roper tattoo.
Well, that you should do anyway. That I support.
All right. So here we see Mr. Roper, the robot who's not taking the gloves off, but also leaving. Yeah. Mr. Roper currently the one having a full-on tantrum in the middle of the cage.
No! Oh!
So if Yahoo wins this match, even though that is very unlikely, they will qualify for the tournament here. This is, oh, wow.
Oh, friendly fire from Flo.
Well, when you call for the unstick, that's one of the risks that you have to take going in for another hit.
Now, Mr. Roper was extremely confident going into this match. And I still see that he's having a lot of fun with it. But I don't see those wheels moving.
Oh! Wow!
No!
There we see the part of Mr. Roper that you don't want to see.
Doing a little victory dance, although, Mark, I don't think you won this one, buddy. Yahoo wins that match by knockout and therefore qualifies for the bracket. They will be advancing.
And we don't have to move to Colorado.
Thank goodness. And you know what? I think it's the style points alone that push them over the edge. For elderly old men, they look quite dapper.
Yeah, so the cumulative combat robotics experience of the hip replacements is 172 years. That's impressive.
You know, Mr. Roper held its own. It, I think if it had removed the punching gloves,
Yeah.
it would have been
it
in
would
a
have
better.
been completely different.
Yeah.
There you see the first big hit from Chad New and Yahoo, sending Mark into joyous dance.
You know, for all the talk, the trash talk leading up to this,
It's been
all
weeks.
of his,
It's been weeks, and we've been at the middle of it.
Yeah, because we are, full disclosure, we're friends with both teams. We're personal friends with Mark and Mary Beth and with Chad. And so it put us in a tough position.
All right, so I'm getting word from control. We have a couple of announcements.
Okay.
All right, so there's a judge's decision. So this is between Jubileu and Barbie and Ken. Your winner of that match, Jubileu,
Let's hear it for Jubileu.
has taken out Barbie and Ken. Not taken out, but that is a huge victory for the points that the Brazilians needed going further into tonight. Unbelievable.
If that match had gone to Barbie and Ken, then Team Too Hot to Handle would have inched ever closer to the Brazilian team in terms of points. So that is a massive win for them.
All right, our second announcement, not quite as exciting. The next match will be happening in Cage 5 as Cage 2 nears the end of its reconstruction. So we'll be in Cage 5 for the next fight.
But
And so that will be Beetlejuice and Honeyspark.
now you say it's not as exciting, but if I was Cage 5, I would be really, really pumped for my moment to shine.
I wouldn't be, because if I was Cage 5, my floor would be pristine. Not for much longer.
Nope.
Here we see Team Honeycracked giving the thumbs up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So both these teams have, had a hard day here at our June Teams event.
And they are perennial competitors. Team Pandemonium we see at almost every competition, and the same goes for Team Honeycracked. They just have so many bots between them that they are able to show up month after month after month. But again, that's just how it shakes out sometimes. All the experience in the world, having the most dominant robots in the world, sometimes you win some and you lose some.
One of the most incredible things that we've seen happen for Honeycracked is they were the recipients of an NHRL grant that helped them secure a box to have where they have been able to push their bots so much further, given that they now have a safe place to operate and test and iterate.
Not enough to save them from completely losing their weapon in this match, though.
Ooh, but
now Beetlejuice is hung up on the side rail.
Gonna need that unstick. We are seeing a piece of Beetlejuice also there. Just got kicked out from underneath the house bot. Both of these bots are, oof. That is
has been unstuck, but now appears to be high centered on a piece of debris.
On its own bowels. And part of Honeyspark.
Yeah. How precise can this house bot be?
There we see the weapon.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Oh, and it spun back up.
Yeah, Beetlejuice, I think, is having an A-OK time right now. Honeyspark.
No weapon. One
driving.
wheel. I didn't hear no bell.
All you need is one wheel. Too superfluous. Whoa!
Wow! And that's why you just keep going sometimes. Oh my goodness! I always thought that it was about to do the thing. That would have been it.
That would have been it. Wow, I am really impressed by Honeyspark's ability to continue to just be involved in this match.
I think Beetlejuice doing the smarter thing and dropping the throttle on that weapon just so it doesn't end up in a precarious situation again, because no more on sticks, you could get counted out. But even at that lower rate of speed spinning that weapon, they can continue to just slowly chip away at Honeyspark, who doesn't have much bot left.
No, but with 4 seconds left, this will be going to the judges.
Wow! Ah! Oh my goodness.
Now, here's such an interesting thing, because Beetlejuice just got stuck. I don't know if they would have been able to free themselves, and they'd already used their unstick. So that happened at a pretty good time for them. And sometimes it all comes down to the timing. Ariel, the driver of Beetlejuice, has refined this robot for so many events, is a pro at this now. Really exciting to see Ariel Smith come into her own and be such a formidable driver. Now, while we await the judges, we are going to go to Cage 1, where we're going to see Supersize and Goose.
Now, Supersize is a really big deal.
And honestly, Goose is a perfectly sized
4,
snack
3, 2,
for Supersize.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
It does look like Goose added an attachment, some wedges there to kind of stave off the blows, but
This
we'll
is the
see how that
exact
works
kind
out.
of robot that Supersize wants to fight. It's got an opportunity to get into that top armor. And it's very difficult for an egg beater to get enough purchase on those big wheels.
Yeah.
And already 30 seconds getting that unstick from Flo.
Oh, as it's unstuck, the panel on the side falling right off. Phoenix has had a little bit of a rough day with Goose today, but this is just not a matchup that favors Phoenix in any way. And now Supersize is trying to attack the house bot. You're not on Team Brett Breakers.
Maybe this is their application video.
It is quite the exclusive team.
And I'm curious, Supersize actually did take a shot on Flo. Did they have their weapon go down? That is one big bot to send a vertical into.
I wouldn't choose to use my weapon against a bot as solid as that, but Goose had been counted out. That is the end of the day for that robot. All in good fun. You can see both competitors,
Jonathan Schultz right there. One of my all-time favorite builders. I hope that Phoenix is able to take the bot away and and diagnose some of the issues that were causing so many problems throughout the morning.
Yeah.
And bring a new iteration back, pushing it a little bit further, getting some of that reliability built in that it takes to get through a long competition.
Joe Derfler giving 2 thumbs up there. Obviously very happy at the performance of Supersize. And why shouldn't he be? That was really dominant.
Supersize, of course, a very aggressive vertical spinner here by day. By night is actually a rickshaw ride through the park in Central Park, New York. Very, very awesome, you know, to take some time off, come here,
You know, also
and fight.
participating in combat robotics is a pretty costly hobby that you might as well find ways to make your robot earn you money in the course of events. So, you know, moonlighting as a rickshaw carrier is pretty smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Does food deliveries too.
I mean, who doesn't these days?
I just did one on my break.
Really exciting, though, to see the performance from these style of robots. I mean, it's not a visual effect. It's not, you know, don't adjust your television screens. You did see a 3, a 12, and a 30-pound version of what looks like a similar robot, which is those big wheels, a little bar across, and then a big old spinning vertical blade. And they've found a lot of success.
Yeah.
This competition and many competitions before it.
That is the team that owns that design.
Yes.
Through and through. And so that's interesting. Again, a dynamic that you see here at Teams. Here's one team, every bot. Vertical spinner, big wheels.
Right.
You have another team. For example, Pepe Kitamizer. Robots couldn't be further from one another.
Oh, this is going to be a good one here. We have Chubby Unicorn from Tim Hebert and Kamino from Aaron Taggart.
So the hip replacements, one of those teams that is in the middle of the pack, currently 17 points after 8 matches. Not inconceivable that something could happen. And then Burbs aren't real right there, just a few points ahead of them. Currently ranked at ranked 7 with 19 points after 7 matches. I'm sorry, 19 points after 8 matches.
5, 4, 3.
I need to
2,
comment on how
1.
fantastic
Fight,
the
robots,
team hip
fight.
replacements jerseys are.
They're-
Those hospital gowns.
It's just such a fun, it's a fun look. Ooh. 2 very agile bots. Very similar designs and drive style. Oh, there's a roofing.
Just a little chaos to set you straight. Oh, I do see one of those blue wedges have been sheared off, so that is some impactful damage there. I do think that Kamino is maybe taking the brunt of these hits a little worse than Chubby Unicorn, but I don't know that either of them are really pulling away with this just yet. But we have a minute and 45 seconds. A lot can change.
Oof.
Chubby Unicorn, another perennial competitor here at NHRL who we've seen so much in the past, but this is actually Tim's first time back this year with Chubby Unicorn.
Really?
I've missed them.
Tim is hilarious and just fun to be around.
Getting Kamino up in that corner, really capitalizing on this opportunity to pin, which it can hold for 10 seconds.
And there, I think we saw as Kamino kind of did a tumble sault through the air, one of those wedgelet plates, it looks like maybe that kind of folded under, and you know, obviously the that wedgelet has been sheared away, but it looks like maybe that attachment is causing some kind of drag, which is the reason why we're not seeing great mobility now out of Kamino.
Yeah, that explains
Another pin.
it. Chubby Unicorn taking this opportunity to really rack up those control points.
Now, I'm just curious, has Chubby Unicorn spun down now trying to just earn control points and is going to showcase that its weapon still works at the end of this match? Or is that weapon down? That is a factor that is going to be weighed by the judges.
Yeah, and with 8 seconds left, you're going to want to end this match on a high note. I do think Chubby Unicorn has enough points to pull away, but if that is in fact a dead weapon, that is certainly a factor for the judges to consider. Aaron looks like the young grandson of the rest of Team Hip Replacements. I don't think he is.
It's possible.
He doesn't look of hip replacement age.
He's the Benjamin Button, perhaps, of this group.
All right, we actually have a couple more announcements as we wait for the judge's decision on that match. So on the previous match between Beetlejuice and Honeyspark, the winner is Beetlejuice, which I don't think was a huge surprise there, but congratulations to Ariel and Beetlejuice for taking away that win.
All right, and so it looks like then that Beetlejuice and Chubby Unicorn are both going to advance on into the bracket.
But that does mean that Kamino, regardless of how this judge's decision shakes out, Kamino will not be advancing further into the bracket. So a lot to chew on there as we start to eye the second part of this day where we enter the bracket. But we're gonna go over to cage 1 now.
Oh boy.
Grim Ripper and Prom Hedda.
There's Prom Hedda here in the pink corner. Over there, far in the blue corner, is Grim Ripper from Skeleton Crew. A very interesting shaped bot.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Prom Hedda,
1.
driven by Zach Knight.
Fight, robots, fight.
A very, very impressive bot. Well built, well driven, punishing vert.
But what Nelson has been able to accomplish with Grim Ripper in just a small number of events is nothing short of impressive.
Absolutely.
I love the design. It reminds me a little bit of a horseshoe crab, but like a spooky Halloween horseshoe crab.
A spooky Halloween horseshoe crab.
Now, this is a big development. Prom Hedda is on its head, has not been able to self-right in a number of seconds, and giving Grim Ripper the opportunity to... Whoa! That is a huge pop! And now Prom Hedda is back right side up, but its mobility does look a little bit worse for the wear, and Grim Ripper is really needing to take advantage of these opportunities if they want to walk away with the win. And it looks like the weapon on Promheta is down. Now, something interesting about Promheta here, Zach Knight was essentially on reserve for this event. One of the other competitors wasn't able to make it. And with just a couple of days notice, Zach was like, you know what? I'm gonna pull my butt together. I'm gonna have a couple sleepless nights, and I'm gonna make it here for this competition. And he has had a really incredible day so far. But I do think Grim Ripper has been able to kind of take control of this match for the most part, even if now it's kind of trying to get its bearings a little bit. There is still time for Promheta to take advantage and rack up some points, so it's by no means a done deal.
Oh.
And there I go.
There you go.
jinxing
Lindsay, you
things
did that
again.
thing that you do.
I've done it several times today, and I just feel bad for any competitor whose match I call. But I don't think I will be jinxing Grim Ripper to say it looks like they are going to walk away with this one, get the win, and put a ding in Promheta's otherwise really great day today. The match is still running, but I hear it being counted out right now by our ref. And in the nick of time, we got a knockout. Nelson and Grim Ripper taking that win. It's been an up and down day for Team Skeleton Crew, and I think this is a really decisive win against a robot that so many people feared.
Yeah.
When they heard that Promheta was entering the competition so late
late
in the
entry,
game,
right?
Yeah, everyone was basically scrambling because almost everybody in his group he's already fought. It's a rematch for most of them, and Promheta won, I think, every single iteration. And so Nelson being able to kind of turn that on its head and get the win is really exciting.
All right, so we have a judge's decision in the previous fight. Chubby Unicorn does take the victory over Kamino. So Chubby Unicorn is your winner. And we have one fight coming up here.
One fight.
That's it.
Wow.
All right, and right after they're done cleaning cage one, we're gonna have Yob Gnol
and Bumble Blitz. And that will be our last fight
for the live stream.
The live stream. But
it's been an exciting morning, been an exciting afternoon.
Yeah.
Someone tonight, a team, is gonna be taking this home with them. You know what's inside this?
Nothing. There's nothing inside there.
I mean, someone said that there was a rumor that there was $2,500 in there, but I didn't see $2,200. No way. Nobody put $1,900 in this thing.
Yeah, I don't see any cash. But you know what? Maybe they're saving that for whoever wins, so someone like me doesn't come along and try to yoink it.
Let's take one more tour around our stands, our crowd. Here we see some awesome signs.
This is the sign quality.
That is
off the charts.
Point. Those are the nicest signs I've ever seen.
I feel like they got those professionally printed because that is professional.
Unbelievable. I can't even draw in color with inside the lines.
There's a certain charm to that, I suppose.
Thanks.
Contractually obligated to say that. So yeah, what we have here for you is the final fight of the qualifying rounds. It will be between Bumble Blitz and Yob Gnol from Team Just Longbird and Team Honeycracked. So this will be the last match we bring you here today for the qualifying round. We are loading in last match jitters, last match energy, standing room only here. Everyone on the literal edge of their seat. Chris and Liam going head to head.
Yeah, dialed in, ready to go.
Such a competitor. Locked in.
A lot on the line here for Yob Gnol. If Yob Gnol wins this match, it makes its way into the tournament bracket.
However, if Bumble Blitz wins, it will still not yield enough points to qualify.
5.
So this is the end of the line
3,
for Bumble Blitz,
2,
but still an opportunity
1.
to rack up points
Fight,
for his
robots,
team.
fight.
So Chris Rummel really wanting to win this one, make it into the bracket. With a bot we have seen here so many times, win so many times.
Not a lot of
good
life
look.
inside of Bumble Blitz right now.
I think that blue light indicated that they called for an unstick. I'm not sure.
That chassis looks like it's sitting a little high off the floor. I wonder if they're high centered on something, or if perhaps part of that that bottom plate armor might have gotten peeled up a bit.
That is a tap out, which means that Chris Rummel and Yob Gnol will advance to the qualifying. Well, no, sorry, they're going to advance to the main bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, wow, that must be so exciting.
With the last fight of the day, so much riding on the outcome here. And what a decisive win for Chris. I am such a fan of this overhead attack style weapon that Bumble Blitz has. And Liam King has been really effective with it in the past. I don't know, just, you know, it might have been one of those days. Now, I heard that Yob Gnol, who has been fighting for so long, Chris was ready to retire it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's like ready to move on to something else. And he said, you know what, I'm just going to put spare parts into this robot until eventually, you know, all the matches take it away.
Yep.
But like we saw in the last tournament, his other junk robot, Junkernaut, also was able to qualify for the championships at the end of the year. So I think when you face a spare part junk robot from Chris Rummel, you should take it a little seriously because it has the power to win.
Absolutely. What an exciting day.
So we are gathering team standings so that we can share with you that information before we continue on and before we call it a day.
All right, let's take a look at where our teams have landed. At rank 1.
Wow.
After 9 fights, we have Pepe Kitty Miser with 31 points, 1 point ahead.
Yeah, let's hear it for Pepe
The
Kitty
Dream
Miser.
Team, also at 9 points, 9 fights, sitting at 30 points. Only 2 points behind them, Caranino Pistola.
Only 3 points are separating teams ranked 1 through 3. It is as close as it could get.
And then nipping at their heels are teams Just Longbird, Too Hot to Handle, And Burbs aren't real. Brett Breaker's following just behind at 21.
And hip replacements under them. And then we've got Big Brutus Robotics at 16, Reasonable FC at 14, Leatherbacks at 11, Pandemonium at 11, Midwest Collegiate Crusaders at 7, Skeleton Crew at 7, Honeycracked at 4, and unfortunately, Utter Grumple Monkey ending the day across 9 fights with 0 points. We love them anyway. So I want to thank you all so much for joining us today. The brackets are now set for tonight's tournament. You can watch the whole thing on Redacted Network, at Redacted, on Redacted, and we will see you there. Announcements are coming soon, so stay updated on our social networks, and we will see you on a big Redacted screen somewhere soon. Thank you everybody so much. It has been an awesome day.
Seats in the house. Things are going to get started in our bracket tournament, and it's going to be electric. Oh, for those of you that didn't hear me, 6:45, we're going to resume the tournament. Make sure you got your seats squared away and you're ready to get locked in. Teams action starting then.